unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, 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 all this power.
서서히 그래 내 맘이 들어와 와 너무 위험한 너 그 시선에 사로잡힐 떡떡하는데 참 예뻐 죽겠는 너 아마 다들 가지고 싶은 것 같은데 I don't want to play games 빠지게 해 내가 유일한 구속표놨는데 늘 자유롭지만 can't have it all 내가 네 거 아닌데 나들이 부를 수 없도록 내가 눈부신 빛나 my love 설레 두근두근 하는 거 오지 마라 날 보지 마라 너의 이쁜 얼굴로 나를 하지 마라 웃지 마라 나 유혹 같지 마라 try to don't look at me this way not today not today 시선에 사로잡힐 떡떡하는데 참 예뻐 죽겠는 너 아마 다들 가지고 싶은 것 같은데 I don't want to play games 빠지게 해 내가 유일한 구속표놨는데 늘 자유롭지만 can't have it all 내가 네 거 아닌데 나들이 부를 수 없도록 내가 눈부신 빛나 my love 설레 두근두근 하는 거 오지 마라 날 보지 마라 너의 이쁜 얼굴로 나를 하지 마라 웃지 마라 나 유혹 같지 마라 try to don't look at me this way not today get somebody for my life. Make love with me, ecstasy. Say go and dance for me, bounce to me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away. Senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Go and dance for me, bounce to me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away.
Okay, okay. 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 Alright. Okay, okay. Here we go. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like here to stay. I'm like here to stay. Boy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, break that gay, cut check say. They upset, eh? Boy's mad. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit. Dance with me with two left feet, and you go trip, 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 trip. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all.
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? The world's away. Full moon, it's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold do that to me if you're really mine?
Yes, I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 스토리 올려 대결선 건강 남자애들 껴만 들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나간 예상어리 피규어처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide 인터넷 international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 날아가
Tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
일상공공 같이 라이키 원하지 나 협찬 라이키 오르지 우리는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 날아오리 무대 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 일상공공 같이 라이키 락스타 일상공공 이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아홉 기억고 어서 움직여 넌 없어 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 wow 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 sense go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
I'm your tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
With a young boy, shit it for my young boy. Hit you with the young ninja, see you come around, boy. Yeah, we got the young boys falling like the young boy. Hit you with the young ninja, see you come around, boy. Hit you with the young ninja, see you come around, boy. Hit you with the young ninja, see you come around, boy. Yeah, we got the young boys falling like the young boy. Hit you with the young ninja, see you come around, boy. 내 이름은 L-boy, sagging on my pants, boy. 팬티 색깔 매치 신발이랑 그건 sense, boy. 내가 뜨면 back이지 배들 벗고 dance. 가끔 나조차도 말이 안 된다고 생각해. 요즘 밤에 진짜 개쩌는 기집애들 매일 먹고 다녀. 나는 걱정되잖아 있을까 타녀. 그래서 매일 잠을 오고 해도 이쁜 애들 벗고 다녀. 예의 없이 지나칠 수가 없잖아. 왜냐면 이건 연인지 shit 우린 젊고 돈을 벌어 getting rich getting money go hard fuck your money fuck your bank 계좌 입금한데 cash on your side rubber bands ain't no caps it ain't young boy shit it for my young boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy yeah we got the young boys falling like the young boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy yeah we got the young boys falling like the young boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy
They call me Mr. Future I'm 여기 대표 새고 확실하게 내린 채로 매번 두고 있지 새걸 해줘 with the LOB with the 22 뒤 쇠고 whatever we don't care 같은 새끼 전부 채고 돈에 지하 애선 터져 bang 이거라 애리 생업체계 hangover 그녀로 숙시해서 오해 밤은 너무 dangerous 돈은 거리나 쟁여 빨리 자꾸만 생겨 What's my next do 대충 소방 we shaking 쟤는 왜 처해 할까 자꾸 I don't know LOB 쟤는 좋지가 않처럼 왔고 얘는 오해 못난 새끼 얼굴 얘기 아닌 걸 전화 아는 애들 이미 덜잖아 이건 no sad shit guarantee all you 존나
When
yellow
a
shit
young boy, shit it for my young boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy yeah we got the young boys falling like the young boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy yeah we got the young boys falling like the young boy hit you with the young ninja see you come around boy
여기까지만 선상에
Mom and bring suit and tie 오른팔이 완전 tight 열리 대신 열리파
지금부터 긴장파 손으로다 웨이웨이 손으로다 웨이웨이 나쁘다 밤에 만들어 유권해 나는 널 이끄는 왕아니 나는 나쁜 건 나쁜 거 아닙니다 손 대봐 도시 돼 time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the dam to stop the losing flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
아무것도 보이지 않아. 아니었던 네 미소들만 습관처럼 난 아침이 오면 내 옆에 네가 있는 상상을 해. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 어린데도 이곳에 어린데도 남아 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 어린 너덜. 아무것도 들리지 않아. 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 돌아와 줄까 아이다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나봐. 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
As you wish. Everything you wanted.
가벼운 발걸음은 바람 따라 날아올라. 왠지감이 좋은 날
달콤한 느낌.
설레는 맘 가득해. 이 순간 말해줘 다 말해줘 너의 마음 다. Overlap 앞에 이뤄져 이제 좀 믿을만 이렇게. 네가 바라는 대로 느낌이 오는 대로 전부 들어줄게 whenever whatever. 네 곁에만 있을게 이대로 내 이름을 불러줘 alright. 언제나 너를 만나 떠날 거야. 너에는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어 가벅차올라. 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게. 거친 말 안 내고 흔들리지 않아 손잡아. 이루리 이루리라 이루리 이루리라 모두 다 이뤄질 거야. 너를 느껴봐. 우린 원해 원해 love ya. 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야. 이루리 이루리라 나를 꺼내줘. 네가 바라는 건 널 위해 말해줘. 두만에서 너를 비춰 이루리다 봄블락탈락타 널 피우리다 내 맘에 약속해 이 순간 영원해 이대로 너를 향해 빛을 내 이렇게. 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever. 이제 내 곁에만 머물러줘. 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘. 언제나 우리 함께 할 거야. 너에는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어 가벅차올라. 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게. 거친 말 안 내고 흔들리지 않아 손잡아.
맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내디뎌도 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들을 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 바뀌어나가 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 갈거로 장애물은 다미오 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 얘네들 열정과는 달라 Overbite 면의 energy Hey stop and from like 쿵쿵야 흘러대는 나의 심장박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 나는 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤에 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까 한이 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져 언젠가는 내밀어진 손을 다시 잡아 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 아치 앞 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 얘네들 열정과는 달라 Overbite 면의 energy Hey stop and run like 쿵쿵야 흘러대는 나의 심장박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 맑게 걸어
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge
gonna knock on the door. And when they open the door, what are you gonna say? Happy birthday.
해커 번더 라보노 출격 Damn it, real again pull up Chester, lifestyle, shit, let's get it Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it Okay, let's get it 나이키 입지만 내 fit은 안 미리 All black out, 안 보여 밤길에 Smoking on gas, I 내려다 get it For all of the ops, I 내려다 get it Brand new kicks, I'm clean, I'm with it 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를 다리에 wrist, 손목에 감기고 똑다리에 손가락에 감기를 trapin' 어차피 난 trapit 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back 시간은 쌓이고 돈도 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형 이름 stacks 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 팝이 또 반대 팬이 머리에 전둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back 파티를 하지만 나는 내 생일 마지막까지만 봐도 팬이 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일 trapstyle lifestyle shit let's get it 라보노 출교 damn it real again pull up trapstyle lifestyle shit let's get it okay let's get it
Hermes 워크 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 그램 연금술 발견한 너처럼 damn 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my bitches gay 내 떨은 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 OnlyFans OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking 로또 타고
라보노 출교 damn it real again pull up Chester, lifestyle, shit, let's get it
누가 내 이름이 불었니 불처럼 더운 시선들이 spotlight points at me 밀고 댕기고 개미 좋네 Listen to my voice 여자들이 게임이 아니라 이치를 소중할 줄 모르니 애초에 내가 과연 드림없다 함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대 널 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라 You will regret 난 소중하지 않는 너가 날 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할걸 난 이치를 보여줄게 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐 누가 이기면서 섞여서 You will regret all the things you have done 누가 이기면서 섞여서 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now
You're thinking to me in the same old way. But boy, I gotta say that you regret it today. Not even try to think you're gonna fix it. Like making my euros, making my euros.
함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대 널 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라 You will regret 난 소중하지 않는 너가 날 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할걸 난 이치를 보여줄게 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐 누가
kid. If you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have me down in the enemies. Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them their victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shrooms like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's
This is what you came for. Blood on the game bowl. Everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on a puppet. Can't think, chest just open. And they're singing your praises. La la la. Screaming your name. La 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, we're Hey, welcome to the big show. Next on the ladder, is it your name in the rafters? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Moment of silence. Bad guy woke up and chose violence. And they're singing my praises. La la la. Screaming my name out. La la la. This is why we're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride
Welcome back, everyone, to the World's 2023 play-in stage. Today, we will find out which teams will top both of our play-in groups. Starting off with the PCS's PSG Talon taking on CBLOL's Loud for a ticket in the qualification match for Swiss stage. I am Ushin, just joined by the two most amazing analysts ever, the rambunctious
Mark Goldberg.
Yeah. You're too tall to be Goldberg. I'm wise to your tricks, but yes, of course, Raz and Ender, thank you so much for joining me. What a day so far we've had, or what a week we've had so far, and honestly, a couple of upsets. You're probably a very upset man right now.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I can see the veins popping a little bit.
No, yesterday I think we just saw a phenomenal game one.
Yeah.
Adam, I don't think I've ever
else.
seen top lane gapped quite so hard as it was with Adam. But
You're missing best of ones, honestly.
Yeah. Honestly, that's actually so real of you to say, the PSBO ones. It was, honestly, we just got outplayed. Straight up outplayed. BA lands this gorgeous hook. I'm not quite sure if that was fully predicted or if Crowny sidestepped out of the hook and then jumped into it. But regardless, I feel like once it came to like the mid game, and especially in the team fights, BDS just were not playing the map nearly to the level of Team Well.
And it's so important for the VCS how well Team Well's played, because not only did GAM play just like the day before and had a really poor showing, but that's been the case for even just like last year at Worlds. So the fact that they came in, Game 1, I was like already calling it. I was like, okay, it's over. It's kind of disgusting. I'll see you guys next year.
Yep.
No, they showed up big going into Game 2, Game 3. You're right, BA had an amazing game with his Nautilus hooker we saw earlier on, and I want to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, and shout out Glory's team fighting as well, especially in that second game on the Syndra. Like the amount of Scout of the Weeks he was landing in critical moments, either as part of the engage or the few fights they nearly lost, where he just kept players alive again and again and again, and just kept denying BDS. If I was BDS, I would have been full-on tilted after the second game and Glory just stuffing each one of their engages.
I mean, the results kind of show they were a little bit. But anyway, it's just kind of like looking at it. But of course, that was yesterday. We come into today and kind of think about where everything's going. Of course, the winners of today will go towards that best of 5. You are still having a little bit of a lifeline, of course. But, I mean, we're going to deep dive a little bit more onto the picks right now. Because, Raz, you have an opinion right now on our man on the top right there.
It's the same thing when it comes to just most play-ins. You just see a lot of prioritization of like old priorities. The first thing I want to point out to is, yes, the Renekton priority. I think it's way too high so far in the meta. It got nerfed, at least from the MR perspective. And so I'll start with the game that we just saw, the BDS win that they had. First of all, if you're picking Renekton early and you know that the Darius is possible, what are you doing? It makes no sense on that front. And so he had a really tough game. In fact, he went Ignite Flash, and it was quite disgusting what we were able to see from Adam in this game. But for the rest of the games, which are a lot more normal, this one came out a little bit more clear to me. PSG, I think, have been drafting really well so far in the tournament. They've been going 4-5 for their counter pick. When they saw the Renekton get picked up, and also when their Talia Flex was coming through, you saw Viego, Renekton, they're diving us. So immediately going towards Nico and Kennen, I thought not only was the lane extremely difficult for Renekton, which is something we expected both on the Rumble matchup we saw prior throughout in playoffs for domestically, but now Kennen after the buff is like, okay, you're getting stomped in lane. You're actually now you can't even play team fights too well. I think you got to hold the Renekton more when you're seeing how strong some of these blinds are. Also, forgot to mention, this is a game in which you're picking Renekton early, and then you're seeing Orianna, Xayah, Rakan. I was like, there's other priorities that are so much better than the Renekton right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree to a certain extent, because Renekton is just that jack-of-all-trades top laner in a way where, generally speaking, his laning is quite strong. His team fighting, especially in the mid-game with the ultimate, he's a tank, but also a damage dealer, so a lot of threat on the enemy backline. On top of that, he will just soak up a ton of an AD carry's time.
Yeah.
So I understand why teams want to go for the Renekton for those reasons, but I do think the laning, especially against the APs, is a bit of a weakness. We have some of the lane stats that we can go ahead and bring up now to talk that through, because I think a lot of people will look at something like Cassante and people are like, oh, Cassante smashed the Renekton. I don't think that's actually true. Renekton, historically, obviously 0-3 record.
Yeah.
We can, you know, look past that, but inside of the lane phase does very well against most melees. It's the ranged and the AP champions where he is going to struggle, and I think you have to be aware of that.
And kind of to support the point that you made, even though the record is one thing, Adam's game specifically is a great example. He had a great laning phase. It was the rest of the team that actually failed him.
Yeah.
But I think, sure, first 8 minutes, first Herald, Renekton is a beast. But overall, I think teams, it's just actually harder to play Renekton if you're actually not super proficient as a squad team fighting. I think just it's so much easier to team fight with Kennen, so much easier to team fight with Xayah, Rakan, and all these things. And it's actually now the meta is becoming more of a kite back meta than it is a dive meta. So it depends. We'll see a little bit more. But so far with how the meta has been playing out in play-ins, I haven't been a fan.
So here's the thing, though, is that I think you can get away with early Renektons even with those APs up. But I think there's more context you need in the draft. You have to make some certain accommodations, right? Like when you take this Renekton early, you get counterpicked with a Rumble or a Kennen, and then you also draft a farming jungler or a losing prio jungle matchup. You are throwing away the top side of the map because I think Renekton offers so much gank assist, right? Slice and dice is a ton of range, easy to execute stun. You press W. So then if you have a Jarvan or something and come in, like you can blow up a Kennen, and if you kill a Kennen early in the laning phase, and Renekton hits level 6 first, Renekton is outpacing in terms of the items, Kennen no longer dominates the lane. Renekton can walk in, face tank, clear the minions. So that's where I think a lot of teams are going wrong, is they're not drafting around that.
Yeah, and a small thing too, with Taliyah, how prioritized she is, actually failing more often than not. I think that's just teams not playing as well in the early game, where Taliyah Renekton is historically demonic. Like the amount of dives topside you can make on like the 3-wave stack is the usual. Teams haven't really been doing that. Even when the opposing laner to the Renekton is like dry heaving, like please don't dive me.
And now our Renektons are getting dove by the Rumbles. Like that shouldn't be happening.
What I'm hearing is a bad carpenter blames his tools. It's the players, it's not the champion. That's what I'm hearing a little bit there. But obviously, you know, we can come back to that a little later in the day. We'll see how Renekton kind of develops as we go on. But in our first match of the day, it is two legends of their regions facing off as Maple and Tinones are clashing in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. And I mean, these guys are just
the GOATs.
In their first featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of 2023, PSG Talon are coming into the series wanting to make a statement. The returning legend Maple put on a showcase against movie star R7.
4v5 and PSG are burning them down. Wacko goes forward and they're all being taken out.
And today he faces another veteran in the mid lane. Tinones and Loud are fueled by revenge after PSG managed to knock them out during the last MSI play-in stage.
PSG playing with their food a little bit before blowing up the Nexus, but there they go, the clean 2-0 victory.
This is a huge opportunity for the CBLOL representatives to show their faithful fan base that their trust is not misplaced. Both of these mid laners have been playing professional league for almost a decade and look to build on their legacy by leading their teams to the Swiss stage qualifier.
I mean, there's so much to talk about these two guys, but I mean, these guys are legends within their own right, within international, let alone their own regions.
Yeah, like if I take a step back, remember when I first started watching competitive, like 2012, 2013, I'm like,
damn, you're old.
Okay, first of all, we have a problem now.
That's a good thing. Just look at these guys.
If you told me at that time that they would be still playing in 2023, insane. Like 7 first-team All-Pros, started at 2013 Gamania Bears. Like for Maple in particular, just focusing on him as an individual, he's been doing it for so long, and he's been a commander on his own team. So even just hearing him like slightly criticize Junja being a little bit too aggressive, like he's been there, done that, had the experience, and is showing.
And it is wild that Maple, out of all League of Legends players, is ranked 9th in terms of international appearance. Like that is just absolutely nuts to see that he has been so consistent on this stage throughout the history, throughout the last decade.
Throughout League of Legends.
There it is. Yes, and the same.
And nothing happened before League.
No,
nothing.
I don't know anything before 2009 or 2009. That's it. Everything after that is nothing.
And that's why it's an interesting matchup, because he's going to be going up against Tinones, who's just done that. He's been a terror domestically, and every time he's going international, he's had those big moments. So I'm interested to see how he's going to be able to play this one out.
Do you remember any moments in particular?
Yeah, I remember. It wasn't just a terror domestically, because there was also a bit of a kaboom. That was rough.
Yeah, it was a little rough. But this, of course, is a rematch from MSI Play-In's lower bracket. This time they meet in the winners, so there is a respite for the loser. But this is going to be a big rematch for these guys.
Yeah, in Game 1, I remember Robo came out with a surprise Rise. And let's just say he's the one that got shocked constantly. It was not just the jungler that was bullying him. It was also the push that was coming through in mid lane. Now, it was Uniboy at the time. Now they have Maple, so they're just a lot more stronger. So I was concerned when I saw that this matchup was coming up. But I feel like Loud has just been playing a lot better, so I think this is going to be a lot closer of a matchup.
And I also think like Loud's bot lane is looking so strong. Like best bot lane in play-ins, I would go that far. Like the way they have been playing has been so strong. Obviously just the 2 games, but Root especially, his solo kills on the Kai'Sa, the way he looks for picks in the mid game flanked by his support has been absolutely solid.
And it's crazy because even back then when Loud were losing in that like clean sweep of a series in MSI, Root was having amazing plays.
Yeah.
Like he was playing consistently then, he was playing consistently domestically, and now he is a terror. So I feel like he is going to perform no matter what. That's without a question.
I think
it's
that's
about the rest of the team.
That's what I was just about to say. It's kind of about how everyone else around him kind of performs. We have seen Tinone step up in the previous series, even Robbo getting himself a maybe pentakill in that game number 2 as well. But, I mean, we can stick on the route hype because this guy has just been so clean. And it does feel like when you secure a pentakill in the first day, like this guy's monstrous.
Yeah, pentakills are good, but usually they mean you did a lot of other really amazing things beforehand, right? You have multiple solo kills here, sniping him out with the Void Seeker, running into the face of a Nautilus and still getting the one shot.
He was doing maybe too much for our own observers because while we were highlighting some of the solo kills that he then went mid lane, got a pick mid on the Orianna. He was making action happen. It wasn't just insular to his own lane, he was bleeding it to the rest of the map. So he is Mr. Reliability. So I'm interested to see if they can, A, get him the Kai'Sa. I don't think he's allowed to have Kai'Sa anymore. I don't think they're going to give him the Kai'Sa. He's probably just going to be banned if it's going up against him. But I do expect him to play just as good on the Xayah, the Zeri, and of course this is when they gave him that Penta.
Yeah, maybe fewer options to find the mid-game picks and stuff if you're going to be on another champion. So I think that is a great ban to take away from him. But still, even if he doesn't have those tools, he is a beast in the team fights. You give him a Xayah, you give him any kind of like hyper carry scaling thing, Root is going to be on the money.
Yeah, I mean, look, we go from the bot lane, we can obviously look towards PSG and where they've looked the strongest, and it kind of leans back to what we were saying earlier about that top lane, because Aji has been going very well at picking in those AP picks and going for something a little bit more kind of, off the cuff, if you will.
Yeah, it's funny because whenever you look towards PSG, a lot of the times you're like, oh, let's talk about Wako domestically because that's where they send all of their resources, or mid lane around Maple because of who he is as a player. But Aji has been the one that's been the playmaker on this team, especially versus Loud. And we saw it in day 1. He had just been dominating the AP matchups that he had. The Kennen, he had like, what, a 30 CS advantage at like 8 minutes into the game. He was destroying them. And then, of course, in team fights, his Kennen was massive. So, like, he's proficient on these AP matchups. He can play carry. He just chooses to play like facilitator and tank most of the time for his team.
I'm expecting, though, that for more of this tournament, and also especially in today's matchup, that we do get more of those APs, right? Because I think on the opposite side of the top lane matchup, we're going to be seeing Renekton still coming in very early. That's kind of the way that Loud want to play, where it's maybe a little bit more bot focused, where we can just tank up the matchup. And even if he's down to 200 CS, that's a little bit much, but 20 CS, that's okay for him. But that's exactly where Aji is going to thrive when he works into these team fights. And when you have a Rumble, when you have a Kennen, that's going to put so much pressure on the opposite backline. How easy is it to play a team fight as Root if you've got those huge ultimates landing onto you? That's going to be a difficulty he has to work through.
Yeah, and just like looking at the stats once again, it kind of hammers it in that this team can play through every matchup, every lane. We haven't even mentioned Junjia as an individual that was the finals MVP because a lot of the time he's comfortable. Like if his mid laner is popping off like Maple did, if his top lane Aja is as good as he is, it makes their drafting so much easier. It makes their in-game play so much easier. If Junjia makes a mistake, like he was criticized a little bit in his first series, like talking about nervousness, it's fine. Like you're flanked by players who can perform for you.
Yeah, I do know that the Loud jungler has changed his name in solo queue and CBLOL to Son of Junjia. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see where this one goes.
Is today patricide? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Anyway, let's see what the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Each day you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate. We got the results in here now. PSG 34.6%, Loud 65.4%. They are loud. The fans are loud on all platforms.
Yeah, Brazil mobilized.
Yeah.
For this draft.
They've got phones.
Don't you guys have phones?
I got 2 phones. They're just like multiple accounts getting it in there. No, that's amazing. And that showcases the fandom there for both of these teams, especially this being a rematch. I'm excited to see how it goes.
And now I want to get your opinion on it. We've talked up everything. We've given the highlights, the lowlights as such, but
PSG for me.
You're going PSG straight away. You didn't even let me ask my question.
PSG 2-1.
There it is.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it over to us all from us here at the analyst desk. It's here, time to send it over to LoL Park for this MSI rematch between PSG Talon and Loud.
在打世界赛的时候，一开始是非常紧张的，但就是教练在赛前上去以前告訴我比對手還要強，而且強很多，要拿出自信來。自信心非常100%吧，超過了。
Đợt lần này mình cảm thấy là đội hình của mình khá mạnh hơn là SKB cũ. Mình cũng đã chen qua với team CSO, tụi mình cũng khá là như nhau. Tụi em chỉ cần là giữ bình tĩnh và giữ nhịp chủ trận đấu là tụi em cảm thấy OK.
在我们打的时候，我们都是非常相信自己的隊友的。我們彼此都是相信5個人一心同體才是最強的。
Lần này ra thế giới là tôi sợ các bạn chịu không có nổi. Tụi mình đã khác người đó.
聽過有，我會出現在任何地方，你們要小心我。
2018世界賽的時候也是來韓國呢，然後那一次比較可惜呢，就是差一場就可以晉級8強，所以這次的話就是希望可以復仇，拿到比8強更好的成績。
처음에 이제 월즈 한국에 한다는 소식 나왔을 때부터 되게 하고 싶었고 한편으로는 이제 오히려 너무 가고 싶다 보니까 긴장도 되게 많이 됐습니다.
毕竟我之前也看在 EDG 的时候看过他们打比赛，就觉得杰第一次打比赛都不怎么会紧张，就是赢下所有眼前的比赛，进入瑞士制。
이제 브라질 팬분들은 제가 한 번도 보지 못한 살면서 한 번도 보지 못한 열정을 되게 많이 받고요.
Com o passar dos anos, aprendi a nunca desistir e nunca ter medo.
MSI 때는 저희가 가볍게 졌지만 이번에는 다를 거고 이번에는 꼭 이길 거니까 긴장했으면 좋겠습니다.
那上次我们已经2-0你们了，这次一样也会2-0。
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Get me going right to the sun, like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Caster Desk. Welcome back to World's Play-ins. My name is Munchables, and I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming Dagda in as well. Daggerballs is back, finally.
And I mean, especially for what is going to be a banger 2 series, yeah. I am so ready for today.
Do you know what? Last time we cast together was MSI, and last time these 2 teams faced was at MSI. And honestly, this one, especially from the perspective of Loud, this is a grudge match now. Oh, yeah. Like, when you got, let's be real, destroyed at MSI by PSG, like, they're going to be wanting to come in swinging.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Oshin talk about it on the desk, right? On Last Free Nation, they brought in some guys from the CB Law. They were like, look, the fact that you have Junja's son as the name of Croc in solo queue just tells you all you need to know about this series. He's been living in his head rent-free for the last 3 months, and he's ready to crack down on him.
It's the most, like, mental damage I've seen out of a game since like 369 and Bin suddenly playing tanks after that series. You know, it's he's done some damage to Croc, and Croc is going to be hoping to do some damage today. But let's talk about how we're kind of expecting these 2 teams to approach the series as well, because I feel like, you know, Loud are obviously going to be coming in super prepped. Like, with the context of MSI, you're going to be wanting to absolutely destroy today, and I feel like their first series here at Worlds looked fantastic.
Yeah, I think the big one here for me is like they want to try and put the squeeze in that bot lane. Like when you look at how good the bot lane performed, Root and Sales. Root, day 1 pentakill.
Yeah,
going like, start, hang on lads, I'm here. I'm going to be here for a long L time. Like, make sure you know exactly who I am. So I think coming into this, I wasn't impressed with PSG Talon's bot lane coming into their laning phase in their first series. A couple of mistakes, end up falling behind early. Now, they did kind of recover as we got later into the game, but I think if I'm Loud, that kind of is giving me a bit of hope that maybe we can try and punish on this bottom side.
Yeah.
But if I'm PSG Talon, I need to see more like, I want PSG to stand for patient, slow gaming today. I want them to take it slow. I don't want Junja running ahead of the team. I want them, that big circle comp, to be one circle, not like one circle on the right-hand side of the fight and another on the left.
No Venn diagrams, perfect circle.
Exactly.
And look, if PSG is patient, slow gaming, then Loud is let's leg it, lads, because we want him to go in. We want him to be fighting for that bottom lane and fighting for control. We're into the draft, though. Nocturne, taken off of the board by PSG, which already I think is a good start, just because if you wanted to play that slower style, maybe play a bit of side laning, Nocturne is your worst nightmare, so great ban there.
Yeah, on the opposite side, I mean, we're already seeing that mid-jungle being pinched. Maple had a phenomenal performance in their series. Huge performance on the Nico in Game 1 to pull PSG Talon back into that. And then Game 2, he was on that Jace, linked up with that Maokai. So already you can see Louder saying, hey, look, we want none of that. We know that Maple is ready coming back into Worlds form, so let's try and remove that opportunity to try and play through a strong mid-jungle.
Kai'Sa taken off the board as well. Root going to be a little disappointed in that one. And I feel like that's a ban that we're going to see a lot more over the coming weeks. Like, Kai'Sa feels like it is an insanely strong pick right now.
It does mean, though, there's a lot of picks like, you know, the Renekton's, the Orianna, these kind of things that were really, really big coming into day one that I think we'll probably continue to see coming into this. Also, just opportunities to try and go for Xayah being super high priority. Like, and then I think that's why we see Loud questioning here. Like, okay, they're going to go with the Rumble, but you still have Renekton. I think Xayah will probably be first pick up for Wacko. It's just such an incredibly strong pick, ton of self-peel. It makes it kind of difficult for Loud to go for a lot of these dive compositions that they tend to try and go towards.
Let's see. The Rumble ban is interesting as well in that a lot of the Loud fans talking about how Robbo can't play Rumble, apparently. I don't know whether that's true or if it's just a meme, but certainly something that Gam was banning against Loud, but perhaps didn't need to. It is going to be that Xayah you've talked about as the first pick, but it does mean things like the Jarvan wide open, which can be very high priority. Things like your Orianna as well towards the mid lane that can be absolute power picks, and then of course, the Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, the Croc, but not for Croc. I mean, it's incredibly strong on that top side, and the Rakan as well, trying to separate that Lovers duo. This is a very, very strong already early game skirmish composition that you're setting up for. You can play around the Rakan and that Renekton, specifically around that early Rift Tower, try and play towards that. But also, like, you can set up really well then if you want to try and go for an Orianna pick for Tinones here on this next rotation, where you've got kind of 2 ball delivery systems already, which can be very, very good. But it is already kind of a composition where you want to try and get ahead in the early stages, because Renekton wants to be coming in off a flank, Rakan kind of as well. So vision control is going to be a very big thing I'll be watching out for Loud coming into this game.
Yeah, to be honest, and the topic of ball delivery as well, I wouldn't actually hate it on PSG on this lock-in. You've got the Rel and the Xayah. They certainly lean towards that team fighting, but looks like a jungle pick might be the call instead for PSG. And again, the Jarvan certainly fits into that sort of circle comp that we were talking about before.
Well, I'm actually kind of curious then what the answer is here for Root, because, I mean, if you think about it, we were saying, hey, Orianna going to be really good, but if you're going to take the Jarvan, you can't really go for that for Tinones, because you've got Jarvan who's going to be jumping onto you, locking you down, making it very difficult to operate with the Rel to follow up. And even for Root, a lot of those like self-peel AD carries, the only one that's available right now is Ezreal, right? So, or, well, I suppose you could go for the Sivir, but again, like, yes, you can spell shield the damage, but you're still going to get locked in this little corner. So I'd actually probably prefer an Ezreal pickup here. I know it doesn't work particularly well into a lot of tanks, but Jarvan at the moment, as you said, is kind of going Gore Drinker, Spear of Shojin, so not exactly the tankiest of guys. Yeah.
I will say, the one big benefit of the Sivir is if they're all going to group up in circles, Sivir's going to, if you're not in that circle at the start, you're going to shred through them. So it's all going to be down to positioning. And I have to say, Root's been looking good on the positioning side of things. Like, he looked fantastic in his first series. Hoping to see a similar performance today. The Kennen. This is something we've seen against the Renekton already. I believe that was actually playing it, in fact. Yeah. Absolute decimation in the top side. So I think very reasonable ban there.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly what Ozzy wants to go for. I mean, you still have things like the Jackson that are up and available. This is most played coming in from summer, so maybe they want to fall back towards that, or maybe Loud will actually ban it away. There it is, yeah. And then for Croc, he's already getting himself pinched as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Sejuani ban coming through here as well from PSG, just to try and get rid of more of a front line, because I think that's the last big thing that you're missing here, is that like definitive engage tool. Sejuani kind of offers that. You've then got the Rakan and the Renekton to follow up, but you typically don't want to see like Rakan being your main engage tool, because he is just so squishy, especially against things like a Rel that can try and lock him down when he comes in.
We'll have to see where they're going to go here. Loud again, we're wanting to see priority. We're wanting to see ways for them to find an advantage, to find a way to push PSG. Sejuani is certainly a champion that can find you that early presence.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one. It'll be able to kind of match a lot of the early clear coming through from the Jarvan, and it kind of gives you that long-range ult that you want to start fights off. So I like it. I think it gives you a strong front line, and that's typically what Sivir's going to need. And especially as well, it's interruption for the flag and drag that Jarvan's going to be going for, right? If he tries to go in, you hit him with the Q, make sure that you're able to keep him in place, and just try and peel for this backline. But we're going to have the Nico coming in on the opposite side. So PSG Talon going back towards a composition that they worked in game number 1 now. This was where we kind of saw the problems rise, where they weren't as coordinated as they would have liked to be. The communication was off. So coming into this, I want to see PSG Talon be significantly stronger when it comes towards, hey, we are setting up for objectives, we are coming in at the same time, but you also have to be careful on the outside. Because one of the big things we saw was how good Maple was at finding picks on this Nico.
Yeah.
You need to keep counting your minions, keep your sides warded, so Maple can't find those options.
Yeah. Quite a few big pot blossoms as well, and it's like, they won. They looked like decent winning, even without having perfect coordination. Imagine if they do get that together. It's a terrifying thing to go up against. The Gnar as well, another circle to play with. On the other side now, Loud, they've got to grab a mid laner. Orianna's still up. Azir still up. These control mages could be the answer. But like you said before, with the Jarvan, with a Rel on the enemy team, if you get out of position, it can be dangerous. In fact, it's going to be that Taliyah.
And I don't mind the Taliyah here. I mean, Taliyah is still incredibly strong. And again, it's just kind of like a, hey, I want to try and control your engage. You can have the Azir that's a bit more reactive, whereas you can be a bit more proactive with the Taliyah where, hey, I'm going to put down the Unraveled Earth, make sure that Jarvan can't use the flag and drag, Rel can't jump over it. And the only one you kind of got to be careful of is our Maple even coming in on this Nico to just find those opportunities. So I definitely like the Taliyah here, just adding a bit more protection for the backline. Plus the scaling, when you've got Taliyah and also having this Sivir as well, like Loud, if they can get to the late game, are going to do so much damage to PSG.
They really are. That's one thing that Sivir offers more than almost any other AD carry, really, is the late game. Like one ricochet in the late game, you shredded the whole team. It's kind of terrifying to play up against. I'm liking the look of what Loud are bringing to the table, but PSG, you know, you get the right execution. If they group up in a fight and you do get those ults off, doesn't really matter what time we're in the game. Those ults combined is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one coming into this. I feel like for PSG Talon, using those ults, they can play for early skirmishes, really try and play off of the presence that you have in the mid lane, because while Taliyah is decent in trying to dictate fights and keeping people from using a lot of those dashes, in lane she's still pretty vulnerable. Especially if you're going up with like Nico, being able to get a long-range Tango Barb, follow it up with the Jarvan, it just becomes difficult to operate. So I feel like that strong mid-jungle that we've seen from PSG Talon is going to be something Loud have to contend with in this game, so they don't just run away with it.
To see if they can contend with it. We're headed towards game number 1 here between PSG and Loud. It's a rematch from MSI. Loud looking for revenge for the 2-0 they received just a few months ago. They're coming in prepped. They look great in their first series. Can they face their demons?
I mean, this is such a big one for the Loud crowd. They want to really get a win here, as you say, to put themselves...
The Loud crowd. I like that. I like that a lot.
Into a spot where they're ahead. I mean, getting yourself into a position where you are that first seed, going to be going up against the second seed coming over from the opposite group. So this is a very big pickup for Loud if they can do it. But as you say, face their demons. Last time was a 2-0 between PSG and Loud, and they'll be wanting to right some wrongs here today.
I've got to say as well, it's nice that A, we get to cast together, but B, we get to cast Junja and Maple back together. Like, back when you were at LPL, these guys were at LPL as well. You know, it feels kind of reminiscent. But I'm also looking towards Junja and Maple as that sort of mid-jungle 2v2 against Tinnos, against Croc. Like, there's a lot of roamability on this Taliyah. There's a lot of pressure that Sejuani can put on. So that 2v2 is going to be important.
Yeah, I think as well, just the amount of damage and one-shot potential you have from Maple and Junja as you start to get towards like even half an item, you know, level 5, level 6, if you get caught at all as Tinons, you're in a terrible position. So I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, hey, let's try and get some early vision down the river, make sure that Tinons has a safe side of the map to play towards, and make sure you're going to be okay. Because yes, Croc and Tinons will have a lot of CC, but from like a burst ability standpoint, they're just not quite able to match up to Maple and Junja.
Yeah, not until you got a few items on that Taliyah.
Exactly, yeah.
She's not exactly the mage you know for crazy damage. But don't forget to log in and watch on lolesports.com to earn exclusive Worlds 2023 drops like emotes and icons. Plenty of free stuff being given out, so make sure you're checking out the website. But I'm checking out this bottom lane right now, especially as the level 2 spike comes in. Woody will get out with his life, but Root and Seos have been fantastic. Their first series, I mean, Root got a pentakill, but just the laning phase.
2 solo kills, like that dude was having a day.
He was popping off. He was popping off. But the laning phase especially, phenomenal in the 2v2. And that's something that really could be criticized for Wacko and Woody.
100%. I think Wacko, it was mostly Wacko for me, to be perfectly honest. Like, not respecting the level 2s being hit, pushing up too far, giving away silly opportunities for the enemy to kind of find advantages or even push him out of the lane early, so we get to go for early resets. So coming into this, if Root and Seos can have that same performance, as you can already see, like getting control over the level 2, even getting some hurt down on Woody, like that's going to be an issue for PSG. So I want to see if Wacko's found his footing.
Hang on, we're already diving. Aja in big trouble trying to move over to his jungler, but he can't go anywhere. He's already gone. Junja wants to answer and he gets Croc. And there's another Croc on the menu right here. Junja and Robo in a 1v1. I'm not actually sure who wins this at this point in the game. And they both decide that they're not sure either.
I mean, nice job from Junja, being able to match the pathing. You can see Croc completely disregarded his topside jungle to try and make that play happen, but Junja, just having that faster clear, is already up in this topside, able to turn that one around. And as he TP him back into lane, means that he gets the majority of those minions as well.
So, action-packed start already. That's what we like to see. And honestly, that's what we wanted to see from Loud. We were talking about early aggression for this squad. And I love that straight off the bat, Croc is invading. They're going for a dive and putting Adja behind in the top lane.
And it's something that we saw Loud do in their last series as well, was try and get those early plays up towards Robo, get him in control of that matchup. And from there, he can try and keep that pressure up. But as you can see, Junja already knows, hey, look, Robo doesn't have his flash. Just going to spot out the Croc is already in position. Might even try and steal these away. That's nice. Doesn't even need it. Just ends up queuing, steals a bunch of those camps away. And now it's going to start causing issues for Croc, where Junja knows he has the level advantage, has the push in mid, and actually he's going to have push, I think, on this bot side as well, if Wacko wants to try and keep this invade up on the bottom side as well.
Oh, Sess could be in trouble here. The feathers not going to be enough quite there. He will get out with his life, but good bit of damage in that bottom lane. Junja gets the crab as well. And I will say, the CS lead in that jungle is sizable at this point because of that early invade from Croc.
Yeah, and I think that's going to kind of continue here. You can see Croc has to back away. Level advantage for Junja, although Croc does go in, but
he doesn't believe in backing away. He's living up to the Renekton in his name, and he's going in. Root has to back away in the meantime as all in onto Seos. Once again, the Root is good from the feathers. And Seos will get underneath his tower. In the meantime, Croc might just go down here. He's not got flash available. Junja does, though. And he looks for Seos as well. Where's the red buff ticking away? The field. He flashes away from the Q. The banner's not enough. My God, that couldn't have been closer. If the wave was in, it would have been perfect.
I mean, if Seos didn't have fast reactions, that would have been perfect as well. Potentially double kill going across the Junja, but Root still in trouble. Wacko's low, but Woody could dive this, and that's why you're seeing Seos with the tiniest of HP is there more for moral support than anything else.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that the dive can't be an option for them. Absolute carnage to start this game off, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. I will say, though, the fact that it's 2-2, not ideal for Loud. We were expecting them to be the ones pushing the envelope, but Junja really making the most of that play.
Yeah, I mean, Junja just, again, abusing the fact he had that level advantage. Like, off this play, remember, Croc completely dips on his topside jungle, so he doesn't have any of that. Aji doesn't end up burning flash or anything, but Junja's here to pick up the kill. So now Croc has to reset, needs to go back in towards his topside, whereas Junja gets to pick up the double crab. So you can see here, level advantage for Junja. And that's why I was surprised to see Croc go in. Like, Junja hard wins this, especially with the passive on the Jarvan at this stage. So flashes for gets the kill. I'm shocked Seos didn't go down here. The heal just barely enough, flashes the Q, and then the flag just not quite enough. Root as well, picking up a kill, will give him the advantage, but we're back on top.
Yeah, Seos, sorry, has moved up as well to try and make this happen, but Woody's here. This is an absolute brawl of a game. Knock up onto Robo, who's got that dominance. He's tanky, but not tanky enough as Adja turns into Mega Gnar, slams him against the wall. Robo's been kicked out of the fight. Maple is behind enemy lines right now. He's not level 4 after all. That's a Pop Blossom and a half. And that's 2 for PSG.
Loud were too slow in the collapse. Tinones had first move, but they didn't commit now. Robo just about able to get out, but they left it too long. Maple able to come across. Great positioning to catch out both Croc and Seos, who had no flash after the initial plays.
I've got to be honest on this one. So far, if we've got 2 Crocs on the side of Loud, then we've got Crocodile Dundee on the side of PSG right now. They're going full Steve Irwin in this one with 3 kills already onto the Loud jungler. Dragon is up on the board. Junja getting that Scuttle Crab, getting vision as Woody. Might be getting cheeky with it. He doesn't have vision of this right now, but he's just going to be spotting it out. Yeah, okay. Can blast Cone out to safety.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like they're playing Knife be Spoony. Unfortunately, PSG has the knife, but Bruise wants to see what he can do. Takes a scoop out of Wacko, but that's about it. But the problem is that, again, PSG Talent, they have the advantages. 3 kills onto Junja. He's now in behind.
Look at this. Cataclysm forces the flash, forces the W at Seos as well. But with those cooldowns, with priority in the bottom side, they could even potentially look towards the Dragon because Croc is up on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, but I love this look from PSG, right? When we've been thinking about PSG Talent, it's been, hey, it's a little bit slow, we'll get this to come online a little bit later, but like, they're matching all these early plays from Loud, and traditionally, this isn't how aggressive we see Loud play, but they're trying to make things work. It's just fumbling that little bit because Croc's behind. Seos is behind a flash, not able to get himself into a position where he's happy. And as a result, PSG have actually turned around so much of this early aggression from Loud.
Yeah, and in the context of this matchup as well, it probably feels real good for PSG to have an early lead when it's like, there's always that mental game conversation, thinking back to MSI, hang on, we could have a steal in our hands. Junja is just going to walk forwards and take the Herald away. It's daylight robbery with a triple Gnar on top. Junja gets the Herald, and Aja wants some kills as well. Pop Blossom but Croc flashes out safety. Robo, you might have stayed a little bit too long on this one. The slow comes out from Aja. They can chase this one down. Robo has flash available, and he will walk away with his life. So no kills, but a Herald for PSG. Oh, he's spotted.
No. Croc, just hop out. Just leave. But I do have that, like, at what point does Croc become the grandson of Junja? Because at this stage, 3 kills going across, Rift Herald stolen his face. It has not been a good look for Croc when Junja's in the area.
Yeah, this is, it's a tough one, isn't it, when Junja's just sort of strolling in, just destroying him, honestly. And Croc, I wonder what his username will be if this series continues how it started. I've got to know what that solo queue idea will become. Robo trying to push this in. I keep calling him Robo because I'm casting with you.
It's okay, Oshi did the exact same the other day. I was like
You're hanging out with a Rob all day, it becomes hard to say Robo. Oh dear. So far, so good for PSG. Let's take another look at this beautiful steal from Junja.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done. And again, I think just watching, yeah, like they're trying to burst it with the combo with the Sejuani passive, but they just barely mess it up. Great smite, and then the ult coming through as well. So really nicely done. Croc and Robo, though, up on this top side, just trying to move in now to get some vision, spot out exactly where Jarvan is. But at this stage, you haven't had to trade the Dragon for the Rift Herald because you sold it in front of their face. You've still got good control over this mid lane as well because Maple has that extra kill. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a play happen in this mid lane and then try and lean that into the bot side.
Oh, yep. Junja just flying straight in. Tinones, no flash available, nowhere to go. It's as easy as you like for Junja.
I mean, the second the flash is down, Tinones is so vulnerable. Like, that's what we're saying. It's one Tango Barb lands, and in that case, it's just a case of Cataclysm and the follow-up for Maple. And now, with the push and bot side, there's the Dragon play that you can probably set up for, although it looks like you're still having Loud trying to contest it with Croc, with Seos. But I think you just easily pick this up as PSG Talent.
You'd think so at this point. And we started talking off about Junja and Maple versus Croc and Tinones, and so far that's going heavily in PSG's favor. But the side lanes actually, in fact, yeah, the jungle matchup is, I mean, 1,500 gold up in jungle. You don't see that very often, honestly. Phenomenal start to the game from Junja. But the side lanes are going well for Loud. That's the silver lining right now. You can see big old CS lead for Robo in the top side with that kill as well. Root in a similar situation where even in CS, but he has that kill on the board. And that is really going to be the shining light for Loud fans.
Yeah, I think the problem is, though, it's going to become significantly easier to try and move that pressure around the map for PSG Talent. Like, you already saw that quick kill in mid. All right, cool. Now Maple has the a little bit of an advantage for himself. He can push in, start to drift down to bot sides, threaten a lot of the dives. And even at the moment, because Junja's going to go for this reset, he'll clear from top to bottom. Could even be in a position where he's kind of desynced from Croc, and Croc is in a position to try and stop that. So there's going to be a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes for Loud, but they need to try and figure out, like, get the vision in place to try and find out where Junja's going to strike next.
Have to see what's on Junja's mind. He's hovering towards the mid lane once again. I mean, the flash is still on cooldown for Tinones. Cataclysm's back up. If Tinones steps out of position, like, Junja, you know he's got that timing. You know he knows exactly when the flash is coming back up. I won't be that surprised to see them dive, honestly.
Go. Where is it? Oh, it's
They're
so
waiting for the
scary.
wave.
It's
They're
so
waiting for the
scary.
wave.
This
But
is like a
Croc
horror
knows.
show.
Croc knows, and you can see Seos on the way as well. Woody's here already. Croc CC'd up a little bit. Surely they can't go for the dive with Croc in the area.
Yeah, especially with the ultimate up for the Sejuani. You go underneath that tower, there's very little chance of you coming back out, so they will just call it off. But again, you can see how much of this game is being dictated by PSG. We'll just pop down the Rift Herald, get themselves 2 plates and back away, but Croc taking a good bit of damage.
Yeah, a bit of a CC chain there. I think ulting just to get his aftershock to make sure that he was safe. I really like that ult actually as a defensive maneuver. But look at this. Woody and Junja just go back into the same spot again. The CC chain, not even Rakan can escape that.
If it doesn't work twice, sure, look, we'll give it a third time, see what happens. Like, the fact that PSG eventually managed to pull off the least covert operation I've ever seen. But now Junja moving bot lane, they want to make sure that Brute cannot touch this wave either.
Yeah, less covert, more just straight up brute force, going full Shrek, just saying, I'm bigger than you. Just running at them. And I've got to say, I'm really surprised at the pace of this game and the way that PSG are playing, because we came in saying patient, slow gaming, and that is not what we're seeing from PSG at all.
I mean, a large portion of that was, hey, I want them to take a slower round objectives, and realistically, it's been Loud who've kind of been fumbling that a little bit. We saw it at Rift Tower where they didn't really have control over what they needed to do, also overextending in towards like enemy jungles when they didn't have to, but I mean, this ward doing work. Like, you have to know that they're still in the area, and just a big mistake from Sales to work for Maple.
Ooh, Tinones dodges away from the root, and that should keep him alive. And now a TP coming on through. But I think it's a bit too little too late. Robo, unless he can flash in and get a stun, but even then, you don't really have the damage to get through anyone. Strikebreaker finished off for Robo. But he won't find, he won't be able to close the gap. And now PSG having a TP advantage in that top lane.
And giving the opportunity for Ozzy to just get a bit of farm without having the Renekton in the lane. He'll be able to crash this one, get a nice reset for himself, pick up his Triforce off the back of it. So even though they don't get the play, they still get the advantages that they needed. Wacko even on the bot side. I think Seos was considering making a play towards Wacko, but it's a Xayah with flash, cleanse, and ults. Like, trying to respond cross-map to that is a pain.
How often do you see a 2k advantage in the jungle in our MasterCard lane economy snapshot there? Like, this is a game and a half from Junja. And it's worth mentioning, like, you know, we were kind of talking about Junja behind the scenes, saying, like, sometimes he goes a bit too far, sometimes the team's not on the same page. We've got to keep an eye on him today. Well, clearly he's had his Weetabix this morning, because he is on fire.
I mean, Gordricker now completed, going up here against Robo. He wants to fight, though. He wants to get onto Maple. Sun's the clone, though.
Robo's quite happy to take this fight, honestly. Junja being the one that has to retreat in the end. Not wanting to use the Cataclysm, not wanting to use the Pop Blossom, because they need those if they're going to fight for the Herald. But now they've lost so much health, I'm not sure that they can.
They can't, and that is a massive win for Loud. The fact they'll actually manage to rotate people up here to get the pressure. And even when you look at the bot side, yes, Ozzy's in a position to start threatening that bot, but not really there to get the wave in fast enough to really make that Tinones can even TP down if he wants to. Wacko trying to get pressure on mid lane turret, but he's not really in a position to do so. So Loud kind of finding that window of opportunity to sneak one back over PSG.
Yeah, fantastic. And fantastic specifically from Robo to call the bluff of Junja there. Junja's coming in like sort of pseudo-ganking, not willing to actually commit to the play though. And Robo's like, look, I know you don't want to use your ults. You know you don't want to use your ults. I'm Renekton. I'm just going to 2v1 you.
I am That'll be all right. I am surprised though with the way the Loud kind of went for the resets there. Like, I assumed they put in oh, hang on.
Here we go, into the mid lane once again. Root has the flash available. There we go, has to use it as Woody chases on it. Zeus with a good little charm. Wacko getting feathers down. Woody taken out though. The ignite to finish the job, or in fact, Root getting the kill in the end. Beautiful stuff. And a tower in the meantime on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, look, I think Tinon should have TP'd bot to try and cover that bot lane tower. Robo could have swapped up towards the top lane, but it ended up being a case of, like, PSG talent got their wins, but it's when they tried to overextend off the back of that, that's where it came back. And again, needed to be patient. They try to go on towards Root, see if they can pick him off before Dragon spawns, but they end up giving over those kills. Loud, though, not really in a position now to try and contest because of them having to burn a lot of those health bars to get that play happening. So instead, they're going to plunk that second Rift Herald and get 2 towers on that top side. You showed that wall.
Yeah, great moment for the camera to come down to Azure there. He was looking for the opportunity to potentially get on Robo there because Junja was in the area. Herald taken for Loud. And it does feel like they're getting back in the game. Feels like a couple of plays in a row now that are starting to feel a bit Loud favoured. Still an advantage for PSG, and I will say, Infernal Soul on the cards this game. Worth mentioning, as Adja in all kinds of trouble. There's the stun, the follow-up for Seos. It's beautiful, and it's another kill for Robo, who's absolutely dominating in this top side now.
Yeah, and this is going to be another turret going across the Loud as well. So the last few passenger plays, I mean, PSG fumble one, and immediately Loud are trying to use that tempo advantage to pick off so many different members. Need someone to go up and cover that top side, though. PSG moving several members down here to cover the play on the same side tower, but they will end up losing that wave on the top end.
And it does feel a little bit dangerous for PSG that, like, the big sort of advantage that they've got in this game at this point is the 2 Drakes. But it feels like they're starting to lose control of the game overall, which makes it difficult to get any further Drakes.
And this is the thing, like, you were in a position here as PSG Talon where you can just fall back and track, right? You've got the pick, you've got the vision. You got the tower, you got the vision. You've no need to overextend for this. You're only playing into a position where you don't have vision of what's exactly happening. And there's this Edgewani waiting in the bush. And then as well, because Loud have the advantage off of, hey, we've just killed a couple of your guys and you've got a reset, well, now we can start to make plays in the map, use that TP advantage that we picked up. So nice job from Loud to find that, but now it's on PSG to try and fight back here. They have the double TPs. They have the opportunity now to try and make some plays and see if they can take back that tempo from Loud.
See if they can get control of this one. Croc moving in to challenge a little bit. He's got some items now. He's not quite as afraid of Junja as he was once. Junja going a little bit sideways, and so is Croc. Do you know what? Let's all just pretend that never happened. Let's all move on with our lives and just pretend we didn't see that.
Yeah, we're only focused on the blue ball. Will be stolen by PSG because everyone has everything up, but Loud is going to back away instead. Still though, this is where I need to see the game kind of picked up from PSG Talon. Like, I want to see them, as you can see, like, getting vision. Robo.
Maple could be in trouble here, honestly. The pop balls are going to have to be channeled. As Maple walks away with his life, and now TP coming in from Adja as well. That is Mininar, though, but he can kite this out forever. Look at him go, trying to escape from Robo. Hops over his head as Junja flies in, but Robo's over the wall. But so's the rest of PSG. It's a 5-man play towards Robo to shut down the Croc.
PSG Talon were so easily able to collapse on that. Like, no push in mid, no real push on bot side. Like, yeah, you get Terra, but they easily collapse. And now it's Loud who are in trouble again.
TP coming in behind enemy lines. It's Maple looking for Root here, trying to wait for the spell shield, but Root, the reactions are perfect. The waiting, the patience is perfect. Seos will actually run away with his life somehow. In the meantime, Maple's low. The CC chain coming through. The spell shield's on cooldown this time. And Junja grabs the shutdown for himself. Tenones flies into the play. And Seos is still running around the jungle. He will finally be found out. And that's 2 kills for the side of PSG and a tower on top.
Nice job for PSG Talon. We said we needed them to find picks to get that advantage again, and immediately they get Robo, and then they start the TP. Nice job from them to actually get the opportunity to pick off Root as well, because now the map is theirs. Like, everything they want to do, get the vision that they need, get the push in topside. This is where PSG Talon can now start to smother Loud, go for this 3rd dragon, and set themselves up. But you'll see here, Croc, you've nobody there. Like, why are you trying to contest this when you already know everyone on PSG Talon is trying to come in through that top side? Root does a great job here against Maple, knows there's no ultimate on Maple, which is why he's playing so far forward. But here, Maple just buys so much time. The stopwatch lets Jarvan get into position, so Junja, after the Bramble Barb hits, immediately follows up. And then it's easy pickings there with the amount of damage that they have.
The fact that Maple's able to get both of them with the Tangle Barbs there, maximum range, and then the extended route because it hits the first target. Fantastic play from Maple. It's a great TP flank to start, and it's a great bit of mechanics to finish it off as well. PSG, just when it felt like they were starting to lose control of the game, they get a couple of plays in a row, and now, with Drake spawning in 20 seconds, it feels like they're the ones in control once more.
Yeah, they've just got so many opportunities here. They've already got vision established on the bottom side jungle. They can make sure that they're able to keep people out of the bot side. You see them at the moment grouping up in mid, just get mid control and mid priority, so then they can just lean back, make sure there's no real way for Loud to come in again. Remember what we said about Loud? They want multiple angles of attack and they're not getting them!
Woody's flying in, but he's kind of gone wide on his initial engage here. He's low on HP himself and just throwing himself into his own demise.
That wasn't patient or slow, Munch. And immediately they're going, and here's the TP. Robo's in behind them. They don't know.
This could be massive, but Croc's in trouble in the meantime. Robo gets onto the back line. line, and Wacko's gone. Robo shredding health bars. And Adja, I'm not sure he's long for this world. He's trying to escape. Good little wall up and he'll hop over the wall. But Robo, he is taking over the rift right now.
Loud is hit a post 20 minutes and they're starting to come alive, Munch. They've managed to get those picks, they get the kills, they're getting their first dragon. And all off the back of just over-aggression from PSG. Woody doesn't connect on towards Root, and the entire play falls apart.
Every time I've said this, like X team is starting to take control, immediately the other team gets a sequence of plays together to take over. But this all starts with Woody.
And I think a lot of this is a case of, hey, look, Woody tries to go for the engage. He thinks he's going to have the Gnar coming in to put off Root on the backside. Tino's actually keeps him at bay. And that's where the problem starts to come in. So there's not that pincer maneuver that they thought they're going to have. And as soon as Woody comes down, like Loud realizing, great ward, and PSG haven't pulled out. They end up gating Wacko's ultimate out, so immediately Robo's able to finish him off. Then Maple's in an awful position because he's got nowhere to go. He already burnt his flash previous to this, so easy pickings from Loud. But great maneuver from Loud to set that one.
And I will say, it's exactly the sort of issues that we've seen from PSG in the first series where they're not quite coordinated. You know, Woody's going in, Maple's nowhere to be seen, Adja's been zoned away, but there's obviously a break in communication somewhere there for Woody to feel confident to go in. And Loud, more than happy to punish. A great TP from Robo behind enemy lines there to set it all up, get straight onto Wacko as well. Wacko will have his flash up very shortly though, same for Maple. So it does feel like next time around, you'd anticipate PSG should be in a more comfortable position to escape the Croc.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue for them there was just lack of controlling vision behind them. They hadn't done their due diligence in clearing out the wards. So as long as Loud are able to keep this pressure up, though, they should be in a good spot at this stage. I mean, Root's going to clear out every single wave that comes his way. Same with Tinones. So it becomes a little bit easier to shove mid, play for sides. So Robo cut out a little bit here.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of damage into the Croc. Junja doesn't even get his shield broken there. And Robo trying to return fire. It's crazy to me that Junja and Robo are essentially on the same items. What an ulti! Wacko forced to use the Featherstorm, but the Pop Blossom on 5! It's massive from Maple. Can they clean up? Robo buying space for his team, but is it enough? Junja goes down. Wacko's done. Robo, you are insane!
What a play from Loud! When it looked like it was turned around, when it looked like PSG have found their moment, Brazil comes alive and says, "Vamos, we've got this!"
Unbelievable. And Root in the meantime on Sivir of all champions, just firing away.
And this here, watch, actually you get the interrupt here from Woody on the engage coming through from Rakan Seas, and I thought that's it. This is going to be a massive turnaround with that Hot Blossom. But the fact that Ozzy can actually get onto the backline here, Root positioning was phenomenal, getting a ton of damage off, flashing forward there to follow up, and Ozzy just couldn't have that impact even though he's about to go Mega Gnar at the end of that fight.
Absolutely bonkers. That Pot Blossom, I was so sure the fight was won for PSG. But managing to get into the backline is Robo. Root spell shielding the knockup like you say, so he can just keep on getting damage out in the meantime. And now suddenly, Root actually kind of matching the scoreline that we saw from Junja. He's finally getting back into the game. He's finally getting some items behind him. And you can see that drop in win probability powered by AWS there. Yeah. That is a steep decline at the end of the chart.
I mean, really, really strong team fight. But again, I want to highlight Root. Again, massive performance on day one. 2 solo kills, a pentakill in his first game. Then coming in being a massive performer for Robo, actually. Wants to make sure he might have a performance here. That Croc is still strong.
I mean, Ashes and Mini now, they don't actually have that much damage. Can he escape? The Cataclysm connected at this point. Junja could be in trouble himself. He's used everything to make that play happen. But the Pop Blossom again from Maple. 3-man takes him out. Junja still surviving as Croc and him swap places on the wall. Drake not up for another minute or so, but this Red Bull Baron power play from Loud not looking so hot anymore.
This game is so back and forth. Every time like Loud have done it, they've done it. Robo gets caught out of the bot lane, and they try to connect, try to turn that one around, but once the spell shield's down from Root, it's an easy pickup for PSG talent. And now, as you say, the Red Bull Baron power play, 360 gold. Kill, less than a kill, and it's even going to diminish further as you're going to be kicked off the map by Loud, and the Dragon going to be up soon. But Robo just overextended, doesn't have the vision there, tries to go in and thinks, hey look, I've got the Gourd Drinker, I've got the Q, I can try and stay alive, but manage with the follow-up here, locks them down. But watch the spell shield on Root. He ends up using it on this stun there from Woody, which means that when Maple comes in here, there is no follow-up, and it's that 1-2 punch from Ozzy and Maple that finishes this off completely.
I love that at the end as well. Junju and Croc just swapping places over the wall. Let's both agree just to get out of dodge. But now, Drake coming up negative on the Baron power play. For Loud for a second there. 10 seconds on Infernal Drake. And this one's going to be huge. Loud desperate to take control.
Root's cleanse is about to come back up. No flash available. So this Sivir going to be significantly more vulnerable. Even the ultimate backup for Junja. Whereas when you look at like Wacko, flash, cleanse, ult available, this is going to be a significantly easier fight for Wacko, who's just hit 3 items to try and take the fight. So Loud, they need to try and play it smart. They need to try and find ways to separate Talon so they don't just go for that big play.
Both AD carries on 3 items, but crucially, Root has a stopwatch hidden in there as well. That could be massive, could be monumental in this fight. Croc trying to make his way in to see if he can get onto that back line.
You also got the stopwatches available for the Nico and the Talia as well, so you have to be careful with who you decide to go for here. The longer Loud can play this though, the more opportunities they have for Root to try and get that ult, or that flash back up available, which is why they're playing for mid. But here we go, Junja separated.
Okay, he's got a little pocket. He's quite happy in his little corner there. Junja getting out with his life. That's going to be Weaver's wall on cooldown.
Look at where Aji is at the moment, though. Control over bot side, he's going to start to push in. This gives him an opportunity to try and flank Loud, which is why they're trying to play into these little pockets where they know there's no vision for PSG, but it's giving PSG the opportunity to take control of River, push them back, and then have those opportunities to get angles of attack onto Loud.
Yeah, I like this from Ajit as well. He's left a couple of minions there, so his wave will stack up. Now it starts that slow push. Robo taking a chunk from Ajit as he's joined the team, but he's about to turn mini now. They need to get this Drake before Ajit turns into that mini form.
And that's why Robo went in there, wants to try and get it. Sales and Croc are there, but positioning here for Loud is not great. Ajit ult down.
Beautiful combo with the feathers and the smite to take the Drake. And now a Pop Blossom onto the backside. Junja dives onto Root as well. The stopwatch comes in. Robo in GA. Maple turns golden in the Cataclysm. Slams him into the ground. Junja looking for more on top. Maple has gone down, but Ajit chasing on through, looking for Tinones. The carries are gone. Seos on the wrong side of the rift. And it's all PSG all day long today.
PSG Talon are able to take control of River. They take control of the Dragon, and they might have just taken full control of this game for once. They have the push in mid. They can crack open the base here and just be able to reset in time for Baron and Mist time as well. Set up all this gorgeous vision on this top side. This becomes really difficult now for Loud to play.
What a game this has been. So back and forth right from the word go. A minute until Baron spawns onto the map. There's no way PSG can end the game right here, so they'll just take that mid inhib and retreat once more. But Soul Point now for PSG, and they can start to build control around that Baron area.
Yeah, just unfortunate for PSG. I didn't realize they actually had no vision left, but as you start to come in, like Azza keeping Robo at bay here, Croc goes in onto Wacko, but look at Root, right? This is, everything has been blown by Loud before Root can get in position. Has to use the spell shield on towards Maple, but just sets up for Junja. Actually, I think the flag might have cancelled the spell shield there on towards Root as well, so Root completely caught out of position, and then at that stage it's on to Tinones to try and follow up, but really well played by Junja again, flashing over the knockup coming through from Sales, and at that stage they're just able to chase them down so easily.
Maple has been so valuable in these fights, and you know, he's part of our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's him versus Tinones, and in these team fights it's been all Maple. These Pop Blossoms have been fantastic, and you know, Root even had a stopwatch in that situation, but when Maple is doing Maple things and when Junja's diving in alongside him, there's only so much you can do.
I mean, Maple's such a legend in the PCS. This guy's been around for such a long period of time, and the fact now that he's stepping up still at this stage, especially on this Nico, like, he has put in a hero performance not only today but on the first day of games as well for PSG Talon. So, well, just going somewhere with that. Not entirely sure how it was off the, but coming back to it, I think Maple, he is the guy to watch when you're looking at PSG Talon. He has been on this stage multiple times. The nerves aren't there, and you can see he's thriving in this environment.
Absolute veteran. And you know, a veteran of multiple regions, had multiple years in the LPL as well. Certainly has had his time at the top, and he's made it back to the World Championship once again. He's looking good, especially on this Nico. This feels like the pocket pick for him this year. as PSG. There is vision in the pit right now. Junja's going to clear that, but Woody just playing his own.
They just want to try and get the TP from Robo, and even they'll get the one out of Tinons as well. So unless they commit to,
I mean, with the Zaya, you can kind of do an insane burst. There we go. The Barret's just gone. Croc's now stuck in the pit. Half HP already. As LLL, they want to move in. Can they find a find out? Aja's on the flank right now, backing away. In the meantime, combo onto Seos. He's low on HP. He's dashing out to safety and will get out. As Junja chasing onto Robo as well. It's a long old fight, but PSG, they will not let them go. Aja turns mega and slams them into the floor. Seos trying to escape alongside Croc, but Junja got him flying into the play. The blast cone to safety.
They've got the wave though. This could be it. PSG Talon, you've got burned up creeps, you've got super creeps that are right there. Loud, 3 members. Can they hold against PSG Talon?
They're trying to end the game right here. PSG on the cusp as Maple goes for another pop blossom. Seos with a stopwatch, but it can only save you for so long. It only buys you so much time. PSG looking fantastic in this first game. Loud pushed 1-0 down once again. But they had moments of glory. There's time for them to come back in the series.
What a banger of a game one. That was so back and forth all over the place. You've got PSG who are picking up some early leads, then Robo has a moment where he's able to find a pick, get back into it, and then Robo, well, give it and take it, because he ends up giving over some of those overextensions that claw PSG Talon back into a position to fight. That game was insane.
Yeah, that was just mental, honestly. PSG, at the end of the day, though, this composition that they had, the circles, really paying dividends for them. Like, being able to execute on that multiple times. And it feels like the way that Junja was playing, this Java was almost an assassin, honestly. Yeah. So often just diving towards the backline.
And I think the fact that Junja got this early lead off of, Croc overextending on top side, so Junja gets a kill. Then you end up in a position where he's invading onto the bot side, and again, Croc is trying to prevent the potential dive onto bot lane, which gives Junja more. Junja had so much control in this early stage. It looked absolutely fantastic, and unfortunately, we kind of got like this battle between Junja and Maple versus Root. But unfortunately for Root, he's short-range Sivir, he's only got 1 spell shield, and there's maybe 15 to 16 spells that are coming his direction.
I mean, this is the thing. Sivir's like one of the safer AD carries. We were talking about Sivir versus Ezreal during the draft. I'm not sure Ezreal could have done that much better in these kind of situations, because it's like, yeah, you could jump once, you could flash, but like, Jarvan's still going to chase you. Maple's still going to get that flank.
Yeah, I think that's the hard part is like, although you kind of had that late game scaling from Tinons and Root that could maybe try and carry it, it's just so difficult when you're in that kind of position. And I think when Ezreal might have had a bit more safety in an arcane shift and a flash, but there was just like the long range engage coming through from Junjo made it hard. Maple consistently having flash up for these fights. It was just so tough to handle.
Well, fantastic start for PSD, looking to repeat what happened at MSI. We'll see if they can continue that ball rolling. But first, let's kick it over to our analysts to break that game down.
Break that game down. It's just as easy as that. That was Gods of Chaos. That was just so back and forth. There was so many times when we were talking, it was just like, oh, they win now. Never mind, they win now. Never mind, they win now. It went everywhere. Like, I don't even know where you want to start.
Yeah.
Answer the question, Raz.
I don't know.
Where are we starting?
Root had an amazing. First of all, going into the draft, I was like, Sivir, non-believer, right? But then Root shut me up within the game with some of his team fights. So it was a back and forth between some of his incredible spell shields that we'll see later on into what was just Maple constantly being the point of engage.
Yeah, I think it was always the question of, can Sivir survive that initial start to the team fight? And when she was able to, when she has flash and she has cleanse and gets away, then all of a sudden the boomerang, everything, they're coming right back in, and PSG are getting blown up. But when she doesn't have flash, it is a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I felt bad for her because that's multiple points of engage. Like, once you get into a team fight, you not only have to worry about the Nico ulti, Rel going in on you, same thing with J4 ulti, as you already see from this fight, so you just are constantly needing to flash out.
I mean, Junja had such an incredible early game. Got like 5-1-2 or 5-1-4 at one stage. Like, he was everywhere.
It felt a little bit weird with those first kills, because like he gets a kill on the bot side, but then donates a kill over to Root. It's like, oh, is he going to be able to cash in on that? And I think he did a pretty good job for most of the game, especially when he targets out Tinons. Tinons sort of has to waste his flash because he used the Weaver's Wall to get into the Herald Pit for the fight, and then mid lane is just a constant point of focus for Junja.
And honestly, the point that you just made is very fair because, like, J4 really benefited from how action-packed this game was.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of times Flash was used was like, great, then I just know exactly who to target. The carries, at first, like, yes, Sivir flashing out from the first Cataclysm within the lane and then being able to get double buffs, that sounds great, but if the J4 comes right back, then I don't have an answer, right? So it was a tough one early on for the Sivir, but great from Junja, not only to be there in the top lane dive, so he was able to get that first kill, but then constantly make it a pressure point for Sejuani. Just the Rift Herald made me laugh. Walk up slowly, Rift Herald, smite. It's like,
I'm mine now, thank you.
Job's done.
And take the fight. But I mean, like it wasn't all sunshine and roses for PSG.
Right.
Like this was one of the games where it was back and forth and very chaotic.
The thing is, their comp, like Jarvan, Rel, they can go really deep. And sometimes that was a problem for them. Like here, they're right next to the mid-tier 2 tower. Root's able to cleanse Flash out of the ultimate and then turn around a lot of damage. While PSG felt like they were in control for the majority of this game. With these two engages, all of a sudden it goes back. Wendy misses that, Woody misses the engage. Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah. Feeling pretty hungry.
But honestly, like when those initial engages miss, it looks really silly. And that felt like it was enough of a bridge almost to get the Sivir into a position where she has a couple of items, and now team fights might actually be winnable.
Yeah, Woody in particular had some bad engages. That was definitely true. And honestly, if you biff some of it, or if Flash comes through, then you're still going to be a Rel that's in a bad spot. So that stuff like that does end up happening. But yes, loved this game with how action-packed it was. And even with, like, as you can see in that team fight, you lose one engage, doesn't matter. It's happening constantly. So I think positioning was really important for the side of Loud, just because Root, how well he played, didn't feel like it mattered. He kept them in the game.
Yep.
But then after one team fight was a success, you're still having another team fight 2 minutes later, and you don't have resources.
I mean, that team fight looked very good because every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Root is spacing the team fight perfectly despite Maple's 5-man Nico ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was crazy for so many reasons. First, it is that 5-player role. I thought it was completely over. Robo spell shields the knockup, cleanses away from the stun there, and then just turns and wreaks havoc onto PSG. He outplays the initial engage, and it's over.
The initial engage, that's why, like, at the very start of the fight, I was like, oh my god, Rel not only used his ulti to stop the Rakan ulti to get in there, so I was like, okay, now the Xayah actually can live and play out the rest of the fight. But then, yes, you mentioned the 5-man Nico. I was like, that is the team fight that you can look back on and say PSG won this game. But then it didn't happen immediately, as you mentioned.
Honestly, though, that was the moment where I think they figured out how they needed to play fights. Because before, it was Jarvan Rel engaging. That fight, it was a counter engage, right? And then every single fight after that, it was sort of waiting for Loud to come into them and then them diving forward. And when it's Loud to be the ones to engage, that means that either Sivir is close to try and follow up and deal the damage, and you can jump on her and kill her, or, like in this weird situation on the Baron, Root just doesn't really get to play the game, right? Like, they're trying to come in on flanks, all this stuff, and it just does not work for Loud. That was the big difference once PSG stopped trying so hard, let Loud come to them, and then could find very easy fights.
Tryhards, man. They're just crazy, you know? You gotta
just relax.
Just relax. Don't be trying so hard. Anyway, before we head to break, we caught up with PSG's jungler Junja about his Worlds debut in the latest episode of Oppo Welcome to the Rift.
大家好，我是 PSG 的戴军家，这是我在世界赛第一次上场，因为觉得这次的世界赛对我来说特别重要吧，所以有一点点的紧张。比起自豪，我觉得是更多的要对得起 PCS 的观众嘛，然后我觉得要让国外的观众更知道 PCS 赛区有这么多厉害的人。我从踏入电竞职业以来，就有想过。 中2天一定要去世界赛，然后变成一个顶尖的打野。我觉得就是不要放弃吧，然后继续多努力的练习，看看其他厉害的赛区的比赛，然后总有一天会来到世界赛的舞台。
You like my emotes, Krok?
I need to change. I need to get G2.
G2?
Yeah.
Why?
They like us.
Underneath his tower in the meantime, Croc might just go down here. He's not got flash available. Junja does though, and he looks for Sales as well. Where's the red buff taken away? The field, he flashes away from the Q. Oh, he's been kicked out of the fight. Maple is behind the lines right now. He's not level 4 after all. That's a pop blossom and a half.
We can win. We can win.
Flash on AD.
Nice. We win. Baron.
Just sacrifice murder.
The stopwatch comes in Robo, in GA, Maple turns golden and the Cataclysm slams him into the ground. And it's all PSG all day long today.
What's your play?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tap, light it, open it, close it and text it and send it, snap it on. Come on, let's see the brightness and just feel the lightness. So impressive, be expressive. Oh, tap it, tap it, tap it.
Swipe, 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 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 얘네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 더블 탭 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만지 답변 반지 스토리 올려 되게 성공공 남자애들 껴 만들어 moshpit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려해 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나가 내 생활이 피규처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우린 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide 인터넷 international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
Tight. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
1300 받지 라이키 원하지 나 협찬 나이키 오르지 우리는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 알아 우리 무대 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 1300 받지 라이키 락스타 1300 이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아웃기어커 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 워 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 택시하지 우리들은 세스고 on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수심 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
welcome back, everybody, to the caster desk as we continue our series between PSG Talon and Loud. I'm joined by Dagda, and I mean, if the rest of the series lives up to what happened in game number 1, this is going to be a series to remember, because that one was just simply insane.
I mean, look, it may not have been the highest quality League of Legends, but it was an absolute banger entirely. Like, everything working out incredibly well. And the fact that we ended up with, you know, back and forth with PSG Talon getting early control off of Junja, the Jarvan banned away immediately, Loud coming into this one, and then having Loud coming back, PSG Talon having their the return to form as well. It was absolutely spectacular to see. So, we're going to have to see exactly what the game plan is coming into this. Kai'Sa not going to be banned away this time. We're kind of getting a bit of a mix-up as PSG Talon takes the red side. Xayah, gone. Kai'Sa, probably not first pickable, I don't think, in the current state, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. Renekton could be a potential pick here. And still kind of surprised to see, like, Talia and that were, like, higher priority over things like the... I mean, personally, I just think Orianna's so busted at the moment.
Yeah, Orianna, incredible. I'm like, debating in my head whether Kai'Sa is first pickable at this stage, because, I mean... To be honest, I really like this just because Maple's been so good on the Nico. I think it increases in priority for this series. I just feel like Kai'Sa is such a strong pick in terms of the sheer damage output.
Especially if you pair with something like Jace.
Yeah.
Because you end up going, yes, you go like Blade and all that kind of stuff. Oh, sorry, Jace is banned away, yeah. But like even the opportunities to go for, hey, we've got that AP mix in the bot lane, and you can go for something like even an Ivern or something like that in the jungle. Means you open up for these kind of like, hey, we can go for the AD mid AP bot kind of idea. We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is Rel going to be picked up here already. Again, keeping that flex opportunity, but Woody, for the most part, looked confident on in the last game. There was 1 or 2 missed engages, but I mean, his ultimates at times were keeping Seos in check, but it still means that chances are the Rakan is just going to be picked up by Seos again.
Yeah, and there we go, the Kai'Sa will be locked in the end. I will say, Nico is one of the champions that can make it a bit more difficult to pilot the Kai'Sa during these team fights. Like, you can't afford to use your killer instinct too aggressively unless everything that Tinnos is bringing to the table is already on cooldown.
I mean, there's still, like, the question for me is, like, what do they want to try and pair this with? Because, again, like, the Jarvan was kind of what we saw a little bit both in day 1 for PSG and also then coming into this game. They're like, cool, we want to try and go for these compositions that have a ton of AoE. It's never going to be picked up, kind of fitting that AoE style again, and something that can do relatively okay with just clearing waves against the Kai'Sa. But I am curious as to, like, what they want to go in the jungle. Because with the Jarvan gone, I'm not entirely sure what they'd want to try and follow up with this Nico.
Yeah, that'll be the question on how they kind of want to play that combo out. In Nico jungle is a sort of thing. I'm not really anticipating that, though, I will say. It's just going to be the Alistair bringing in. Very good into the Rel, very good alongside the Sivir just to play that bruiser, that bouncer in front of it.
I'm wondering now if Aji ends up picking up the Renekton here, or if they're like, hey, look, we kind of want to try and bait Robo into the Renekton pick again. Had some moments in the last game, but if you've still got like Kennen and these kind of things up and available, I think you're going to be pretty happy to go for that opportunity.
Or just say, look, we're going to go for the Kennen anyway, and if you pick Renekton, you're screwed. Aja just happy with that. I mean, it got banned in the second rotation last time around. Just saying, look, we want the comfort, we want the team fight ability. Kennen's in a really great spot right now.
Yeah, Kennen's in a very strong spot after getting a couple of those buffs. And even seeing some of those top laners getting their magic resist nerf, like the Renekton, which is why we're seeing the Kennen coming in so happily into that top side. If I'm PSG Talon, I think it's jungle bans coming in. Maybe you get rid of things like the Vi, get rid of the the Nocturne's already gone, but like Lee Sin, yeah, another one. But it's just trying to make sure that Croc is going to be uncomfortable because you get first rotation here for Junja. And as well, don't forget, like Junja, he loves playing carries. Like big Nidalee player when he came over from the LPL, when he was playing an EDG. You've also got things like the Lilia that he's been bringing up a lot in his own playstyles as well. So you do have a lot of opportunities here for Junja to try to flex those jungle muscles a little bit.
Certainly do. And Croc having a bit of a hard time in the early game, it has to be said. Junja certainly winning out that matchup. But this time, like you say, Junja can't take the Java for himself. It's still possible that that Rel goes towards him. We'll have to see in the second rotation. And also, we'll have to see what Croc is going to fall back to, because, you know, things like the Poppy got banned away, the Nocturne got banned away. It does feel like quite a targeted draft towards the jungle, because, I mean, that's 6 jungle bans currently.
And the other option that you kind of look at here is something like a Vi for Croc, but yes, it kind of like sets up nicely for you to go like, hey, well, we want to play close range with Alistair, we want to play close range with Nico, but the thing is, it's like, you're going into a Rel, a Kennen, like a lot of those short, like they thrive on those short range opportunities and those short range carries. So you're kind of caught between a bit of a rock place. So you want a tank early to set this one up, but you don't really have the options to go for it.
It's going to be an interesting. I mean, things like the Viego fall short in the exact same way that you're discussing. Maybe Wukong. It's not really.
I mean, he did get buffed coming
days.
into this, but into patch 13-19, but I'm still not 100% sure. Viego going to be taken for Junja. I know that was kind of something you were talking about, Munch, was like maybe you end up taking that one if you want to go for Croc, but like, sorry, you're pointing off screen, but I don't know. It's like, I don't think the Viego is the best option. Yeah, I think it'll be the Vi, but you're kind of playing into the hands of PSG Talent if you go for that.
The Evelyn hover. I do love an Evelyn. Ever since SOFM did some beautiful things in the World Final with the Evelyn versus Rengar.
So the Kha'Zix is going to be picked up. I'm kind of surprised. Kha'Zix, you definitely want like opportunities to try and play in as an assassin in towards the backline, but it's so difficult when you look at like Rel and Kennen, that kind of stuff, and even just the repositioning options that you have on the Kai'Sa, because a lot of these fights are going to be a case of like waiting for these big ultimates on the Kennen and the Rel to bypass you before you go in and target the backline. But if they've already been used, you've got a ton of CC, so it makes things easy for the Kai'Sa to reposition himself away from the Kha'Zix. So I'm a bit nervous for Croc that if he doesn't get this early snowball going and take over for Loud, he's just going to become absolutely useless in the later portions of the game.
I will say though, the setup on this Loud comp
is insane.
Like Alistair and Malphite, the big beefy boys, just boulder it in.
And just in case you missed someone, here's Nico.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So a lot of AoE, and again, I think both teams kind of realizing, hey, whatever happened, the last game came down to team fights. A lot of this has been a case of, hey, can we find those advantages in skirmishes and fights? So let's just play into that style. Robo definitely going to fall behind on the map in the early stages. It's just not great to try and play up against the Kennen. But when I look at PSG Talent's side, I mean, AP top, AP mid, pseudo AP bot as well. They're building like a little bit of lethality. I think for Wacko, like you kind of have to go for this full crit build here. Otherwise, there's just so many options to like easily pick up early Merc threads to just make things a little bit more difficult for PSG Talent if they play a bit more of an AP heavy style.
Yeah, to be honest, with the way that the comp has gone out, you fully expect like the Kraken Slayer style build for the Kai'Sa. If not, it's like you say, Merc Treads should be like infinite value for everyone on the side of Loud. I'm curious how this one's going to go. This feels like, I mean, honestly, the first game was way faster paced than I was expecting coming into the series. I'm curious if PSG are going to try and maintain that early pace that we saw.
I think they kind of have to in this one. Because as I said again, like the Kha'Zix isn't going to have that big of an impact. And this says to me that, hey, look, we want to try and get push in mid with Nico. Should be able to push fast into LeBlanc. We want to try and get the push in the bot side as well. And then try and play off that advantage. But it's not the easiest time when it's Sivir into the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa has good push potential as well. And even at least Alistair having the advantage in the matchup in the support role will make it a little bit easier. But definitely this is going to be a case of, can Croc get into Junja's face and kind of right the wrongs we saw in the last game, or is Croc just going to be phased out into a non-threat because of the way the composition operates on the opposite side for them?
Does feel like we're going to have to be looking at those junglers in this one, and especially with the sheer number of jungle bans, they've had to do a little bit of experimentation in bringing the Crockett in. You guys can do a bit of experimentation at home if you connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab that Heimerdinger remote. But we'll have to see how this early game's going to go down, Dagda. I'm loving the matchup, though. Like, all things considered, draft aside now, like, Kha'Zix versus Viego, that's just a banger.
Definitely is. And again, I mean, you got first strike here coming through for Croc. Like, this is I need to get in the face of Junja and try and make things happen. And I think this is Croc versus Antino saying, we want to win out in the mid jungle. But already you can see PSG going, look, we're going to start to come in here, see what vision we can get down. And may spot some people in the brush here.
Just gonna face check in here. Sales could actually be in trouble. It's a good knock-up, but big damage coming down. The auto followed, the ignite is ticking, but I don't think it's quite enough. Seus walks out just about with his life.
Seus a little bit late on the knock-up. So usually with the Alistair, you can just pulverize immediately, and Woody then gets knocked up in the air and doesn't get the crash down himself. But Seus a little bit late means that he actually gets connected with the CC coming through from Woody, and now has to go back to base. A minute 45 on the clock. He's going to miss the entirety of this first wave. Rook can't walk up because he doesn't know where the Viego is. So immediately, this bot lane for PSG Talon off to an early lead.
Phenomenal start, honestly, and off the back of a late invade as well. Really good stuff from PSG. Junja not looking to slow things down just yet. Gets a bit of bonus damage onto Tinones in the mid lane as he moves up towards his own top side to make sure Croc can't go for the invade.
It's really smart pathing. So Junja's like, right, I'll take my top side, which means that then there's no way for Croc to try and cross map it. I've also got push for Wacko and Woody guaranteed. You can see the slow push Wacko and Woody are going for. So I can take top side, move back into my own bottom side, pick that one up as well. And if I end up running into Croc, well, I've got Wacko and Woody to help me. So smart opportunities here from Junja to just try and keep Croc down. And again, this was the matchup that we said has to be going in Loud's favor, but it's already off to a poor start.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And even for Croc, like, you want to get out on the map, right? You've got no camps to farm, so you want to try and get out on the map somewhere, but, like, where do you go? Robo already getting absolutely annihilated by Adza. You can't really find a way into mid against the LeBlanc. And if you go towards the bottom side, there were 2 red wards there for PSG still in that jungle. There's one of them's timed out now, one's still on the chickens. Felt very, very difficult. Good start here from Junja, who, I mean, we talked before. He literally made Croc change his solo queue ID after the last time these guys met at MSI, and the matchup is feeling similar so far.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, Junja is complete control. You can even see he's moving up here. Robo taking too much damage, and this time around, Junja.
I mean, it happened in game number 1. It's happening again. First blood taken by Adja. And I mean, it's bad to worse in the top lane. 7 CS versus 19, and so many dying to the tower.
He'll still be able to TP back in and pick up a little bit of the CS, especially the second wave comes through, but I want to keep your eyes on the bot lane. They're like, hey, look, what is Kha'Zix going to try and do? Well, he's going to try and go for Scuttle on this bottom side to answer. The pings were already there, so Woody and Wacko are here going, right, where is Croc? We know he has to be in the bot side. Spot him on the Scuttle, so it means that then Junja's like, okay, we'll need to reset before he tries to go into this bottom side just to try and match the purchase that Croc already has. But Croc can't go into the jungle properly, so you're just buying extra time now where Junja can get back out onto the map, and Croc really can't steal away any of these camps on the bottom side.
Yeah, Woody playing to just kind of guard that bottom segment and make sure there's no opportunity to get back in. Nice little combo from Maple there. Dashes away just in time to dodge Croc's damage. Nicely done in the mid lane. I'd say Maple is having a pretty great tournament so far.
Yeah, Maple's having a great tournament. The fact, again, that we got game 1 of his first series, insane performance on the Nico to pull himself back into that game. The Jace, he ended up having an amazing performance on, gets MVP for day number 1. And now coming into this as well, the Nico paying dividends, and even just the advantages that he's getting in Tinones and just the trading patterns is great. Junja now again on towards this bottom side. He's going to be in a position where he'll be able to probably look for a well, maybe not with the reset coming through from Wacko, but could potentially look for the re-invade at times in towards the enemy jungle off of the level advantages he's just barely about to have. You can see just that purple bar underneath his portrait on the Viego. That's the I'm about to tick over to level 5, whereas you can see on Croc he doesn't have that. Basically a full level behind him this stage.
I want to quickly mention this top lane matchup a little bit as well, because Malphite, typically the pick that you go against like big AD bruisers and carries in the top side. Against the Kennen, that passive not really going to do as much work for you. And you see Adja already having some MR in his kit, so the poke aspect of Malphite going to be suffering as well. This feels like a really tough lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's about to get worse. Junja's here, knows that he's got the opportunity. Just Robo immediately backing away. He knows that he's in trouble if it ends up in a position where they are actually able to follow. But again, now you've got Junja who's moving in towards his top side. He's going to get vision down again, pick up these small little advantages where he can keep track of Croc and make sure this Kha'Zix just can't really have any opportunity to do anything.
Tinones taking a bit of damage, but doing decently in that mid lane. Like the trades, you know, inconsequential as long as nobody dies, summoners aren't burned, and you're staying even in CS. Adja now proxy farming.
He's baiting.
Junja
is here. The ult is there.
I wasn't sure if he was going to try and flash for that one, but look how much CS is just dying to the tower. He's on over double Robo's CS at this point. And Junja happy to sacrifice his own CS for a moment because like he's already way up.
Problem is you're losing heavily on bot side though. Loud getting a big crash here. PSG realized that there isn't a Kha'Zix in the area, so they will be able to pick up the majority of this wave, but still losses on that bot side. Dragon should go across. Maple trying to respond, but you just need to back away from this, Maple.
Yeah, this is a little dangerous. Does have his ultimate. The Mimic getting him out to safety. Does seem to be sort of half committal to the fight here. You could see Junja was moving over as well, but felt a little dangerous to be playing with.
Yeah, it's investing a huge amount to keep this Malphite down, but for PSG Talon, but I don't know if it's going to really pay off. Like we saw in their first series, PSG got these early leads for Aja on the Kennen, but they weren't really able to play as effectively around Aja and being that setup and that tool to play through these advantages. I feel like when I watch PSG Talent, they're far more comfortable playing around Wacko's advantages. So I think at this stage, it's like, look, you've done the damage to Robo.
Yeah.
Let's try and play more heavily towards this bot side, because Croc being able to get some of that CS and also get the Dragon for Loud is actually a bit of a win right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Especially in the ground, like, let's say PSG do then start to focus on Dragons for the rest of the game. Well, having that one early just buys you that extra 5 minutes, buys you that time of the game. As Maple looking for Tinones here, wants to get a bit more damage as Junja's coming in from behind, and the Sigil of Malice giving away which one was the real Nico. Huge play from Junja and Maple once again.
Really nice job, and that's exactly what you want to see is Aja.
Oh no. There's just no way out of this one. He has his flash, he has his ultimate. One more shuriken to do the trick though. A W would do the trick, and there it is! Flash still available. The ult pressed just a second too late.
I mean, for Robo, he manages to try and use the ultimate, but Junja was going to be there as well. He was following up with an ult of his own, so I don't even know if Robo was going to get out of that one. This is where PSG Talent, this is exactly what I wanted to see. You've got the advantages top, cool. Aja's continue to push that. Move those advantages elsewhere as well, because now Maple has control over mid. You're getting the Rift Herald, but crucially, you can use this Rift Herald on the bottom side as well to try and get some gold into the hands of Wacko. You don't want the... Oh, hang on. You get the minions he did. But you don't want the... you don't want Root and Sales getting ahead in the 2v2, because as this game starts to progress for PSG Talent, it'll be Aja on side lane, Maple on the other one, and it'll be Wacko and Root trying to push waves back and forth. If Root and Sales end up with this massive advantage, it becomes very easy to start to dive them with the Alistair, get control over mid, and this side lane pressure for PSG Talent starts to fall apart. So the 2v2 is just as crucial as the side lane.
It certainly is. And like you say, the advantage is there for Aja. He can definitely just continue winning that one. So with the Herald in pocket for Junja, yeah, let's see it. Again, Sigil Malice giving it all away. Beautifully done there by the pair from PSG. And I mean, this one, this one explains itself.
Yeah. This is just sad for Robo. It's like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Aja can freeze that wave if you don't try to push it. I think at this stage, you just ult out of here to then flash over the wall, but you can even see where Junja was on the map. It was like, are you really going to get out of that one with the ultimate and the flash still available for Junja?
I think he was trying to get like a max range ult actually into the jungle, so he was like just going in that direction over the wall, but you know, just too little too late. To be fair, I thought he was out of range of the shuriken as well. But unfortunate for him, falls behind, and you know, after such a great game number one as well. But now, like we said before, Junja, Herald in pocket. You'd love to see that focus down for Wacko and Woody. Get them ahead, get them out of this laning phase, get that Kai'Sa to the tank shredding machine that AD Kai'Sa is.
Yeah, and even at the moment, they're just trying to see if they can limit the opportunities for Loud to at least continue onto this bottom side of the map and play off the one lane state they have. You got a Wacko freezing one creep. He's only just taking it there in front of his tower to be like, cool. But now look at where the wave is. It's Wacko is safe. He can't really be shoved underneath this tower. You got protection as Woody starts to come back out, even with Junja in position. And I feel like they're kind of setting up a bit of a slow push here to see if they can make a play now, as you can look at where Sivir is overextended and Junja and Woody are on the way.
Junja's moving in. That's a great ward. Just out of range of the control ward there in the river. But Junja now seen on a control ward anyway, so the other ward didn't. It was inconsequential, but still, nice little tag.
I will say, it actually got them out of the harm's way. Like, if Junja's already in that position, Root and Sayas haven't backed off,
true, yeah.
They're going to be in a lot of trouble. So it did end up paying dividends for them in the end. You can see both AD carries now going to reset, but that will open up Woody, who's already starting to move in towards his mid lane. He got a bit of an early reset for the Dragon that's in 40. Wasn't sure if he was going to try and make a play into Tinones, but will just reset instead.
Croc getting a bit cheeky with it. We said we wanted some creativity here. He was forced onto this Kha'Zix pick by the just sheer amount of jungle bans in the draft. As the Herald just goes in the mid lane instead. They decide they can't make it happen in the bottom lane, but Aja playing this super safe. Croc realizes he can't stay here forever. Has to just back away.
Well, for Croc, I think it's worth just continue to invest in that top side. I would have preferred if he cleared his camp, then went to try to go for that play on top end, because you can't really contest Dragon right now. I mean, Aja has TP in. Look at all the different warriors that are littered in towards the backline here as well on the mini-map. Like, you got several of them all over the backline. And you're going to be in a position where, in that bottom side jungle, where Aja, happy with Flash, to just go in towards one of those and immediately get in onto Loud, regardless of what direction they try to contest this Dragon from.
The nice thing for Loud in reference to Vision is the Umbral Glaive's been finished for Croc, so he can contest Vision somewhat. Nice little Q onto Woody there. Some gold from his first strike as stun headed towards Seos. But Root just trying to fight for Prio, trying to use those Sivir abilities to clear the wave as fast as physically possible. Get his team into the river, but it's like Woody and Junja trying to just play bouncer here, trying to disallow entry. Woody flies across the play here as Wacko dives into the backline, but Seos is so tanky, Junja has to retreat, and Tinones finds an ultimate onto Maple, but he's gone too deep. He's taken down, and Adja in the meantime finishes off Seos. Suddenly Robo and Root are found alone as Croc falls.
Wacko played that fight fantastically. PSG Talon, they managed to back away, reset the fight long enough for Aji to come in, and immediately Loud are taken out.
Robo's not taking a hit from Maple. I love how aggressive Maple is on this LeBlanc. No respect given whatsoever.
He's had a few years playing.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
just casual, you know, several years. But I mean, really nice stuff from PSG Talon again. This is kind of what we're talking about. This is why I wasn't the biggest fan of the Kazakhs as we start to come in, because you cop it in the replay here. So you get a great engage from Sales. Wacko completely separated. Croc turns onto Wacko and was like, oh yeah, I'm going for the squishy 80 carry. Where'd he go? Wacko completely on the opposite side of the fight, and that's the CC setup we're talking about. Junja just barely managing to escape, and because Loud had all been forced forward onto that fight, Ashley's got a brilliant TP spot. And again, this was already pre-set up. All these wards that we talked about were already there, but now Seos is on top side.
Maple does get stunned. There's the Tangle Bobs as well. Do they have the damage to finish him off, though? Distortion surely available. Mimic on cooldown, but Maple still gets out with his life. He's just so damn slippery.
He had just TP to the top side though, so at least you will be able to get a bit of damage on towards his top side. Turret plate's about to fall in 15 seconds, so you won't get another plate. Although actually, LeBlanc sticking around. I wasn't sure how much Loud wanted to invest onto this top side, but I think at this stage, like, this is where from Loud, you kind of need to hard force every small opportunity you have. Like, get your chip damage on the tower, because your team fights aren't going to continue to go your way. And trying to control these side lanes is going to become more and more difficult if you can't have Seos roam like that.
It's becoming difficult, it has to be said, for Loud. I mean, it's a 5,000 gold lead. The silver lining is, A, it's a Cloud Soul, and B, they managed to get that first Drake. That's kind of brutal to look at, I'm not going to lie. Our MasterCard lane economy snapshot is... I think that's the first time where I've seen all 5 lanes in one color.
Yeah. Things could definitely be going better for Loud. And again, this isn't like the last hurrah for Loud. This is a case of, hey, you get your position in the qualification match as the first seed from Group A, but even if they lose here, they will still have another opportunity. It's just trying to avoid like the top seed from Group B would have been a nice opportunity for them, and they will still have to play against the winner of matches later as Azu.
He's 2 levels up right now. Robo just has no hope of a dream of contesting. He's got his Mythic and a half item and boots against pretty much just Merc Dreads and a Kindle Gem. Inside of Robo, that 1v1 is not pretty at this stage. Tinones being chased out at the top side as well. It feels like across the board, everything looking fantastic for PSG. And, you know, headed towards, if this game continues the way it's going, headed towards our second set of Worlds Qualification Series. This one actually qualifying for the main stage of Worlds.
Oh, good flash from Aja there. Just barely able to escape away from Robo. But I like the plays from Loud. They're like, hey, look, we know Junja's going to be on this top side. He's going to be Rift Herald. We need to start making plays. We need to find opportunities to get picks and, like, get something back for ourselves. But with Aja having flash there, that's not quite working out. 3 kills onto the Kennen. Now you got Junja's looking for Tin on the top side.
Top Blossom going to be used defensively here. Junja knows he can't dive that one, but I love the way that Junja does this. He was doing this right at the very start of the game where it's like, look, Maple just needs to crash his wave. I'm just going to kind of all in you so you're forced away. There's no way you can contest this. And just put the solo lanes behind. He's doing it to Tinones. He was doing it to Robo earlier. It's just great play.
And it's just off the back of, hey, I'm about to reset anyway. So it doesn't matter how much damage you deal to me. I'm going to go heal up. So as you say, you get to crash that wave. Now you get a nice back timer for Maple as well. He's uncontested on that push. And again, you're going to have, well, someone has to go and push out top side. Well, Aja has full control of her bot side. And I got a bloody Rift Herald, so I'm just going to pop that down in mid lane. We can all collapse if we want to. And if enough members of Loud don't show up, or we're just going to be able to take this fight with Aja and everyone coming in tow. So again, this is PSG Talon just playing the game out nice and easy.
Yeah. And with a Viego, with a Arel as well, you're not going to be shy when it comes to diving. If they get out of position, oh no, the chain still lands after the flash. Robo gets underneath the tower with that ultimate available. PSG realize that no matter how far ahead you are, you don't necessarily want to dive there.
Merc thread value is still a thing here to a certain extent for PSG talent. So you can see there, Robo not being CC'd as long, thanks to tenacity, means he's able to step away. Junja going to be able to hop out. But again, you get control over bot side. Aja's just pushed in top. I'd love to see Aja actually come down river here to threaten the mid lane, because you can see for PSG talent, they're trying to get control over this jungle to spot out where Loud are so they can try and take this mid lane tower.
We'll see if they can get that set up. Get the Herald down, use the... I was going to say the purple worm. It's not the purple worm, it's the purple turtle? Purple turtle. It's going to be slapped down in the mid lane. Is it a turtle? Probably not. It's more of a crab, I guess. Lobster? I don't know.
It's more of a failure at the moment.
Yeah, it's sort of a flopster at this point, as their eye is popped. And it will not get the charge. A little overzealous there from Junja. That's the value of Alistair right there.
I mean, that was just kind of silly. Again, like we talked about all the setup you have. Aja full control, but he's kind of just pottering around on top side, not really doing particularly much. Like, you could have brought him down to threaten Loud and pushed him away, so you could have got a bit more, but not willing to bring him down means that now Loud are actually forcing Aja away as this wave crashes from Robo on top side. So Loud trying to cross map for the inevitable take that Maple's going to have on the bot lane tower and the dragon here for PSG talent. So nicely done, but they do actually need to commit to the tower versus whatever is happening right now for Loud.
Yeah, not really hitting the tower, just going to be proxying some waves. And trying to deny some CS, trying to close the gap in CS between the two top laners. Good to see Croc at least managing to get some help for Robo up there, trying to get him a little bit back into the game. Once you get like one item on Malphite, you're pretty much full build on that stage. Yeah, so that'll help him get towards that stage. Sales is going to spot Junja. He'll be able to walk away though. Jumps into the mist and slides out to safety.
Yeah, still though, like, I think there's opportunities for Loud to push their advantages more. And I don't mean like advantages in, like, they are clearly behind, but it's like, if you see PSG talent going for a cross map on bot side, commit for the tower. Like, Aja's not really going to be able to take it. If he walks up, you have a Malphite ultimate that immediately sends him to the Shadow Realm. So try and make that happen. But they're trying to play too heavily for the pick versus the actual objective that could just guarantee them gold.
Maple is in a really odd... Oh, no. Aja doesn't even need to flash. Robo obviously thought he was still recalling. Great reactions from Aja. Dodges away from the ultimate. Tough game on the Malphite here. And I thought Maple was in trouble because, you know, you had Croc and Robo above him, the rest of the team below him. But they obviously didn't have vision of where Maple was. I think if they'd gone for a collapse on Maple, that could have been so much more positive.
And this game is already getting completely out of control. Yeah. Allowed a 7,000 gold lead coming through for PSG talent. Aja's massive. You're looking at a Wacko who's about to pick up his second item as well. Yes, the Rift Tower does make it a little bit easier for them to hold on to mid tower, but that's not going to last long as Aja...
I think, yeah, he's just going to ult this, right? Pop Blossom comes on out. Tinones has the flash as well. Ult for ult there. As now Croc finds an opportunity to jump in, but doesn't have the damage to finish. Oh, Root with a good spell shield there. Protects his jungler. Maple hunting on the sides, but I don't think he'll find anyone.
I think that was the most alert cow I've ever seen as well. Sales just like, where the hell is this Maple coming from? There is a LeBlanc in the area, and there's a very low bug, but able to back away from that one. But again, you can see the desperation. Croc launching himself in because they want to hold on to this mid lane tower, but it's so difficult. Just the minions alone and one auto from Junja going to take that one down. And now you're losing control of your bot side jungle. You're going to lose already control of your top side. You can see already how hard that is for Loud to hold on to any sort of vision on that top end of the map. And it's just going to continue to push forward here.
Yeah, Aja having a fantastic game for himself. 3-0-2. The damage out from the cannon. I mean, throughout the laning, his damage numbers are probably the highest in the game just because, you know, he's laning against the Malphite. You just get to poke endlessly. But when it comes to those team fights, the throughput he will get. 2 items finished off here. Actually going for a full defensive item in the Banshees as well. Upgrading the tier 2 he bought earlier on. As Robo might have stepped too far forward here. Croc in the area as well, but Robo dodges the chains. He'll be okay.
Still though, as you pushing on bot side, you got control over mid. PSG are just setting up their vision around this Baron, and they have a ton of Baron. Well, I say that. Wacko has a ton of Baron damage. Maple, not so much, and you don't really have a tank for PSG talent. So the opportunities... Oh, hang on. for them to...
Junja could be in trouble here. It's the clone from Tinones. It's not the real one. But Junja backs away, has the red buff.
But yeah, the opportunities for PSG Talent to like rush down a Baron aren't really there. Because if you put yourself into a pit, that's where Loud can actually try and play off of the ultimate from Malphite, Tinones coming in, Sales having the CC. So they need to find picks and plays before they can try and rush down a Baron.
And I feel like we're really seeing the patient, slow gaming that we were talking about before the series began, where they've got the lead, they know they've got the lead. Don't overextend, don't overdo it. They're just trying to poke, and they're doing a great job of just tracking Croc. I can't remember seeing a single time where Croc has had the drop on someone to get that big Kha'Zix burst off. Oh no.
Might have had it the other way around.
It's Croc on the drop. Taken down, and the stun onto Root as well. No, flashes under the tower, but Maple's with him. Rooted under the tower. What a route from Tinones there to answer a kill onto Maple. TP in from Robo. And he's gone.
He made it look like a bot in that one, immediately taken out as he comes underneath the tower, and Wacko picking up the kill. We said they needed the picks before the Baron. Well, here you go. There's your Baron.
My God, Adja is having an incredible game for himself. 4-0-4, but the Kennen has been found. He got found by Croc, and Croc regretted that decision. My goodness.
He's just gone. There's nothing you can do. Root as well, forced to flash away. As you say, Tinone's great binding, but Wacko's in a perfect position. Robo TP's in way too far forward. Like, there's zero follow-up at this stage, and you've no ultimate for Tinones, even if he does get a decent ultimate there for Robo. So the fight was done and dusted, and now PSG Talent, like, 10,000 gold lead at 23 minutes. This one's done.
It's absolutely brutal to witness, and it's heartbreaking for Loud as well. Like, they got knocked out of MSI by PSG. It was a 2-0 then, and it's looking like a 2-0 now, unless some kind of miracle can occur. PSG with Baron in pocket. They've already got 2 Drakes looking for a third here, as Robo going to be forced away. And I love how aggressive they are, but in a non-committal way, right? Just forcing them away, not fully committing to a fight just yet, but making sure Loud know this is not their jungle anymore. Wait, Tinones? Whew, I didn't even realize it was a minion, but PSG did.
I mean, that's the thing, though, for PSG Talent, as you say, they've been basically having this 1-4 pressure the entire time. They push in top, they push in mid, they group in, get their vision established, and then re-push the waves again, so they can clearly work on the towers without having to worry about Loud cutting them off from different places. It's super slow, it's methodical, but it's exactly the way PSG Talent need to play this. And now, all Louder turrets apart from that top one are going to be down, which means that realistically Loud are just going to be stuck in their own base with the third Dragon up available for PSG Talent to take now. They've got so many opportunities to look for picks. Like, if you overextend pretty much as anyone apart from Robo, you just die to Maple or Raji at this stage.
Yeah. And now, off the back of taking the tier 2 at the bot side, pushing out in the mid lane as well. They can move back, take this Drake. That's soul point for PSG. And, you know, this kind of game kind of reminds you that, you know, Junja, he was the sub on that EDG roster that won the World Championship. Corgi was the assistant coach at the time, now head coach of this team. Seos will get a headbutt on the blue buff, but Wacko, sorry, just following him over. The W goes wide. Seos gets out with his life.
I mean, I think Seos pretty happy that the blue buff tanked some of those void missiles, because that was not going to be a pretty one if he ended up getting tanked by all that. But again, this is what you're talking about, right? PSG Talent, the pedigree that they have in this roster, they know how to close out games when they get leads. Now, we have seen some shakiness from them. They're going to be put down to nerves, going to be put down to some other stuff maybe when you look at them coming into it. But this is kind of the PSG Talent that a lot of people expect to see coming into World Play-ins, and why they were the favorite to get out of Group A.
You know, one thing I really want to see, Dagda, you know, you see the Nico interaction where they send the clone and it recalls and they get vision for ages. I want to see someone send the clone the wrong direction, run forwards, recall, and get a big pop blossom like this one from Tinones. That's a pick onto Woody. Loud showing that they're not out of this one just yet, or are they? Maple jumps in and answers in kind.
Immediately, he's just wagging the finger. No, 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 no. That's not how this one's going to go down. Gets the kill back, but still Loud. They do shut down the pressure on the top side. They get to hold on to that outer turret, and it was just a little bit of over-aggression coming through from PSG, not checking exactly where Tinones was going to be. So nicely done here, and we get to see it just not counting the minions. They don't cop it. Wacko does manage to get caught, but it's Woody who ends up paying the price as well.
Wacko manages to get himself out with the cleanse, but Maple instantly gets back over, answers it. Seos, everything was on cooldown. They'd already used it in the previous play, so Maple saw that window of opportunity and punished immediately. See big damage coming out from Root actually as well, not just from Tinones.
Yeah, Root is getting to a point where he is incredibly strong, but again, the problem is actually trying to play these team fights out. Like when Aju's on top of you, Maple's threatening you, Woody's there as well. It's a very similar story to what we actually saw from Root in the last game, where yes, he's in a good spot. It's just being in a position to deal that damage is going to be very, very difficult, especially when I don't really think PSG Talon are going to take a lot of team fights. It's going to be more a case of what we're seeing at the moment, right? Maple push in on top, Aju threaten bot side, have Wacko push in mid, and just make it as difficult as possible. Woody, are you overextended again?
Seos trying to get forward, but Junja gets out with his life. And you can see on the minimap, Aju is sneaking further and further forwards. He wants a pick when someone tries to rotate through the bottom side, but Junja, forget rotations, he just wants a 1v1 with Robo right now, but Malphite's hard to get onto. Wacko caught out alone. Oh, the Killer Instinct over the wall though. And now Aju jumps into everyone. The slicing Maelstrom doing exactly that. Tinones with a good root, but it's over for Loud. That might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back, or the Alistair's back in this situation. PSG Talon. They're showing that they've got claws.
And they managed to get the turnaround kill. The cow, the trader, brings it back as that dive underneath the tower for Junja. They're just waiting on waves to crack up in the base. They won't finish the game here. 20 seconds until everyone's up will be a bit much, but they can get the top tower, they can get mid inhibitor, and maybe even crack open the top side of the map, or top inhibitor, but no, it looks like they're just going to go for reset. Baron in 45 seconds, and just look to play off that mid super minion wave to look for the Baron, but I mean, this was a great opportunity, but again, what we were talking about, Wacko, the opportunity to reposition with Killer Instinct, and as you look at the setup, even with Croc trying to hop out, he goes down, Wacko's able to make his way back in, and then the follow-up from Maple here, the CC down Sales, and watch Junja, he gets the kill, gets the pick, and immediately flash combo over the wall to pick off Tino.
He's like, I've played ARAMs before, this ain't my first game on Alistair, watch this combo.
Not his first rodeo.
I will say as well, it's got to be brutal for Loud when you see that opportunity. But you, like, the Killer Instinct circle is not that big. They just happen to be stood a little bit too close to the wall for Wacko to get out. And Root used everything to try and be a part of that play. He'd already used all of his cooldowns, so then no way out when Aju jumps in. Rock getting a bit of damage down. Oh no, they could be in serious trouble. Wacko straight into the backside of the play, and he's going to stopwatch as well. Robo though wants to answer. Wacko turns invisible, gets over to the rest of his team, and actually gets away with it. Wacko living up to his name, because that was crazy.
This team's Kai'Sa versus the enemy team's Kai'Sa right now. What a play from Wacko. Assassinates the cow on the backside and then manages to step away. PSG Talon, they know they have control. Baron started as a two-man with Wacko and Junja, while the rest of them are positioning themselves for Dragon Soul as well. What a play from PSG.
It feels so good to see PSG firing on all cylinders like this as well, because they came in as a favorite for play-ins. Like, I don't think anyone's under any illusions there, but it's good to see that, like, really come into form. It's good to see them live up to that expectations, because quite often you get disappointed with that kind of expectation.
Look, Loud struggling with the walls once again. Sales not able to get over it. Then you've got the setup here from Wacko, like the assassination immediately. Sorry, onto the Kazakhs on the back line. Sales actually does the Judge and Aji off on the side. And here then as well, the invisibility working massively there, so you can't really get the follow-up on the rest of the play.
I mean, like, living for all AD carries right here. Wacko assassinating Kha'Zix. Like, all of the solo Q carries out there that have been killed 1,000 times by Kha'Zix on the last few patches are praising Wacko right now. Revenge for all of us.
Yeah, I think they're kind of happy to see a 0-4 Kha'Zix, but I know that Loud, a lot of the Brazilian fans are not going to be. Again, they will end up going up the, being put down into the losers bracket, which means they will end up facing off against the winner of GAM or 7. Whereas PSG Talon lock themselves that first seed into the qualification match if they can finish this one out.
Croc jumps in onto Maple, and do you want to see a magic trick? Because I'm going to make this bug disappear. Maple absolutely one-shotting him. And that is going to open this bot lane inhibitor wide. To be honest, it might just open the game wide.
Yeah, it's a bit sad for Croc. I mean, Sigil of Windshield kind of taking the insect out at this stage. PSG pushing in on the bottom side. You got Aji again, completely threatening off on this top side as they'll go in.
It's just onto Woody for now. It's a stun onto the two tanks, but Seos is just not tanky enough against the onslaught from Wacko here. That'll be the inhib taken down. That's 2 people dead for another 10 seconds until Croc comes back onto the map. Junja again showing off his Alistair skills under the tower. As Maple's clone goes down. Oh, wait, was that the real Maple?
No, it was the Ricochet actually ended up taking him out on the back line as he went back. So now a little bit more of an even one. Root, what can you do? He's trying his damnedest.
Wacko, big combo, and here comes Adja. Croc invincible for a second, but Wacko is still untouched. 1v1 of the AD carries on the fountain here as Wacko finishes off the support. Croc in trouble, but Wacko doesn't have the damage and he stepped on the fountain. Root has a chance here, but it doesn't matter! Quadra kill for Wacko! The man is insane! And PSG one step closer to the Swiss.
Wacko says it's not your time today, Root. Pentakill was picked up by Root on the first day, but not going to be the case here. The hero performance so close, but Wacko one step ahead in this one.
Absolute. I love the confidence on that guy. Literally took a shot from the fountain laser to finish that kill off. Like, if that's not supreme confidence, I don't know what is. There they are. PSG Talon take a bow after that performance.
It's hard not to be confident after a performance like that. Junja destroying Croc all series long in that jungle matchup. Then you have Maple, who's absolutely massive on this LeBlanc controlling things. Aja getting that early lead and taking over against Robo. Like, at that stage, the confidence has got to be sky high, and Wacko's like, oh, fantastic, I can just do whatever the hell I want here. Junja with the thumbs up as well.
The most nervous thumbs up I've ever seen, I think. Oh, fantastic stuff from PSG Talon. But as we prepare for our second series of the day, let's check out some of the behind-the-scenes footage of our teams on stage, thanks to the Oppo Cam. Game number 1 is happening again. Junja has to retreat, and Tinoz finds an ultimate onto Maple, but he's gone too deep. He's taken down, and Adja in the meantime finishes off Seos. Oh no.
Might have happened the other way around. It's the other way around.
It's Croc on the drop. Taken down, and the stun onto Root as well. No, flashed under the tower, but Maple's with him, rooted under the tower. And he's gone.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
멀어 발배 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈 우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move get out the way 다음 생을 노리는 게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹어 법해 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대 씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 딱 몰라 스펙대 올해는 나는 아냐 수용 랩맨 내 말은 듣기 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시네 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at me body 내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라니 가랑이 쩍바닥에 붙어 듣듯 끄덕이 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling mob 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히 사이코 형 죽일까 차라리 오케이 손배가 손바로 칠게 우리 CP는 힘 비켜 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what? Whistle it 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 Whistle it, 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 yeah. Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신은 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 대 working my studio 한 지출은 지린 the funniest just gotta beat Millie go to the shopping in bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 거또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지 쌓이고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 사는 날이 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 mad line like 난 first one 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 라산다 계속 나 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해 좀 매실 거기 나도 level So check my EP psycho with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard 태고 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 보지 시켜 줄 없이 봐봐 hater with the tat 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣 목공강을 버린 수두로 백백하지 마치 폐업제고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수력 초수와 텐트 지킨 채 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔 Whistle it 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 Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Hello， 大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助小 C。赢下第一场非常开心，教练在赛前上去以前告诉我，我比对手还要强，而且强很多，要拿出自信来。就是自信心非常100%吧，超过了。在选下那个瞬间，我觉得这场已经赢了。我觉得我是世界上最强的机器人玩家，因为这个英雄我玩了10年多了。我想对不帮我机器人的队伍说，你们不可能会躲过了钩子的。
They found him. That's the jungler as well. Pulled back in. CC Chain is there, but the health bar's getting low on the other side as well. Shun has to turn golden here, and they dive on in. Half the one to make it happen as Apperman charges into the backline as well. Half goes down as Jimmy's arrived on the scene. It's a double, triple for him as he shreds those health bars. Apperman trying to go old school, but he's taken down as part of a quadra kill.
对上他们的时候，就请他们小心我的跑线吧，我会出现在任何地方。就平常训练的对象也训练多了，我们都知道他们的习惯，应该会非常轻松的获胜的。在我们打的时候，我们都是非常相信自己的队友的，我们一定不会停止进攻的。谢谢你们一直以来的支持，我们会更加努力的。
Love the confidence coming out there from Xiaoxi. Welcome back, one and all, to the analyst desk here at Worlds 2023. We got Whales versus Oysters. I got my marine biologist here with me on the desk to break it all down and let everyone at home know who's going to be taking it on.
This is a clash of Titan versus Oyster, right? Yeah. It's absolutely insane. And honestly, I think I really had to do some digging to see who would come out on top in this one. I think historically we need to compare Whales and Oysters, how they fared against humanity, because usually they don't match up against each other. And Whales got off to a rough start, don't get me wrong, more like candles, but Orcas have been buffed on the most recent patch. So I've got to say, whales right now in 2023 are looking hot, whereas oysters, they're just getting popped open, and it's not looking good.
Oh.
Yeah, well, do you have anything to add to that, or are you just a bit sad?
I love me some oysters.
We'll see. We'll see if the Team Wales can have themselves a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre, shall we say, coming into this one. But they got to go through Shousey. We saw the interview there with him there. Oh, big hook man coming in right now, and I'm loving the confidence this guy has coming off of the PCS.
It's pretty insane. When I saw the Blitzcrank pick, I was like, okay, we've been seeing a little bit more priority on the pick overall. This gank was great because they had to clear on towards Tribush. This one was a little sussy because he didn't see the ward, but man, he was winning them fights just based off these picks alone.
The dude is absolutely on fire. I also love the Kaisa build next to it with the Umbral Glaives. There's just no vision on the map. The dude is just, any patch of fog, Shousey may just be there and be dragging you in. He was so solid. But on the other side, BA was fantastic on the other Hook champion. His Nautilus was absolutely legit in their series versus BDS.
The Portal Combat, Hook City for sure.
Look at these mid picks.
Oh, boom! It was beautiful, and I'm sure it's going to be coming, but the fact that he was able to get what was, yes, right here, the predict, bang! Of course, Crown Shot made a mistake there, but it was great from BA to be able to make those plays. That started what was a snowball for their team. So Team Wales can definitely look towards their own support and say that's where we're for sure going to be able to pick up wins. Really earlier on when we were able to see Shousey's hook through mid lane and being able to pick off the jungler, it was like instantly turns into a Baron. So just off these hooks alone, playmaking supports can completely change the game.
Yeah, I think all things considered, we are looking at either like kills in the lane phase, especially if we see like Kaisa, Xayah, plus these hooking champions, so much kill threat with those duo lanes on the bot side. But then mid game is going to be full on chaos because fighting for vision inside river, tracking off of those resets where their support's going to be going is going to be so important because both of these players are looking for those picks. And it's not even always linking up with a jungler. So it makes it almost less readable because you might see the jungler show on the top side and then BA is just in mid lane as well. So you got to be on your guard at all times, both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, like it's not even just about the supports as well. We had Artemis popping off as well.
Oh, yeah.
So this was like, it's a kind of a collection of things, if you will, coming together here. And I just feel like Artemis is, it's kind of in the promised son, if you will. There's so many people who follow this region on Twitter who are saying like, this guy is legit, and he's been showing it.
And especially on the Kaisa, like the dude just hunts down Adam in a side lane. This is the game following up Adam just absolutely monstering. But Artemis knows exactly how much damage he can do. You're usually not walking into a Renekton 1v1, which is fantastic. And then the moments he chooses to engage in a fight, like here, right after the engage, comes in straight into the back line, hits all three players with that AoE.
Yeah, his positioning throughout that series was perfect. One of the things that we were aware of going into the series, going into the tournament, honestly, was that Artemis, mechanically, incredible. The decision-making is the only thing that was called into question, but we saw perfect decision-making in the game 2s and 3s. And it's kind of similar with both of these teams that started off a little bit rocky in their first game, a straight-up loss by Team Wales, while Flying Oysters had a bit of a tough first little bit.
Sure.
And then took over that game. So just I look towards their bot lane. That's how they get back into the series or game. I think their mental fortitude is spectacular in the last series.
100%. And I think for me, I'm looking at this series in terms of draft as Kaisa being a very high priority pick. Because, like, yeah, talk about the Hook champions. I think we could see a trade. It's also not guaranteed that Shousey is going to lock in the Blitzcrank. Nautilus might rise for both of these players. But the Kaisa having the ability to follow up on those mid-game picks is so lethal. Yeah, it's all right to trade the Xayah. You have strong laning. That's no problem. But those mid-game roams, that's where the Kaisa just fully excels.
Yeah, and I think as well, looking at CFO, again, we have their drafts beautifully here because, I mean, it's just high priority laning phase. It's getting that pressure down, making sure that they know they're going to come out with winning lanes and winning advantages.
I thought their drafts were excellent coming into this tournament. Blind picking Rumble in particular because they're confident in how he and Rest is playing that top side of the map. And then the Jace was great for Jimyan. The quadra kill that he was able to get through mid lane in one of his games. Just the patience that he has in general and when he should engage, but also he's just hitting shot blast pretty consistently. On the right targets too. He completely blown up what was the Senna in that game too. So I looked at his Jace, I was like, great, if he can blind pick it again, thumbs up for me.
Honestly, if you look at these two drafts, they look so similar to me, right? In terms of the solo lanes, like you were mentioning, tank, jungler, you know, like some kill pressure down on the bot side of the map. I think it's really important that Team Wales challenge the Rumble and the Jace in drafts. Like, I'm looking at bans or prio picks on those two champions because if the top side of the map is able to play that, they work so nicely together. The Rumble team fighting is just gorgeous, especially that ultimate to help set up the engagements when you're playing, you know, a hook champion on the bot side of the map. You've got to be able to remove those or have a really nice way to play into it inside the laning phase, because that Jace was so dominant throughout both games.
It was great. And honestly, just this comp alone is something that you've probably played throughout the entirety of the split. Kai'Sa and Jace, or even just the idea of Rumble as well, the range advantage that you have. It's so easy to just, especially if you have confidence in the Jace player, then you feel like you're locked in on how you want to play out fights. As long as the Rumble is protected early from ganks, and as long as you come into fights knowing that you're playing with resources properly. If Rumble has ulti, then great, we're locked in.
Yeah, also, these are... could I ask for those drafts one more time?
Bring them back up.
You talk about the long range. Like, you got to consider how low commitment... There's no commitment in these comps either in terms of like sending your body in. Like, Maokai, Sejuani, Rumble can engage from a mile away.
Yeah.
You have got Poke with the Kai'Sa and the Jace as well. Like, this is the Tinder of team comps, right? There's absolutely no stakes here, nothing on the line, no commitment.
It's a perfect match.
It's a perfect No, Wales got to be swiping left on these.
Well, before we get into picks and bans, let's check in with Team Wales' ADC Artemis and the Verizon Game Day Inter.
Three of the playing stage of Wales 2023, and I have Artemis with me, the AD carry for Team Wales ahead of today's game. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. The upset win against Team BDS. How did you react to this victory?
Em cảm thấy thế nào sau khi chiến thắng BDS?
Khi mà cảm xúc của tụi em khi mà chiến thắng được BDS thì tụi mình rất là vui vì đã giành được chiến thắng khi mà tụi mình được đánh giá là một đội kèo dưới.
I felt really happy getting a victory off BDS because we were rated as an underdog team.
Yeah, as you said, you're an underdog. How much do you think it's going to help you, and it helped you overcome this team yesterday?
Em có nghĩ là cái việc được đánh giá là đội kèo dưới nó giúp em giành chiến thắng với đội này không?
Đó cũng là một phần vì tụi mình có một cái tâm lý thoải mái hơn và một cái tinh thần ok hơn, nên là tụi mình đánh cũng tự tin hơn.
It does play a part because it gives us a more relaxed mentality, and so we can just play as we want it.
And I think this one is extra important for you, especially given the fact that you're a rookie here at Worlds. How did you get ready for this stage and for this tournament, especially given the fact that you're the primary carry for the team?
Thì em là tân binh lần đầu xuất hiện ở chung kết thế giới á. Thì em đã chuẩn bị như thế nào cho lần thi đấu này? Đặc biệt hơn là vì em là đầu tàu carry của team nữa.
Vì trước khi chung kết thế giới diễn ra thì tụi em cũng đã đi được Asian Games nên là cũng có vài kinh nghiệm và một số chuẩn bị cho kỳ chung kết thế giới lần này, nên là việc lần đầu ra thế giới cũng không có bỡ ngỡ cho lắm.
Before this, I had a brief appearance in Asian Games, and so I wasn't really surprised all the way here in Worlds.
And then focusing on to the next matchup against CFO that you're going to have later today, tell me what is your resolution for this game, especially thinking of the fact that their AD carry, Sean, is also one of the main carries for the team.
Thì lát nữa em sẽ đối đầu với lại CFO á, thì em đã có chuẩn bị gì cho trận đấu này chưa? Đặc biệt là khi mà team CFO cũng là một team đánh khá là mạnh ở mảng dưới.
Thì hôm qua thì tụi em cũng đã họp và biết cái lối chơi của họ, nên là hôm nay mọi người hãy đón xem nhé.
We had a brief meeting yesterday to discuss about their playstyle, and I think I've got it pretty well. So you guys stay tuned for this.
All right, let's keep an eye on this then. Thank you so much, Artemis, for the interview. Good luck on today's game.
Thank you.
Koa, thank you so much for the translation. And Munch and Dagda, back to you guys for the game.
Thanks very much, Law. And just had a brief meeting yesterday. That's all it took. All it took, just a brief
meeting. Chelsea downloaded entirely in that 10-minute meeting. Easy.
Yeah. I will say, I love that we've got a rookie player called Artemis in the tournament where the world song is Gods. He's literally named after a god. It's like, and then he's playing like a god on the Rift.
It's beautiful. I mean, it writes itself, right? But I do think he's going to have his work cut out for him. Like, Chelsea and Sean are no pushovers, especially if we're going towards those hook champions for Chelsea. They love to try and play around that bottom side. So for Team Wales, they are definitely still the underdogs coming into today. Even though we got to see them against BDS yesterday, it was a scrappy, hard-fought game.
And it's worth just quickly mentioning CFO, the second PCS representative. So if you watched our first series today, PSG dominating in that second game versus Loud. They've set now a 4-0 record in play-ins. CFO, they came second place. They were so close to winning that final. Now they've got to match up to their other PCS counterparts. We're into the draft though, Dagda. Rumble taken off the board here. Lee Sin hovered as our first pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought we'd actually see something like the Renekton maybe taken instead, but I mean, or even Sejuani potentially the option, but like Maokai, the Viego gone. It looks like Gemini. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, going to go back towards the Sejuani because traditionally when I think of Gemini, it's more of those kind of tank engaged champions that I consider him for, trying to set up the team and work with Chelsea when they get towards the mid-game opportunities.
See if we can find those opportunities. Sejuani has definitely been an impactful pick in the tournament so far, but the Renekton open and available. I mean, to be honest, I feel like we're still so fresh in this meta that there's a lot of big power picks that you can still go for. So like the Renekton is one of the highlight ones, but you know, things like the Ezreal is open, that's very safe to pick, very powerful pick. Things like the Orianna that have been able to dominate games.
We've also started to see things like the Gnar start to creep up as well as answers into this Renekton. We got to see in the last game. I'm 90% certain Rest played it the last day as well into the Renekton as well, but in that situation, it kind of works well where you can try and be that team setup. The Ahri going to be taken for Glory. We've had GB to high heavens sing the praises of Glory. So having him kind of take a step back from being a main source of damage to instead swapping over towards the Ahri. It is his most played coming in from Summer, but I still think when I think of how Team Wells were able to find that success, it was Glory having those big moments. But on the upside, we already highlighted the Gnar. Rest looks like he's going to go back towards that. And now it is a case for Jimmy, and like, what do you want to try and go for here? You had a fantastic performance on the Jace, but I don't think you can go for the Jace here with just how little AP damage you have.
Banana you mentioned though, locked in, and we'll see. I'm curious to see what Jimian plays in this one, because Jimian, I think, far exceeded a lot of people's expectations. His Jace yesterday looked really, really fantastic. Him and Rest pairing up with Rest on the Rumble, Jimian on the Jace. And we could see that Orianna that we've talked a lot about. We've not really seen as much as I expected so far. It's been kind of overshadowed by the Nico, but Jimian bringing it out.
Yeah, in the Not Worlds World Qualifying Series, we saw how important that was for Nuke. Like, incredibly strong pick when it's able to get those two items. So we'll have to see now, especially with the team fight setup you have on CFO, like, my God, you should be terrified as Team Wells. But I like what they're going for. They're, hey, look, let's go for the Lee Sin here for BJ. Let's try and have this setup where we can go for the strong mid jungle and see if we can try and play through that play for picks. But when we got to yesterday, early to mid game, they were like, okay, cool, we can actually try and make this combo work. But I think they really struggled when they got to the later portion of the game, where they were trying to, push waves to get vision, to set up to play this pick style of composition, and that's where Team Wells really started to struggle. So I want to see that short up here coming into this game if they're going to try and play around this combo.
Yeah, I mean, Team Wales managing to get that upset yesterday against BDS. But towards the end of those games, me and Ender were sort of playing the game of count the Barons. Like, how many Barons does it take to actually close out the game? So perhaps a little quicker today from Team Wales. But we'll have to wait and see how they play this one out. I like the old school trio, though. This is like old school, we want to take control of the early game.
Yeah, and I think as well, as you say, like, it's such a strong combo to try and play for things like Riptail, but also just try and play for your lane states. The CC is there for a Lee Sin, which is the big thing that he wants. Blitzcrank respected here against Chelsea though. Nautilus going to be taking away on the opposite side. Probably going to be setting up for things like the Rel and the Alistair potentially to come through. I think for CFO side, Chelsea even taking, I think he's going to go for the Alistair here. He wants to try and say, hey, I'm going to be that big setup for things like the follow-up on Sejuani, setting up for Gnar, setting up for Orianna. It makes a ton of sense. And there's not a huge amount of champions that are good against it, because even if you go for the Rel here, you're in a bad spot. So Team Wales are going to say, hey, we'll actually take the Alistair in response, and then see exactly what Chelsea does want to try and go for.
And the Alistair is kind of a takeaway from Chelsea as well. Like, while we all know Chelsea's Blitzcrank is insane, it's not like it's his most played, it's a situational pick. But the Alistair, the Rel, these have been his bread and butter. Obviously the Nautilus as well, but Nautilus kind of everyone's bread and butter. And it looks like it will be the Rel locked in here, which worked very well with the combo that they've got. The one thing they're lacking right now is damage, basically.
That's going to probably be filled up here by Shun coming in here. I expect something that's going to be able to do a lot of consistent, well, Maybe, I was going to say, kind of be that late game scaler, or at least provide a lot of that damage in the later portion. Now, you can still get a lot of work done in the early stages. Kalista, very strong early game champion. But my biggest worry is CFO like to try and play around bot side, but you're up against Rel into Alistar. Your setup's really difficult to try and make work, and Kalista kind of needs to snowball.
I've got to say it, for me, that's an MF angle. With this much CC and this much combo, that's an MF angle in my mind. But we'll see what Wales are going to do to try and answer this aggression in the bottom side from Shun and Xiaoxi. They want to dominate the 2v2. Like you said, the Alistar could make that a problem. See what Artemis wants to take as well, because Artemis has been very impressive so far, and it will be that Aphelios locked in to play that defensive role.
It's a little bit of a funky one though, because you're kind of playing a lot of, hey, we want to go for dive with the Lee Sin, the Renekton, the Ahri, even the Alistar to a certain extent, right? But a lot of those times it's like, hey, we're using a flash from Alistar to get into a position to get a good knockup. Ahri's going in with a long-range charm after using her Spirit Rush to get into position. So trying to catch up to these fights as Artemis might be a bit of a problem. I think he'll do well in a lot of situations because CFO were jumping onto him. But if Team Wales are looking to push their advantages, I'm a bit nervous that this fight might just be just out of his reach as Team Wales are trying to make that happen.
I am curious to just watch his general form on Aphelios as well, because Artemis, across summer, he's played 18 games of Xayah. He's played 16 games of Kai'Sa. Aphelios is next most played with 4 games. Whoa. Like, this guy plays Xayah and he plays Kai'Sa pretty much all year, but doesn't necessarily get that much opportunity to play the other picks unless they're banned from what you can divine from the stats. We'll see how Aphelios is. I'm sure it's in great form if yesterday is anything to go on, because Artemis looked phenomenal. But it's CFO versus Team Wales here, and I've got to say, I'm excited because I feel like PCS versus VCS, these guys are pretty close to each other geographically, and I feel like VCS historically has built a reputation for being very fast, very aggressive, but Team Wales, I'd argue their playstyle is closer to what you expect from PCS.
Yeah, I mean, very slow. Going to be trying to see if they can kind of come online in those later fights, but or even just look for multiple Barons like we saw yesterday to try and close the game out. But we'll have to see. I mean, for Team Wales, I mean, big victory for them, picking up the first ever best of series win for the VCS second seed yesterday. So a big shout out to them getting that first win. But now again, they have to try and do what feels like a very uphill battle for them, going up against the PCS second seed.
Team Wales, they were the underdogs going up against BDS. They're the underdogs now against CFO, but the PCS, they look like the region to watch here at Play-Ins. We've seen PSG 4-0 so far. They're into that qualification match. CFO, they want to match their rivals from the PCS. They want to get to the qualifications too.
Yeah, CFO. We got to see Flying Oysters coming into Worlds last year, and I think they picked up a couple of fans. A lot of people not really like Flying Oysters. The name actually comes from the CTBC, the bank that they're sponsored by. It comes from their slogan. Their slogan has the name family in it, which is what Fei Muli is actually the translation of Flying Oysters into Mandarin, which is why they're CTBC Flying Oysters. CTBC Fei Muli.
Fei Muli.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Like a little wordplay. It's the name for your team. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a huge fan of that. I'm also a fan of just the name Flying Oysters. Even outside of the wordplay, it's just a great name in general. And also, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention, we have the Battle of the Sea Life on our hands. It's the Oysters in the blue corner. It's the Whales in the red corner. Who will come out as King of the Seas?
It's like, who would you win, 500 oysters or 2 whales? It's like, nobody knows, but we're going to find out.
Is it 1,000 oyster-sized whales or 1 whale-sized oyster? I don't know. We've got a bit of an all-in the bottom side. Xiaoxi jumping forwards to try and find Prio here for Shun. Not level 2 just yet. So they can't quite commit to the full all-in.
Yeah, they're going to be able to, though, to hit the level 2 first. They should be able to walk, should be able to walk up here and at least smack the 2 minions in the front to use both of his stacks, but not really in a position to push too far forward, as you can already see Shun and Xiaoxi getting good control. So I think this is my biggest worry, is that I haven't been impressed with BA, and I know from watching like a lot of Goldberg streams when he was VOD reviewing these guys as well, hasn't been impressed by BA. So I'm curious to see how much pressure Xiaoxi and Shun can get in this bot lane despite the weaker matchup of Rel into Alistar, and if this Alistar pick can give the control that this bot lane of Team Wales needs.
Keep my eyes on BJ as well, because he's one of their sort of star players for Team Wales. He's the catalyst for a lot of their early presence, but Gemini, no stranger to the early game. This is a player that likes to get in those lanes, likes to gank at sort of level 3, this sort of part of the game. Now going for an invade on this Sejuani, trying to take away BJ's blue buff.
Yeah, nicely done. Hey, we got push on bot side. Shun and Shouts can come across. Fantastic. I'll take a blue for myself. And also kind of creating that split map where now if you're BJ, you have to try and move back up to this top side. Try and play off the fact that Glory and also this Renekton have push. But may be a bit of a difficult situation for Gemini to try and contest. So I'm actually curious how this one pans out. Because as you can see, BJ is like, well, cool. Lane prio top side. I'm going to get this blue on the opposite end.
Gemini goes through his walls. I don't know if that's just caution or whether he's not willing to take the contest or if he doesn't know BJ's on the blue buff right now. Didn't go over any vision to get to this point. Now we'll definitely know that BJ's in the area, but it's too little too late. The blue buff is gone. Okay, it's just luckily for BJ, the smite was on cooldown for Gemini. Use that on the other blue buff.
But the thing is now, you've kind of got this push out coming through on bot side because of the way the wave is stacked. You've got control over mid, so even though Gemini was the one going for the invade, I wouldn't be surprised to see BJ try and clear out these Raptors that have just respawned of his, and maybe even contest the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side, pick up a little bit more for himself. So we'll have to see exactly what the plan is, but looks like with the stop off, he may be a little bit late to the Raptors on the bot side, actually even with Glory resetting. Okay, it's just going to be a case of, hey, we'll trade Scuttle Crab on opposite side. Maybe. I think he is going for it.
Indecisive, but yeah, he's looking like he's moving down towards that. Gemini, in the meantime, perhaps looking towards the actual bottom lane itself. All in from Shousey. Stun is there to Beer. I mean, he's not even needed. The flash is there. The ignite comes out. As Gravitum on both bot lane as BJ in the area. But Artemis, I think he maybe already used that route. Shousey is very low. They've got to be cautious.
Shousey's low, but the wave is still kind of pushing in towards Shun and Shousey, so we kind of have both junglers still hovering here to make sure one Artemis and BA, who are also kind of taking low specifically the support to push this wave in and get in the position where they're all right. Like you can see, look at Gemini, he's just re-going to this bottom side here.
Yeah, Gemini happy to stick around. And this is, you know, he's built a reputation for really focusing on the lanes in the very early stages of the game. Shousey charging forwards, goes a bit. They know there's no flash available, and so it becomes a free kill. First blood for Shun and Shousey with a little help from Gemini.
Great mind game from Shousey. He's like running immediately at Artemis, and you're like, okay, well, that's clearly the person we're going for, but turns at last second, catches out BA, who's stepping forward to try and knock back the engage coming through from Shousey. So they end up getting the kill. BJ called down to the bot side because Artemis is like, for the love of God, I need to push this in. Please give me some help or else I'll never be able to reset. And now BJ will start to move back in towards his own jungle. So nicely done by Gemini to get the first blood here.
Oh, will he? Actually just starts off the Drake off the back of, he knows that the enemy bot lane's resetting, his bot lane's resetting. Nobody has Prio, so why not try and sneak away the dragon? I think he's going to get away with it.
It will slow him down a little bit, which isn't the end of the world when you already know you've got the advantage over Gemini, but Gemini is here. BA's gone the wrong way around here.
Yeah, trying to find Gemini, I think, but BJ now stuck in the pit. Gemini moving around, just hiding behind the Drake here. BJ is going to be better at smiting than what you'd expect from Gemini, just with the fact he is that Lee Sin. With BA in the area, Gemini has to back away. So, Dragon secured by Team Wales. 1-0 in terms of kills, 1-0 in terms of dragons. But all things considered, a quiet start to the series.
Yeah, I think this is where it's going to start to really pick up, though. Level 6 hit for Glory in the mid lane. He's burning through a ton of mana alongside Jimmy, so Jimmy actually going to be relatively safe because you want Spiritual Rush him to charm, but I think you want to try and play mid. Shousey, though, we get to play here. Very nicely done, right? Changes his direction onto BA, gets the knockback, immediately gets the stun, and Gemini's there to follow.
It's the fact that Artemis also flashed. Like, Artemis was sure that he was going to flash onto him. So, very nicely done there by Shousey. And it's kind of like how he plays Blitzcrank as well. You see him W in, you see him sort of flash forward, but then goes for a target that you're not expecting. It's all about the kind of misdirection.
I think, though, the misdirection right now is kind of where BJ is going to be in the map. He's already back down towards his bottom side, taking the scuttle again. You would consider that he's going to be moving up towards his top side, because you can actually see the little Callista soldier is wandering around in the jungle to spot out exactly where the camp's been taken. But BJ now spot on that ward. It's a nice job by Shun to kind of be a little bit of a heads up, as the BJ being in a different position than you'd expect because his top side is all about to spawn, but not able to get the play on the bot side. Shun will now know that he's reset thanks to Shousey clearing out that ward, and they'll be able to crash this.
Yeah. I feel like those Callista ghosts are... They really give you a false sense of security. They're very weak in terms of ward. It's no Ash Hawk choice. You know, at the end of the day, like, it's very easy for a jungler to dodge those, so I like that they're also warding the river.
Yeah, when you play Metal Gear Solid on easy mode, it's like, oh, okay, I can see exactly where they're looking.
It's BJ in the river just hidden under a box.
But unfortunately, the box is well spotted by CFO. So again, you're going to be moving up towards the top side. And like the BJ's been trying to get access to these lanes, but it hasn't quite come into fruition for him. Now with level 6 hit for himself, Glory here in mid, I want to see this play happen. I'm even looking at the amount of rotations we're having for Rift Herald. And Team Wales almost always completely rotates all 5 members up here. So if CFO have done their homework, they should know they're here, and that's why they're kind of having their own squad starting to rotate up towards this top side.
This might just be a 5v5 we've got on our hands, Dagda, as BJ comboed up, Herald taken. And Shousey, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the blade, punted back by Bia, but he's got a Callista, so he'll get out. Nobody dies. Herald stolen away, though, by Gemini.
So you're happy out as CFO, managing to get into position where they're like, fantastic, we can steal this away. BJ left on his own in the pit with Rest able to get control over top side, so nice job. And now, again, you can start to rotate this around. I imagine it is going to be a Rift Herald in towards the mid lane, like try and snowball the Orianna. Because one of the big things we've noticed with like Orianna builds coming into Worlds is, hey, we've moved away from we're going to go for tiers, we're going to go for like 2.5 to 3 item spikes. It's I'm going to go for Liandry's, I'm going to go for Shadow Flame, and just try and spike earlier off of 2 items, but kind of forego a lot of that late game burst damage that we kind of come to expect.
We'll see. I feel like those individual item spikes are all significant as well. Like when a Mythic is finished for either of these mid laners, it does feel like a big moment in the build where suddenly that shockwave comes online. Suddenly Glory has either assassination potential or Everfrost potential, depending on which type of build he wants to go for. But looking towards sort of later in the game, you do get a little bit nervous for CFO. Anytime there's a Callista in the game, I get a little bit nervous about what happens sort of beyond 30 minutes. With a composition like this, you would want CFO to be trying to push the envelope a little bit more.
I think they've found their advantages through bot side already. The fact they've got the Rift Herald has been great. Obviously, losing Dragon kind of sucks. But I think you're actually in a strong enough position right now with Callista being, you know, 8 or well, nearly 10 CS up, let's say, in that bot side. Yeah. You're also looking at the fact that Jimmy has been able to farm effectively in the mid lane. Rest is doing well, relatively well in that top end. Like, the only thing you're really worried about now is like this second dragon that's about to spawn in 50 seconds. You want to try and make sure that Jimmy has his reset, has at least picked up, well, I suppose he's just back for his Phoenix Codex. Probably won't have enough to just barely finish his first Mythic beforehand, but you should be very close to your Blade of the Rune King here for Shun. Like, these are the spikes that you're really looking to play off of at this next dragon, and hope that then you can start to snowball this one.
Dominus in the top side. Sparta, I don't think he has the damage to actually finish this kill off, but he does still have his flash available. He's going under the tower, taking a couple of shots himself, and Rest is about to turn Meganar. This could get dangerous for Sparta, but Rest decides it's not worth trying the all-in.
I like it from Rest, though. It's like, hey, my flash is super valuable if we are playing for this dragon. As BJ, no!
He's pulled in, he's CC'd up. There's no way out of that one, and the Herald on top of it. Jimmy getting some gold there. Or he gets a combo, but that's all he'll get. Jungler down, and CFO with another advantage.
Great pick. Shousey coming over the wall with Gemini. They don't even have to use the ult from Gemini as well, so if someone gets a little bit too close to this, they should be able to pick them off, but I don't think anyone from Team Wales is going to commit to this. Really nice setup to get BJ before they have to go for that dragon.
Glory trying to all in onto Jimmy in here. Gets the true damage off of his Orb of Deception. Denies access to this wave as well. And I don't know if he got that plate gold. I think that plate gold might have gone while he was out of range.
Yeah, just about, but now Gemini's in behind. Last charge there for Glory. No flash, but just going to be a scare in him off.
Oh, all in on the bottom side. Shousey takes a bit of damage, but again, that's twice already that Shousey gets to go too far forward and gets away with it because of the Callista.
And twice Artemis has blown his flash in bot lane for not really needing to. Like, flashes in aggressively try and find that play, but you're just taking Shousey out of the equation. BJ is here on bot side, has flash and kick, so maybe they can make something happen.
Oh, Gemini going slightly sideways on that one. It's a great little combo, though. Gemini taken down. Team Wales finally get themselves onto the board, and you've got to be a little bit nervous for Shun and Shousey here. Underneath the tower, Shousey pretty low, but against Darrell, probably not willing to dive.
Jimmy was missing from mid lane, so they don't want to overcommit to anything on that bot side, but yeah, I think for Gemini, he needed to flash the initial engage coming through from BA. Or sorry, the follow-up engage coming through from BA if he was hoping to survive that. But this here, beautiful stuff. So Rift Herald goes down, and BJ, you gotta know Gemini's there. Like, literally, you get a big purple thing that says Jungler is in this bush right here, and then it doesn't expect Shousey to be here. But it's a nice turnaround pick. I thought they go for bot lane. BJ gets the kick, but here, with the flash coming through from BA, they didn't really have the vision of the Alistair. So unfortunately, even though he had flash, he goes down, but Artemis! That shield!
Close. Yeah, that safeguard. BJ literally saving the life of Artemis right there. He will walk away. And again, trying to put the pressure on with this duo. Sees an opportunity where BA isn't in the lane. Couldn't quite finish off the damage. Honestly, I feel like that's quite lucky that BJ is able to flash in range to get the safeguard.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. Just the fact that Artemis had gone down, that's immediately more plates going over to this Callista. She's going to be in a fantastic spot. Also, because you knew that BA wasn't in that bot side, it actually ends up messing up the mid lane play that they were trying to go for Team Wells as well. Glory was trying to see if they could get onto Jimmy in there, but not really in a position to do so now either. So a lot of those kind of plays falling apart for Team Wells. But again, it's more of a case of we're just waiting for 40 seconds. Rift Herald's going to be up. First item's now completed for CFO and also for Team Wells on the opposite side. So for Team Wells, can they find that pick before they go for Rift Herald, or Chelsea after sneaking into a perfect spot against an AD carry that has no sums?
Glory opportunity on the bottom tower here, but Jimmy, he's nervous. There's a lot of vision in that bottom jungle from the red side. There's a singular control ward in there from the side of CFO. There's Glory. Oh, good little charm. Gemini in the area, though. Jimmy, I think he's trying to look juicy, but it's not going to happen.
I think that's kind of the thing that a lot of people forget about Ari, because we've had such mobile mid laners for a while, is how good she actually is in a side lane. The ultimate gives you so much pressure where you can overextend and start to hit towers, whereas Orianna is in a very vulnerable position when she goes for this. So that's why you're having Gemini down here to be like, well, I need to be here in case BJ shows up, Jimmy becomes very vulnerable underneath the tower. We could easily go for dives as Glory, so that you need to back away, which means that now, actually I was going to say they're going to go for Rift Herald, but rest. BJ,
damage.
Yeah, it's doing work.
Yeah, going to be knocked back here, and actually a bit more of a combo as they get the ultimate onto Artemis instead. Shun dives on forward and rends him to pieces. Xiaoxi, the target is BA. He runs out of ultimate and runs out alive. 2 more souls collected for Shun.
I feel really bad for BA in that one. BJ just booted Xiaoxi onto him, was like, no, he's your problem. You have the Magnet Storm, I'm going to peace out. So BA has absolutely nowhere to go, but big play from Rest. The fact he actually gets that damage on a Spartan in the top lane means that you can't really compete, and Spartan's now going to die!
No, that's not the place you want to be. Another kill. Gemini taking that one. I feel like you want the 4th kill of the Callista, to be honest.
He flashed for it. It's worth it.
He's already got that hat-trick. They'll be okay. But another pick for CFO. It feels like when it comes to these rotations, CFO have got it on lock.
And that's the thing. Wales were like, hey, we need to try and correct this top side, otherwise we can't go for Rift Herald, which means the Xiaoxi again hiding in these books, and Gemini, beautiful ultimate, again, flashless, cleanseless, AD carry is easy pickings, and Shun is just having a field day in these 2 fights.
And it feels like we're getting that early power from the Callista that we were wanting. Sparta, I feel like you should have known that you don't have the right to walk into that river right there. As the Herald is taken, that's now in the pocket of Gemini. At least Glory can answer with the tower on the bottom side. The gold lead starting to slowly build in favor of CFO. Not too significant just yet, but it's where the gold is, right? You can see the gold difference over time, just spiking. But Shun has so much. That's the key thing here, is that Shun is now at a power point.
Yeah, but Blade of the Rune King completed, also having that Rage Blade in his back, or the Rage Knife, sorry, in his back pocket. It's going to help out, and that's why you can see Team Wells is like, no, we cannot contest for this next dragon. At least having one will give them a little bit more wiggle room where they can get to the later point, but realistically, you're kind of waiting on Artemis to hit to 3 items, which you're just so far away from that. Whereas on the opposite side, Jimmy is already powering through his first item. He's got a bit of skills for himself, so he's able to work towards that second one, which I imagine is going to be the Shadow Flame. And then a CFO, you're good to party. Whereas for Team Wells, I think your pick comp of working between BJ and Glory just hasn't really come to fruition.
We're seeing a lot of Alistair value against these Heralds today, but they won't have the damage to actually finish it off. And it will be the tower taken down. It's going to be the Spirit Rush. A charm lands as well from Glory in the bottom side. Jimmian could be in trouble as the shield is burst through. The Orb of Deception and the Spirit Rush won't come through in the end. Glory having a decent game for himself. I will say, if we take a look at the solo lanes quickly, big CS lane for Glory. Mild CS lead in the top side for Sparta as well.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're going to really be able to play through it. I do think Glory having control against Jimmian is great. But it's going to become more and more difficult for you to actually create any sort of pressure with Glory when you shove in mid as Shun and you immediately have Gemini and Xiaoxi like playing into the jungle like this. They know that they've got such a big advantage in the AD carry role and win the 2v2 prio mid that they can actually rotate in and just push Glory away from the tower. And when the bot tier 1 goes down, suddenly the map becomes significantly smaller for Glory to try and play that one out. So I think this is where, again, Team Wales, you got to try and find picks. You got to try and find creative plays of BJ and Glory to work together against Jimmy. But when you don't really have control of your jungle, that becomes significantly more difficult.
I have to say, Dagda, I'm really disappointed that we got a Kalista in this game. Not because I don't want to see Kalista. Kalista's exciting. But I was so ready with all the Kraken Slayer versus the Whales puns. And we get the 180 carry in the meta that doesn't build Kraken Slayer. Oh, to be fair, I
don't worry, we'll get
Kalista's
Ezreal next game as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. We'll get Ezreal. Oh, dear. But interested to see how this one's playing out, because honestly, when you look at Team Wales and the way that they've played, they typically like a slower game. They're not necessarily the most aggressive team. But CFO, neither are they. They come from a region where playing slow, playing cautious is sort of the norm. And you can see that they're very comfortable with this style of play.
But that's the thing. It's like when you win out before you get to the fight, well, it's going to be slow. Like they get the pick onto BJ before they get to the objective. They're looking for, actually it's going to be a Void Staff coming through for Jimmy. And yeah, though.
We watched that ward get placed down. Xiaoxi, I think, was already shopping at that point, but it doesn't matter because the Fate Skull comes on through. That should be a 0-3-5 Xiaoxi, but they're playing so well around this Kalista ultimate. Beautiful.
Still, though, this opens up Team Wales to know they've got the numbers advantage in mid, but with an ulti, the ult available for the Nars, they're going to end up backing away. So, yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's like Team Wales, yeah, you're kind of half on the advantages, you're trying to find the picks, but it's not quite working out for you. And then, again, when it gets to team fights, I kind of just give the edge to CFO. You've got Xiaoxi, who's great. Gemini's going to be fantastic. Jimmy and having access to a bit of a wombo alongside everyone is going to be a very tough one.
I think the only advantage that you can give to Team Wales when it comes to those later fights is your scaling of your AD carry. If we do get to like 6 items, that Aphelios can start to make a difference if he's got the right weapons in the fight. We've all seen what a late game Aphelios can do, but it's so circumstantial. You kind of need the stars to align. You need to be in the right position. You need to have got late enough in the game. Kalista now hitting 2 items. CFO are going to want to start to increase the pace of the game a little bit. They are spiking really hard on this Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, but for CFO, like, it's kind of a case of, right, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. We're winning it as we're moving across the map. And honestly, I think this is why CFO have been so successful domestically, right? When you look at they've been in 4 splits. 3 splits, they make it to finals. The other split was they finished in 3rd. Like, this has been a team that has come into the PCS and looked absolutely spectacular. And it is the opportunities of, hey, we've got an incredibly strong bot lane. We've got a 3-0 Kalista in this one that we can look to play around. Shun and Xiaoxi have been the carries. Now they're looking to play around them again.
Oh, good ult from Gemini, and the follow-up on to Bia does have some breakable will, and now some shurikens picked up from Artemis. It's enough to dissuade the play with Glory teleporting in the mid lane.
I saw where Jimmy and orb was, and I was like, that's a monster shockwave. I think Team Wales kind of breathing a sigh of relief that one didn't end up triggering, because that would have been a very disastrous point. The fact that you end up with Glory TPing, I think scared CFO a little bit, but again, they're kind of getting what they want. It's clear the vision now, just slowly but surely eke that one up, and even though it's not the kills, they're going to be in a fine spot. Dragon, 16 seconds. You can see a little bit of a late reset coming through from Shun. They want to move over towards that, but it also means that Glory might be in behind for the pick on Jimmy, but he's out.
Yeah, Jimmy gets out with his life here. Glory is on 2 items at this point, and you can see the Event Horizon. It's not the Event Horizon, that's Vigars. Horizon Dawn? No,
Horizon
that's
Focus.
a different game. Horizon Focus. I always call it Event Horizon in my custom games, and it's got to a point now where it's like removed the name of the actual item. But the increased damage off the back of the charm now means that you really are into one-shot potential.
Which means that you'll get Xiaoxi down to like 10 HP before he gets ported down. It's going to be real close though, real close to get Xiaoxi.
I will say, the fact I called it Horizon Dawn as well, that feels like fate, because we do have Artemis, God of the Hunt, in the game. That's a game all about hunting. You know, it all lines up.
I really wanted to make, like, if Artemis messed up, there's an Irish author called Artemis Fell. Sorry, who wrote Artemis Fell. And I was like, oh, he's really messed up because that's an Artemis Fell. But it was like, I don't know if it's a big enough book it sold like 50 million copies. I'm like, I feel like there's maybe enough people who get that reference.
I think, like, I know of Artemis Fowl, and I was on the same wavelength. Like, do I reference Artemis Fowl? I don't know if it's a popular enough series to
See,
reference.
the thing was, I messaged Medic and was like, hey, what do you think about this? As actually, Chelsea? But yeah, I messaged Medic and was like, what do you think about this? Can I make this joke? And he was like, compare the 50 million copies that were sold to Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. And I was like, yeah, they sold slightly more by like the 100. Like,
yeah.
It's a very different story comparatively.
Yeah. That said, though, that doesn't mean Artemis Fowl isn't a big series. I'll defend Artemis Fowl. I've not even read it. I can't actually reference it anyway, but, you know, like, I was just going to use it as a simple wordplay, so I'm in too deep in this conversation, I'll be totally honest. Feels like Team Wales were a little bit in too deep. They're going to have all of their vision cleared here. Baron is up onto the map. Feels like that's where the teams are starting to lean now. Still 3.5 minutes, still the next Drake. CFO on that soul point, but it's a Cloud Soul, so not going to be the end of the world. Does open up that Elder Drake later on in the game. BJ moving in to try and clear the wave. I'm not sure that was necessary. Comboed up, he will escape with his life though. Shousey could be in trouble, but the Fate's Call once again. Beer on the front line. BJ jumps in for the kick onto Shun. It's gorgeous from the jungler. Shousey with a stun, but Glory's here to clean up. Gemini walking away as Rest tries to get Glory away from the rest of his squad. CFO though pushed away. It's 2 for 1 so far, and Team Wales, they're happy to go towards that mid lane.
That was a scrappy one, but Team Wales actually have to come out on top. B with a big engage onto Shun that then sets up BJ, and just like that, they've come alive. They'll get the mid lane turret, and I thought that this was going to be a very different conversation where Flying Oysters were able to take it, but Wales proving me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's really lucky that they managed to get the jungler so Baron couldn't go down.
But that's the thing, look how much was invested. Ult from Shousey, ult from Gemini, ult from Jimmy, and all on to get BJ, and he gets out. Big gets a beautiful engage onto Shun. Shun flashes away from the charm, but it means that when BJ goes in here, it's the perfect setup because Shun has nothing left. The ward, or the safeguard onto his teammate to get the distance on the follow-up. Beautiful stuff from BJ. And once Shun's down, consistent damage isn't there. Rest not having Mega Gnar, Jimmy not really in a position to consistently get the command attack and command shockwave to deal the damage.
And you can see the damage Glory was doing. That kind of fight is Ari's playground, where everyone's starting to get low, everyone's trying to escape. You just chase them down, you get those resets, and you start to clean house. 6-3 on the scoreboard, but the gold is within touching distance right now. Team Wales fighting their way back into things.
Yeah, the thing is though, like, CFO are trying to ARAM this a little bit too much, where it's like, hey, we could actually try and push in the mid lane and then like rotate up towards this top side. I don't know if I have a second to draw on this, so I might just hold on.
Maybe not. Glory's on the flank here. No, you don't have a second factor, but Shousey does. He's found multiple seconds onto Glory. What an engage from the support. And now Beer left to the wolves as he'll be rendered to pieces. Shun with a double kill. That might just open up the Baron, but Shousey's gone too deep this time. Rest with a triple. No, the shockwave! What a combo! CFO making it happen.
Flying Oysters are sending the Whales into the air with that shockwave. Jimmy, and that was sick with Rest. And just like that, they turn over towards the Baron. They get the fight they need, and they'll get to crack open this game massively in their favor.
Just when a play goes positively for Team Wales, and there's a little bit of hope back for the VCS, CFO, they slam the clam shut, as it were, and they take themselves a Baron here. They take themselves a significant gold lead, and they begin their Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, and look, they're not going to stick around to try and get the top turret, but big focus now is going to be that next dragon. But Glory trying to play off towards the side, but ends up going that bit too far. BJ trying to engage, great turnaround engage from Shousey. And B is just trying to save them, which means there's actually little engage left on Team Wales to turn this around. So they end up picking off the Alistar off the back as well, and then we got to look at Rest. Turns Mega, moves for, flashes in. Artemis Gale forces to try and get out of that, but the shockwave was already set up beautifully. That was glorious from Flying Oysters.
Nice, nice. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus.
Chelsea, what a legend.
Chelsea just could not believe his eyes. And rightly so. I mean, all three of the targets of that shockwave were like max range on it in different directions. They all get pulled in. It's like the maximum spectacle available from a shockwave.
That was so funny. That was amazing. But CFO, I mean, amazing play to follow up on that. BJ is in no man's land on the opposite side of the map, which means CFO starting to move in here. They know they've got Baron. They know they've got an opportunity. Maybe look for something before BJ gets back, but that window's now closed as Rest going to try and spread out the damage onto the mid lane turret.
Yeah. Rest has been doing a good job of putting pressure down this game. Like in that previous team fight, they know that Bia's going to go down. He's already setting up for the following play as well. Ultimate in underneath the tower. That'll be the mid lane inhibitor tower gone.
Just creates a bit of a frozen field to get Team Wells away from everything, but doesn't mean you have to be a little bit careful. Like Rest now, popping Mega Gnar means that you've kind of got this timing window to get mid tower, back away, and wait until the ultimates are up and available again. So maybe that's where Team Wells might look for something if CFO overextend. You can see they're kind of pushing forward here. They know that this is a time where two ultimates essentially are unavailable.
It's an opportunity potentially. You can't be scared of that shockwave at this point though. After that last fight, you're going to be terrified. Jimmy very close to finishing that death cap as well, which is a big, big moment for the Orianna. You go from sort of tickling everyone and pulling them in to one-shotting the entire team. It's now trying to pressure on to the second inhib in this bottom side. Team Wales not giving it up without a fight, but Jimmy, great little flash, and the combo to follow it up. Shockwave is there. It's 1-for-1 so far, though. They might have gone too deep for this one. Should still going strong. BJ finds him, kicks him into the play. The Gnar against the wall. It's got to be, I mean, there's no damage left. CFO, they've got to just flee this one. Surely as Sparta kicks him on out. Artemis is still alive. CFO, you've got to flee the play. Bia gets the engage, but who needs damage? I guess they're still somehow winning. Rest having no time for sleep. He takes over, and the Oysters rise into the sky.
The mini Gnar to get the damage, to get the procs that he needed to chase down and pick off the remaining members. It may be Rest, but he's putting the rest of Wales to rest in this one.
That's a lot of rest in one sentence.
Yeah,
CFO, though. I'm usually the one doing that. I'm usually the one making you cringe. CFO, though, phenomenal game there. And, you know, looking towards PSG and saying, hey, anything you can do, we can do better. Solid win here, very comfortable, and doing it in their way. Having complete control pretty much the entire game.
But, I mean, what a performance from PCS today, right? Like, you get the first seed in Group A. Now you're potentially looking at the first seed from Group B as well. Like, what a statement day for the PCS region. And I mean, they were absolutely incredible in this one. As you say, it was very slow to get things started, but they knew, hey, look, once we kind of get our footing, we get Shun to his items, we get this Orianna into a position where she's strong, then we can look for it. I definitely think there was some moments where they could have tried to play at the map a little bit better, like take top lane tower, collect some of that standing gold, but once they got into those team fights, that's where they were able to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly drafted for the team fights as well. Like, we saw what the Shockwaves were able to do. We saw what the Rel combos were able to do. Shout out to Bean J in those fights as well. He had a couple of really good kicks to set things up for his team, like Shun getting caught out of position by the Lee Sin. But unfortunately, every time it felt like he committed so much to getting that kick, and they just sort of went 1-for-1, but then the rest of the fight wasn't set up.
Yeah, and I mean, look, shout out to Glory. In a lot of these fights, he was trying to, like, he would spear rush forward to get, like, the charm onto the Orianna as things are kicking off, because that was, okay, well, now I can actually interrupt the follow-up on, like, even that last dive into the bottom side of the map. But unfortunately, there wasn't enough. You just didn't have the AoE damage you need. You didn't have the prowess when it came to those team fights comparatively to what CFO were bringing to the table, and it just kind of fell apart.
Well, the Team Wales are feeling a little bit beached after the first game. We'll see if they can get back into the ocean and give us a series right after the break.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the dam to stop the little flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
I like it from Resto. It's like, hey, my flash is super valuable if we are playing for this dragon. As BJ, no!
He's pulled in, he's CC'd up, there's no way out of that one. But he scored once again. BF on the front line, BJ jumps in for the kick understood. It's gorgeous from the jungler. Pieces shows with a double kill. That might just open up the barrel. Shouts has gone too deep this time. Rest with a triple. No! The shockwave! What a combo! CFO, you've got to flee the play. Fear gets the engagement. Who needs damage? I guess they're still somehow winning. Rest having no time for sleep. Munchables was feeling himself in that call. He was really going for it. Really.
Like
Welcome back, one and all, to the analyst desk here. We've just seen CFO take one big step towards that best of 5 elimination match as a first seed, but I mean, it kind of all came down to kind of how they played that, you know, very slow game, but it kind of all came together after a little bit. They kind of decided to leave everything to the mid lane.
Yeah, that's like a small critique that I would have of CFO, but it's working for them, right?
Yep.
A lot of it's just on the back of Shun. Shun constantly, we've seen him play Draven in the games in the past, of course, domestically as well. In this game, he was playing Kalista. And so looking and zeroing in on his lane was their priority, and trying to stack Dragon, you want to be able to get him ahead. So overall, big thumbs up from Gemini, who just has been doing a great job this tournament of being able to get himself ahead in the jungle, but then zero in towards bot lane, get Kalista ahead. They had prio through bot lane for the rest of the game, and the same thing happened when they ended up swapping him through his mid lane. And it was just basically Team Wales playing on the back foot for the most of the game.
Yeah, I do think like mid-game slowed down a bit as they were stacking up those Drakes, mainly because it's like in comparison to like the Blitzcrank and the Nos, like those more aggressive, like can really catch you champions. A lot of the times when the rail engage happened, it was just a flash and then getting pulled back. But I also thought that Team Wales, through everything, had insane vision control. Like at one point they had 3 control wards inside the enemy jungle on the complete opposite side of the map. So a lot of those plays got spotted out early, and there were a few times that Xiaoxi was actually in a lot of trouble on that rail.
That's kind of my concern with Flying Oysters, is that they're hunting for fights too often instead of just playing straight through sides. If your Kalista is just that strong, why not throw her top lane so you can get that top lane turret? The point that you had mentioned, though, on Xiaoxi getting caught off guard, there was one time where they were pushing through bot side, blue side jungle, and then he was based at a wrong time, but Shun was there for an ulti.
In enemy jungle on a ward.
He was like, on a ward. There was a lot of caveats to it. He could have walked away from that one. But.
Exactly, and then there was a play towards the topside river. Xiaoxi was once again looking for an engage, so this time it was actually just him looking for something, but once again was there for him on the Kalista ult. So a lot of the times those fights turned into nothing because Xiaoxi was the only one who was really in danger, but thankfully Shun did a great job of being able to save his life.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we kind of, and again, it kind of became all about the mid lane. It really, really did. And it really felt like once we were there, it was an ARAM, and there was no other side lanes, there was no one else, because this is where all the action happened.
Yeah, look, I'm prepared for this. Like, I've been grinding in the ARAM, so I'm all ready for the teams. Teleports come in, obviously. Then I want you to watch BJ here, because he lands the Q onto Gemini, takes it, and Gemini full-on kills his AD. So he gathers him in. Obviously, BJ has the very nice flash kick there, or kick flash, to spot out the Kalista. But that was like the one moment I felt like, hey, maybe between Glory and BJ, there's an option to try and win these fights.
Yeah, in both of these fights, the last one, Dragon was coming up in like 3 minutes. This one, it was coming up in a minute and a half. So this one made a little bit more sense if you want to get mid lane priority so you can play for Drake. But yes, Alistar is no way out.
Yeah, 100%. And like when you talk about like, okay, they're not playing top lane, they're playing maybe like a 4-1 or 5-0 in mid. I do think that makes sense from CFO's perspective because mid laner's Orianna, right? You want Orianna with the team to be able to look for fights. Had maybe Team Wales not looked so aggressively on that flank and got picked off, something like this, the game may have just stalled out longer and longer because even in Team Wales' win versus BDS, like those mid games dragged on forever. Team Wales were more than content to just wait for 40+ minutes, wait for Elder Soul before they finish.
Props to Rest in both fights, not just the last one when we saw where he was able to set up Orianna for the Great Wombo combo, but the last one in the bot side inhibitor turret. That he just ended up getting a triple kill on the very end of it. He understood how the team fight was ended up going. I think he has had a great series overall. Even in his Rumble games, I thought his laning phase were quite good. I think they can start playing through him pretty aggressively. So for me, looking towards the next game, I would like for them to start playing through sides a lot more often. Even though these last 2 team fights through mid helped them, overall, I was concerned because I started to see options for Team Well to come back into the game. Alistar and Aphelios in general was giving them a lot of trouble. And if Aphelios was actually on side lanes just picking up more experience and gold with how far behind he was in this game, I actually would have given them more of the team fights later on. So it's a bit of a critique towards Team Wales that they could start to recognize, oh, Flying Oysters are giving us a chance.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like that you bring up the kind of like the side lanes, the XPs, and all that. Ender, you noticed something. You noticed something very key.
I don't know if I've ever seen this before, because CFO were ahead of all time. Let's go. I want to show you the Nexus. Can we go look at the Nexus right now? Okay, so CFO are about to end the game, and I want to pan over. Just drag that screen over to the left, because The Oysters won this game without ever taking the top lane turret. I guess I can't drag it. I was trying to like mind it. That was really funny. Yeah. But look, the top lane tier 1
you can see it on the mini map. It's
is
still there.
alive. That's just ridiculous. But they literally just A-rammed.
Yeah, I mean, there was literally a, there we go. Thank you so much to our observer. But yeah, this is literally just before it. There was a moment for about 5 or 6 minutes where you made a point and said, no one's gone top at all for about 5 or 6 minutes.
After 20 minutes, I don't think a minion was killed in top lane. Like, it was a pacifist zone, right? There was absolutely nothing going on there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta have to go for it sometimes. You gotta leave it sometimes. You gotta go for the ARAM and make it happen. And look, you know, we'll see if they go for top lane this time. That might be your biggest criticism.
All random, all top. Yeah. Let's mix it up, guys.
All right, we'll see how they do. Well, let's find out if both PCS teams will lock in first seeds in their groups as we send it over to Dagda and Munchables.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, we're here at the cast desk. We're ready to get into the second game of this series and find out what's going to happen for Team Wales here, what they've got up their sleeves to come back, because I've got to be honest, I don't think they were ready for the Kalista. I wasn't expecting a Kalista to come out in this game, and I think that sort of threw them for a loop a little bit and put Artemis behind, who realistically has been their carry so far in the tournament.
I think it was just kind of a comedy of errors that kind of happened for Artemis to a certain extent, right? Like, we got them trying to make a play on bot side that ended up going awry for them. BA ends up blowing his flash on that one. Then the next fight, they're like, oh, let's go, we got Chelsea. And then it was like, yoink, nope, Chelsea's coming with me. But Artemis blows his flash. So the opportunities to try and make these plays had kind of fallen apart at that stage. So I think that's where a lot of the issues were starting to come through, where Artemis slipped further and further behind. Shun was a monster. But they are going to be swapping sides here. So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be for Team Wales and how they try and deal with things like, obviously, the Kalista. But also, like, I thought the Orianna shockwaves were really strong from Jimmy, and it didn't feel like BJ and Glory were able to put that as far behind as they would like to. Yeah. So I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is going to be for Wales, Team Wales as they come into this.
I've got to say, Jimmian has impressed me so far this tournament. By no means the perfect player or anything like that, but he has had some really high-level plays across the course of the tournament, and I'm excited to see more. I'm excited to see what else he can play, because he's playing multiple champions every single series.
I agree. He stepped up big time from what I like when I was reviewing them coming in towards their playoffs. Like, it feels like Jimmy has definitely taken a step up. He's been really firing on all cylinders. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to have that similar performance coming into this. Nala's going to be the final pick. So Renekton, do we get a Xayah pick up here? Because that was one that was taken away in the last one. And maybe getting that priority for Artemis in the bot lane. It's a big pick for them. They prioritize a lot in their drafts in the regular season. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Xayah taken here.
Yeah, Xayah and the Kais are both being banned in the first game, open and available. You'd expect that to just be the trade between the two players. Artemis going with the Xayah. It has been a pick that he's looked specifically really good on. You fully expect just the trade of the AD carries here. The question is, what's the next priority for the side of CFO? They do keep toying with the idea of that Aphelios. I mean, maybe it's not as simple as I was saying.
I mean, Shun has played the draft, and usually they will pair it with an aggressive support like the Blitzcrank that is actually left open for Chelsea. So potential here to try and go for that as well. And I think GB was talking about it at the desk yesterday, and I 100% agree with him. Like, I love Blitzcrank into things like the Xayah, because it's that non-committal engage that makes it very easy to blow Xayah's ultimate nice and early, and then she's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place with how she can try and play out these team fights. So we'll have to see what the plan is. Gemini, though, wanting to get his hands on a bit more of an aggressive jungler where he can try and take over against BJ in the early stages.
Yeah, taking away the comfort from BJ as well. We saw BJ picking up that Lee Sin in the previous game, had a couple of good kicks, set up for some kills on Shun, but wasn't enough to turn those fights. Xayah Rakan wide open though. Team Wales will be happy to grab that for themselves. And then the question becomes, what else is your priority? Things like the Jarvan still up and available. Things like the Orianna for the mid lane, or even the Ahri if Glory wants to go back to that.
I'm curious, yeah. I imagine Glory will probably take the Ahri if he can, but I actually think they'll prioritize jungle here and then move over in towards, hey, we're going to probably eat some bans on the next rotation towards mid lane and see if it's open, but not even going to be the case. So going to go towards that top lane for Sparta. So trying to see if they can get that easy pickup for Sparta. I'm not as big a fan of this because I think BJ is going to eat a lot of bans in this next rotation now.
Do we see it locked in though, Dagger?
He's going to do it.
Do we get it locked in once again? I mean, it's the Xiaocrag. It's got to be the Xiaocrag. We've got to believe that it's going to be the Xiaocrag locked in once more. And I mean, it's just a joy to see. His name is literally a Blitzcrank hook. I'm so excited. I get to cast it again.
I mean, it's so sick because he does love to play hyper aggressive. You never know when he's going to go and just go for those flash forwards. But also, like, a champion that was almost permaban against him in those playoffs. So this is something that is world-renowned at this stage for Xiaoxi, and especially when you're playing up against the Zai. We just said, hey, look, that opportunity to play for these non-committal engages is going to be perfect. You got the Lee Sin as well for, hey, we burn that ultimate on the Zaya. Fantastic. Gemini, you're free to go for these crazy kick plays, so you've got that great synergy. Also, the amount of pick and burst damage is there, so a lot of what CFO are going for is actually almost like trading styles with Team Wales from the last one, where they have that pick opportunity, and it's Team Wales that are definitely setting up more for those team fights.
Bit more defensive as the Orianna ban. To be honest, it's almost surprising to see Team Wales banning the Orianna because I feel like it would fit their comp perfectly, but it's whether or not they would get it.
I actually think they want the Nico. I think Nico would be sick with this. When you look towards like short range Kai'Sa, Lee Sin needs to go in. Even if Blitzcrank hooks you, you pop the ultimate yourself, go into Zhonya's. Like, there's a lot of opportunities for Glory to try and play around that. And I thought when I saw the Nocturne ban, they might actually just go for the Nico ban as well, but not going to be the case. So I think Glory might be eyeing up this Nico pick here.
We'll have to see. And we could see Jimian steal the Nico away, which would be his 4th champion so far in the tournament, I believe. If I'm not, in fact, no, I think he's played Orianna twice.
Yeah.
But the Ahri actually being eyed up instead, taking that one away from Glory. It does leave that Nico wide open, though.
Yeah, it's not the... I'm kind of surprised to see Jimian go towards this. I thought maybe we'd actually get something like the... Oh, yeah, okay, so they are just going to try and play for the... I mean, it makes sense with the Lee Sin and the Ahri, where you can play for this, like, strong mid-jungle duo. We had it for Glory and BJ. We didn't really get to see it play as effectively in the last game. So that's Steve, Gemini, and Jimian can step that one up. But I think if you end up going for a Nico here, or even something like an Azir, you're actually in a relatively okay spot here as Glory, where you can just go, hey, well, we're just going to play for you to try and jump in on top of us, and then we'll make it. And there's a Nico. And do we get BJ going back towards his root card?
See, I mean, the Jarvan's great as well. Jarvan can play so many different styles at this point. And then for rest, you look towards what's going to come out on that top side. I mean, Renekton is still available. I wouldn't mind seeing the Gnar again, to be honest. When the rest of your team is wanting to dive in like this, I feel like the Gnar fits that style in a team fight quite well.
I'm actually curious if it's going to be something like a Jax. I think if you've got this kind of pick-orientated style, playing something that's a little bit more split-push-orientated could work in it. The Gnar can work out in that scenario. Like, we've even still seen Hullbreaker and that being built on him. But I think having something that can apply that sideline pressure, when actually, fantastic pick into the... yeah, I think this is a really strong pick into the K'Sante, and something that did receive some nerfs in the jungle and kind of hit the Gwen a little bit in like lane Gwen, but still an incredibly strong pick. Great matchup into the K'Sante, and does fit that role of, hey, we want to try and play a little bit for sideline pressure, because then we can get lane priority, put vision down, and then play off of Ahri, Lee Sin, Blitzcrank to try and find these picks before the fight starts to kick off.
Find them. I'm excited about this CFO composition, especially after the pace of the first game. CFO playing for control, but not feeling the need to overforce anything. It felt like Team Wales slowly but surely falling out of that one. This time CFO, they've got a lot of tools to force things. They've got Xiaoxi on the crank, they've got Jimian with the Ahri that can fish for those charms. There's a lot of opportunity to force plays.
The thing is, though, if you fall behind a CFO, yeah, good luck to you, lads. It is not happening. Like, it's just, this is an FF go next as quick as you can. Because the team fight prowess that Team Wales are bringing to the table is absolutely insane. We've already saw, like, I mean, literally the PCS #1 representative play the Nico and the Jarvan together, looking for these big circles, trying to see if they can get in and try and take the fight to you. If you K'Sante as well to follow up on that incredibly well, like good DPS from the Xayah, like you have to be so incredibly careful that you are getting these early picks, these early snowballs, otherwise you're just going to fall so far behind.
Yeah, the late game feels tough. The one shining light maybe being that Gwen that, I mean, we've all seen what Gwen can do in a late game, but you've got to find the right situation. Even that is a dicey prospect. We'll have to see how it's going to go down, though, with PCS2 versus VCS2. Equal seeding coming into the tournament, but not necessarily equal when it comes to the history of the regions and how well they've done internationally. The PCS looking flawless, basically, so far. It's certainly in terms of results when it comes to play-ins here at Worlds 2023. CFO looking to maintain that clean record, match their first seed in PSG, and make themselves qualify into the qualification for the qualifier for Worlds.
Is that a qualifying statement? If you're gonna give me crap for the rest statement, I gotta give you some crap as well for that one. But we are rocking into game number 2 here.
I almost started applauding with the crowd then. It's like
I mean, you come from a region that does the gyos. You kind of get used to we interact with the crowd. But CFO, Xiaoxi stepping forward. I don't think this has been spotted. BJ doesn't know. Now he knows.
Certainly does. Drops the flag. Xiaoxi. It wouldn't have surprised me, honestly, to see Xiaoxi just flash to try and force the play there, honestly. Like, he's probably got Hex Flash. But don't forget as well, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming, and you can get yourself that beautiful little Heimerdinger experimentation emote. See if you can experiment with some of the picks like we're seeing today. Rest bringing out the Gwen for maybe the first time of the tournament. I don't remember seeing it just yet. Xiaoxi still looking for something. Sweeping over the wall to see if someone was hiding just behind the rocks. Won't get away with it for now.
So CFO going to play this one just kind of at standard at the get-go. Looking at the bot side though, because BJ is actually started on the top side, it'll give a bit of an advantage to Artemis and Bait to be able to push in this wave and try and play for the level 1, although looks like they're not going to. I thought that if they wanted to try and play for the aggressive level 1, like you take W both on Artemis and Bait, means that you can play hyper-aggressive level 1 in this with the Xayah and the Rakan, but you can see Q taking on towards Artemis. They're not actually looking for the trades, they're just going to look for the push instead. Not wanting to push too much in case you end up with Xiaoxi going for a hook underneath the tower and kind of ruining your day a little bit.
Look at the movement there. Artemis and Bia, the second that hook is on cooldown, they move so much further up the lane. They know that all pressure is gone from the CFO bottom lane the second that hook is on cooldown, and they immediately take that space. They'll get the level 2 first. I want to quickly mention as well, Sean actually running the Halo Blades probably leans towards going for that lethality guys that we've been seeing, and definitely leans towards the win conditions that we've been setting out for CFO.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, like trying to play for this mid-game, play for pick, play for that burst damage is going to work out, but it does mean that Rest... Oh, hang on.
Level 2 hit. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage onto Bia. Flashes away to safety. That's 2 summoners burnt on the side of Team Wales in trade for the Ignite from Xiaoxi.
Yeah, but the thing is now, if you're Xiaoxi, flash punch into the hook is going to set up an easy kill. So you can see the reset immediately coming through from BA. So he's going to be set behind in this lane. Nicely done by Xiaoxi to find that hook and now Rest. What more can you do? Especially because we were just about to say, for Rest, if he gets an advantage over Sparta, he's the one that is going to be the Sparta killer. He's the one that has to try and take them down because he's the one that will actually have some of that true damage in his kit.
Yeah, we've all seen across the course of the last couple of years what Gwen can do when you find yourself a lead, and even Cassante can't withstand that storm once Gwen gets a couple of items for herself. Definitely something to be watching. Oh, good little Tangle Barb from Glory, but took a tower shot for it, so doesn't quite end up being win.
Again, I want to try and keep our eyes on where these junglers are going though. Gemini up on the top side. Does he try and go for something on Sparta here? There. Flash Q.
I think Rest just used... Okay, Sparta dodges it. I think Rest actually just used Sparta's Q3 as a gap close and like channeled his Q while flying to get snipping onto Sparta.
Hey, if it works, it works. BJ though, moved into the bot side, got Scuttle Crab, wants to try and contest for the second one here. Gemini in the vicinity. No push in mid though, makes this difficult.
Gemini knocked up here. BJ with the advantage in the fight. Gemini knows that he can't turn this one around. Conqueror already procced for BJ. Gemini just kicked out of the river.
Bit of a weird one there. I don't know, like you didn't have control over top or mid to try and go for that. And Gemini had kind of already forgone his right to go for that Scuttle Crab because he tried to make the play top side. So a little bit weird. He has to come back up here despite the low health bar because Rest still in an awkward spot and he knows that BJ is going to be here.
Oh, Rest manages to dodge the Q3, knocked back though, and here come the junglers. Double flash from the top laners. Oh! And Gemini goes straight between the goalposts with the Q.
Yeah, Sparta was trying to predict the Sonic Wave that was going to come through from Gemini, flash away from that, but nearly Gemini was able to commit with the second attempt anyway. Rest now, still underneath tower. I don't think you can dive this. Safeguard are going to make this difficult.
Oh boy, they're going to go for it. Rest taken down and they make it look easy. First blood for BJ.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rest went away from Gemini. So Gemini not able to get the safeguard now. It's a pretty miserable shield at this stage, so gonna not turn away too much damage, but BJ able to flash out, so immediately getting that success for Sparta and keeping this Gwen at bay.
Gemini feeling his presence in the area would dissuade the dive, but I mean, when you're that low, you just get one shot. There's nothing that they can do about that one, and very nicely capitalized on by Team Wales. Shall see. As soon as he presses the W, I'm like on the edge of my seat.
He's not going to be going for too much. But again, I think this is exactly the way Team Wales want to play it. We just said, hey, Shun is going to go towards this more Umbra Glaive, Vitality style of build. So you are reliant on Rest to deal that more consistent damage against the tank. So if you're setting Gwen behind, you're going to make things a little bit more difficult for CFO as they start to go on. Even just delaying that spike from Gwen where she'll be able to take over the lane. But you can see Sparta flashes away, predicting the Q. Gemini just goes wide on the Sonic Wave. And then at this stage, if you're going to try and stick under the tower, I think you just full commit for Sparta. You're like, immediately try and turn this around. But you can see as Gemini actually tries to use the Sonic Wave on Sparta, BJ gone for the flag and drag, tanks the Sonic Wave from Gemini, which means they can't really follow up anyway. And now, Chelsea, it's going to be reinforcements for Gemini in this equation.
Yeah, they're like, okay, Gemini and Rest alone couldn't do it. Let's send the support up top as well. Sparta versus the world. Sparta literally 1 versus 300 at this point, but no, he's not, because he pulls him over the wall himself. And now the hook finally comes into the play. Rest low on HP and the needlework gaining up, but it's 1-for-1 now. Gemini wants to chase on to Sparta, the Q3, but Sparta, he's on Cassante and he's looking terrified. The charm comes in from Jimmian, and Shousey gets a double kill.
Chelsea's the most bloodthirsty support on this Blitzcrank. I think he had like 4 or 5 kills yesterday as well. But kind of heartbreaking. You would have liked at least one of them to go to Gwen.
You would. The one thing I will say, at least Shousey, he likes, A, you've got your mobility boost, that's fantastic. But B, he goes Everfrost. So actually getting a bit of early AP on the Blitzcrank isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely helping the burst.
It's not quite as good as Gwen, but
yeah, but I think that's it, right? Is yes, it would have been nice to get those kills across, but like 2 kills onto BJ means that when you end up with this matchup between the Lee Sin and the Jarvan going to be in a good spot. Chelsea, do you hook up the wall? You should hook up the wall. What a legend. What a legend.
The show crack! What do you
Can he get
say?
more here? Like, he's going to have Hex Flash up in a second or two. You got BJ there, but... Oh, sorry, Gemini there, but I think they're just going to back away from this one. Just let it go across. BJ didn't want to swipe because he still wanted to control it.
I'm just like looking at the minimap. Shousey has nobody posturing like they're going to come and help him, and he's still like considering the hook on BJ. He's like, can I 1v1 this? Yeah, the 2 kills on the Jarvan, the 2 kills on the Blitzcrank, not quite even when it comes to damage output.
Yeah, and now as well, you've already got like bits and bobs essentially picked up for Rest, whereas when you look across the Sparta, he's well on his way towards completing the... gnarly. He's well on his way to completing the Jack Show Protean, or whatever. My brain's gone missing on that one. But it still means that you're going to have a great opportunity here for Sparta to just continue to pressure a little bit more in this lane before you get towards the Riftmaker and all those kind of things for Rest. So for Team Wales, it's a case of trying to keep this pressure up so then you can play for team fights, play towards the dragons you're stacking, even maybe picking up the Rift Herald here as well. Whereas for CFO, they need more of Shousey on the map to try and turn things around.
2-2 on the scoreboard, but a bit of a lead for Team Wales. Much needed after what happened in the first game. And I have to say, good job so far from Sparta on that Cassante, getting a bit of an advantage in that top lane. It's not ahead in terms of kills, but in terms of CS, in terms of just presence there, I say that, though, we've got the ults coming out on both sides, pulled over to BJ, beautifully done by Sparta.
I mean, Sparta's just setting up the alley-oop every time, and BJ comes in with the slam dunk. Sets him up in the brush. And Gemini now a little bit late to the party once more. And this is a Rift Herald on this top side again. Just getting more for Sparta if they really want to. It looks like they're happy just collapsing the wave. I mean, Sparta's popping off here. This is a really great 1-2 that they've been able to land.
Sparta looking fantastic, and twice with the same play, basically. Over the same wall, brings him over to the rest of his team. Shousey, followed by a charm, but Beer tanky enough that they can't really finish him off.
Yeah, at this stage, Jimmy just doesn't really have enough, especially when you've got the bone plating that's still there as well. So initial damage definitely nullified. But here again, like, this is the first play that we saw where Sparta immediately takes it to the wall, sets it up. You've got the damage because the ultimate for Sparta and the follow-up on towards Rest, especially with the flag and drag back through. And then this is where it actually got a little bit dodgy. Like Gemini, level 4 to level 6. If Jimian hadn't been here and gotten that charm, I think we might have seen a little bit more, because when you ult as Cassante, you can hop over the wall with your E. And I think that's what Sparta was setting up for. And again here, Rest pops the ultimate, thinks, okay, I can go for the trade. But it's actually the trade that comes back with Rest coming over the wall with Sparta and BJ once more waiting with open arms.
I will say, that's Rest with basically no items did half of BJ's health with the needlework and the Q. Like, once we get a bit later into the game, that's not a 2v2 that can happen anymore if Rest is in any way of a similar situation item-wise.
Yeah, it's just when you try and actually BJ's up here again. But it's just when you compare like Rest CS to like everyone else, right? 112 mid, 111 bot. He's only just hit 70. So Sparta being behind is fine as long as Rest is.
Oh, he was inside the circle, so he gets the knockback anyway. Rest in all kinds of trouble and forced underneath the tower. Q3 not available there for Sparta, so they don't get the knockback. Rest survives, but it costs him a flash.
BA also taking a lot of damage. Not sure exactly what happened there, but it does mean Chelsea immediately coming bot side with Gemini. Looks like they want to try and fish for Artemis under the tower. He has the flash, or has his flash, has his ult, so should be fine here.
Again, this is the power of the Blitzcrank. You might be able to just force the flash or ult, but Chelsea doesn't commit, doesn't go for it on this one. Sparta now gets a bit of time on the tower, gets to take some plates for himself. I guess to show us really what he's made of in this top side.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game, he was getting the advantage over Rest as well, so definitely having a good time in this. This one, way more help coming through from his jungler has definitely made this significantly easier. Not taking Demolish, a little bit sad, because it means that he's not actually able to get as much damage onto those turrets as he'd like, but he's still doing a fantastic job and doing exactly what he needs to, keeping Rest at bay.
Oh, dive at the bottom side. Shun dashes away from the feathers. Leah has to back away, and Artemis realizes he can't go further, but hey, you've got the tower so low. Herald slammed down in this bottom side as well. They're actually just going to finish this tower off. This is a massive spike. Oh, no, it's not. It ain't a spike at all. The junglers here, too. They're going to have smite available. Denial from CFO.
The support of the 9 Rift Heralds in this series has been kind of sick as Chelsea doesn't have his hook, but just willing to step forward there, put the pressure down. And now CFO, with the tower and bot lane not going down, 30 seconds until the dragon, what can they try and achieve? It needs to be some sort of pick, but again, I don't really think they're in a position to go for this. Team Wales, this is looking like a phenomenal start for the VCS second seed.
Honestly, fantastic, especially after game number 1. It's good to see them having a bit of a stronger showing here in game number 2. Just want to quickly mention the items for Shun as well. Not going for the lethality start. In fact, going for Stormrazor with that Hail of Blades, which, you know, still has a huge amount of burst. Still going to be able to try and go for that assassination start.
I am curious if this is a pivot, essentially, from how we've seen top lane go. Now, obviously, you've pivoted fairly quickly, but I definitely think if you've gone for the lethality build and Rest is in this position, you just will never have the damage to get through Sparta as the game goes on. So I actually like the decision to try and teeter over towards a different style of build, but Rest.
Oh, Sparta's going for it. Again, the same wall, the same play, but this time does not have the damage to finish the job off. Rest to walk away with his life, the needlework, getting him a bit of sustain, but Sparta doesn't feel like he's done just yet. Might go underneath the tower here. Rest, he's all out of cooldowns, he's all out of needles, and Sparta wants to go for it. The Q3 goes wide, and I think that's enough to push him away.
Just about, but Terror, our dragon goes down, Chelsea with the hook.
Oh, looks for Artemis. Artemis is just ducking for cover. Skill shots flying in every direction.
That's like BJ. So you get the duck behind cover behind the Scuttle Crab to be like, I'm safe here. If that hook is going, it'll hit the Scuttle Crab. And BJ smites it. And then it's like, well, best of luck to you, Artemis. I hope that hook wasn't going that direction.
BJ, he's received a PayPal payment before. No, I'm kidding. Oh, that is a joke, guys. That is a joke.
I mean, it was nearly a close one for it, but yeah.
It was a close one.
I think the big one now is, again, Chelsea.
Just waltzes around him, not even bothered. Although, BJ goes for the Cataclysm here. Chelsea forced to flash. I think you're quite happy to take that trade.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, Chelsea without a flash makes him way less lethal, gives Artemis the opportunity to take the spot lane turret. And I love the way Team Wales are playing this. They have Sparta with complete control on top side. They know that the best way for them to win out this game is try and play for objectives. Now, obviously, not getting that Rift Herald charge does suck, but in the grand scheme of things, they can start to move over towards the next Rift Herald as it starts to spawn. But I think you want to talk about something on the Master Card later?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Shao-Crank difference right there. That's the Shao-Crank diff. 660 gold for the Shao-Crank, and the rest of the team falling pretty dramatically behind. Actually, it's worth mentioning, just in the solo lanes, look at the CS differences. 20 CS in the mid lane, 10 CS up top, and then, I mean, over 30 CS down in the bottom lane for Artemis.
Yeah, and again, I think this for CFO, it was a bit of a disrespectful draft, to be perfectly honest. Like, playing for pick, saying, hey, look, we can see already that you're going for this massive team fighting composition, but we'll just play for the selection of Xiaoxi with the Blitzcrank, see if he can find the moment that he wants to pick someone off. Same you look towards Gemini, like, this was a, hey, we're just going to take what you tried to do and show you how to do it. And thus far, it has not been working out. With the Rift Tower now going to be able to move into mid lane. Look at how deep you've got BA in the enemy jungle as well. He's going to get into a position where he's looking at keeping Jimmy out of the equation. Like, this is going to be a lot of hurt done.
Glory's been spotted, he's been pulled in, he's been silenced, he's been kicked back, he's been queued, he's pop blossomed, and he's... Oh no, the timing of the W! It went past just a split second too soon. He's got out by the skin of his teeth.
Still though, Team Wells in the mid lane, they're going to be able to get 2 towers off the back of CFO trying to make that play, and they're going to be able to escape as well. Sparta, the TP in to save his mid laner at the perfect moment.
I cannot believe Glory got away with that one. And now
no.
Bia hunting for rest, gets the charm, gets the knockup. Artemis moving in to make sure he can get the damage down. But the Shroud is too much. The TP comes out from Jimmy to protect his top laner.
Good sidestep from Rest as well on the feather pullback, so it doesn't end up getting CC'd and doesn't get the majority of that damage. Jimmy in now will have to take towards the top side. Nico already up here. Glory did TP and flash to try and get into that play. So you'll have the mid laners facing off against each other, which gives Shun a little bit of time to try and push in the spot side, but that'll be matched by Sparta as well. So overall, a lot of trading back and forth, but Team Wells getting those 2 towers mid opens up things dramatically for them.
It certainly does. I mean, the fact that you're getting a tier 2 in the mid lane off the back of these plays, so valuable when it comes to controlling the map, especially in reference to these neutral objectives. Dragon up in a minute and a half. Baron will be on the map in 3 minutes as well. Already taking a tier 2 is just infinitely valuable.
And look at the items that we're going to have, right? You've already got Mythics pretty much completed across the board on Team Wells, apart from an IE that's going to be completed before you move over towards this next objective for Team Wales. Whereas when you look at the opposite side, it's like, okay, well, I've positioned there. Jimmy as well, only just barely completing his Everfrost as well, means that he's not in the best spots. So you can see in the golden top, like, Sparta is destroying Rest in this matchup.
It certainly is. Sparta having a fantastic game of it on the K'Sante, and it feels like K'Sante very much his speciality pick so far this tournament, really showing up on the pick. And it's to the point where he's going to be a threat now throughout the rest of the game. He is going to be a menace in these team fights. And it becomes difficult when, like, you know, the Gwen, when you're ahead in items or when you're even in items, you can do terrifying things. But if you're behind, it could be a struggle. Silence out from Xiaoxi, but he's just going to be locked up instead with the Cataclysm. Artemis can't get a range to auto, though. Xiaoxi gets a safeguard. He might just walk out of this one. So many escapes in this game. It's unbelievable.
The thing is, though, now that Xiaoxi out of the equation, Gemini has no kick, and Dragon in 10 seconds. No ultimate for BJ, but Glory is already in a position, or moving into position with these creeps. He wants to try and make the play happen.
It's not the most convincing formation I've ever seen, especially now he's moving towards the jungle.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can count the 1 minion that's coming in towards the blue buff. Gemini smites away the blue. Rest will be given the other half of it, but that'll be a Drake taken, uncontested here. Team Wales now on Soul, point for that Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, I mean, Chemtech Drake isn't the strongest, but still, Team Wales are going to be pretty happy with this. And at this stage, you get to try and move into position here to look for a pick, but I don't think they're going to be able to get much.
The one thing I will say for Chemtech Soul, for K'Sante, it's actually pretty great, because the whole point of your ult is you put yourself low. The whole point of Chemtech Soul is it works when you're low, so it's the perfect synergy.
And I think, yeah, that's where at least Team Wales can get a good amount of some value out of it, but still, the problem is not going to be a case of like, oh yes, Chemtech Drake is going to break open this game for Team Wales. Well, no. This game is already broken up for Team Wales. They have 3 dragons, they will get the soul, they're already super strong when it comes to team fights, and I mean, you can see the win probability powered by AWS there. Like, it's encroaching on the 90 to 95%, and I tend to agree with it here. There's very little position where CFO can find picks, can look for their opportunity to play towards their compositional strengths. As long as Team Wales go, we will push sides, we will group, and we will make sure that we're playing for these team fights consistently.
Yeah, and even in a lot of games, I'll always say, like, you know, there's a Blitzcrank. There's always a chance. But actually, who do you pull? Like, Rakan a lot of the time will get away from that or dodge it. Artemis has his ult, has his flash. Glory, if you pull him in, he's going to pop blossom your entire team. Jarvan, you don't want anywhere near you. Sparta, you don't want anywhere near you. There's not actually very many good opportunities for the Blitzcrank pulls. The only chance is if you get Artemis or Bia or Glory and immediately get that CC chain, immediately get that silence, so they don't have the chance to react.
And that's the thing, that's why I'm kind of saying CFO have missed the boat on their opportunities. They weren't able to try and play through the mid-jungle. Shousey couldn't really get the picks. He's looking for Sparta, but there's too many members of Team Wells around the place, so they'll back off. And that's where I think at this stage, the opportunities for CFO are gone. Glory was spotted out that Gwen was here.
He'll spawn him with the clone, but I actually will cancel the recall. Nicely done there by Glory. And I will say, Team Wales came into this series as an underdog. Game number 1, got a bit smashed. Game number 2, looking really good. Team Wales came into this series against BDS. Game number 1, got a bit smashed. Game number 2 started looking pretty good. Is this the story of Team Wales? Is this who this team is?
I mean, it potentially could be at this stage, to be honest, because CFO, they've committed a lot to this top side. Team Wales trying to get members into position as well. BA, Artemis are here. I can see pings going down from CFO onto Baron. I weren't sure if they were thinking maybe Team Wales are on the Baron, but we now have very much the information that they're trying to kill Jimmy.
Yeah, they want to go towards that nine-tailed fox. Slip away for now. Cunning as he is, Gemini and Shousey. They've seen that ward. They weren't spotted by it, but there we go. They're just going to have to clear that one away for now.
I will say, though, for Team Wells, they are giving opportunities to CFO to maybe look for plays. Like Glory resetting there where the rest of the team are trying to make a play on the top side. It's these like little moments where maybe if CFO spot Glory, like resetting on a ward or anything, they can actually look for a pick. It's very hard to do in the moment because you have no idea where Glory is. But if they actually get into a desperate enough position where they just pull the trigger, like now.
Hook. Oh, nicely done there by Sparta. Blocks it completely. Keeps his team safe.
And also, look at the bot lane, right? You can see the ping, the assist ping going down onto Rest. Rest is just free farming this whole time. So why Sparta is kind of being positioned to go like, hey, I need to be with the team so I can match with Shousey. Glory's kind of picking up the pieces as CFO push bot. Okay, now I'll go and deal with bot. Okay, CFO push mid, now I'll deal with mid. Always keeping that a little bit separated. Now again, you are playing for the Dragons, you are playing for the neutrals. So it's not at the end of the world as Team Wells, but you just have to be that little bit careful that you're not giving too much over to CFO.
And the one thing I will say, like, we've already talked late game compositions and kind of discussed that realistically in a team fight, Team Wales are going to have an advantage. But one thing this composition offers for CFO is outplay potential. If there's one thing all of these champions can do, it's just hand stiff your opponents. There is, like, this is the kind of opportunity that players get where, like, you're not likely to win this game as CFO, but if you do, it'll look good. This will be a montage game for them because it'll be someone absolutely popping off to win these fights.
But that's the thing, whenever there's a Blitzcrank in the game, there's always that just maybe. Like that one hook that might find B, that one hook that might find Artemis. Like, those are the difference makers. Now, with Dragon coming up in 40 seconds time, you should see Team Wells like clear out top. They haven't really got vision established on this bottom side, so maybe that gives an opportunity for a CFO to actually get in a position like Jimmy can clear out this wave, maybe find an opportunity as Team Wells are establishing vision to look for a pick. But the late resets from CFO aren't really giving them that opportunity to find much opportunity for that.
Certainly not. Full item behind in that bottom lane as well. Shun on the 2 items. Artemis has just picked himself up a more as well, so reduces some of the threat from Jimmy and from Rest in these team fights. And speaking of Jimmy, he's under threat here. Ult for ult between the jungle and mid laner. As Sparta looks for a little bit more. Shun forced to cleanse here as B looks for the engage on Shousey. A pick with a kill to Artemis. A 400 gold bounty on the bird.
They're so far ahead. Team Wells, like, they immediately burn Jimmy's ultimate with BJ, but Sparta doesn't care. He's like, come, I'm just going to literally run at you and see what I can do.
That's soul. That's literally soul off of that pick. Shousey's gone. You can see Gemini on the top side of the map. BJ happy to stay up there so that there's no threat of the Baron from CFO either. The rest of the team can deal with this great.
And then the entire time again, Glory's just picking up his little bit of CS, getting his second item completed there. And now again, grouped with the team. Honestly, I could see a world where Team Wells like pushing this mid lane, start to establish vision on the top side, and again, just play for these little picks. I don't think BJ, who was about to start up the Baron, that is the call. I think you do need to actually play this outright. I think that's the biggest problem that we saw from Team Wales yesterday against BDS is that every time they tried to make these plays happen, they'd end up just going for these... oh, that did not... Okay, we'll ignore that. I don't know what happened there, but we're about to go into the replay. But basically, they'll try and play for a push and not establish the vision correctly. But yeah, Jimmy and head of the equation. And look at Sparta. He's like, I don't care. You throw everything you want at me, and it's Shun who has to cleanse, flash, and Shousey who goes down. Like, Sparta is so massive right now, having that Gargo Stone play completed as well. Trying to deal with him is just not going to ever be an equation that's going to work out again.
Would you say that going for him is madness? Because I'd say that that's Sparta. Team Wales, though, good stuff so far. I want to play a game with you, Dagda. Because Team Wales so far have been quite...
This is already torture, you know, that hard direction.
That's a game, not torture.
Isn't that what Chucky says? Want to play a game?
Yeah. Wait, is it Chucky? Or is that nice Jigsaw?
Jigsaw, sorry.
Yeah.
Our talent manager is going to murder me after this, because she's a massive horror fan.
Yeah, my partner is. I can't abide it. I'm too much of a coward. I can't bear horror movies. They're horrible. Hence the name. I want to play a game with you, though, Dagda. Not in a Jigsaw-y kind of way, in a Sparta kind of way. Rest taken down. Oh, but the Zhonya's actually buys a lot of time. And BJ forced to flash away. Rest still surviving with the needlework somehow. Will be finished off as he dashes away. The Q3 goes wide. And in the meantime, BJ's gone down. How the hell have CFO won this? And Glory's pulled in. Turns gold and keeps himself alive. Shousey now in trouble instead. They've bitten off more than they could chew. And it's Shousey that's chewed up instead.
Just about him to get that button back around. The Zhonya's coming in clutch, but CFO are not out of it yet. Gemini.
Oh, he missed the Krug. He's onto the Baron, and the Baron! Artemis, the god of the hunt, using the animals to his will.
Little step down from Baron. Takes out Gemini. Beautiful stuff there from Artemis to actually finish them off. And they're already on the Baron. Rest has reset, though. No ultimate available. Can he make some miracle play? There's no jungler in the pit right now.
Rest versus the world here. Doesn't have needlework available either. Instead of Valiant attempted, actually, that went down to like 60 HP. It was a little too close, but at the end of the day, Team Wales get it. And crucially, I want to talk about the Baron power plays here. The Red Bull Baron power plays, that is. Oh, I nearly got fired there for a second. And that's in that Team Wales, they've been using a lot of Barons to get their wins.
They really have been, but this was nearly a massive turnaround from CFO. Rest plays it super well. The hook over the wall from Shousey to get onto BJ. And then BJ overextending, like really going that bit too far. And I thought that at this stage they were like, okay, Glory's gone overextended, but because they couldn't get that burst down with that stopwatch going through, it means that it actually only just sets up where CFO overextend to make the pick, and Team Wales are able to follow up.
Yeah, the Q on the Krug is just disastrous. The feathers just procking the Baron to finish. The Job swats him like a fly.
Yeah, it's the casual like look over, look down for Baron and just stomp. But
Glory moved like an inch to finish it off. Glory, Pop Blossom comes on out. The charm does land though, and that's the damage they needed. Glory down, a pick for CFO, but Shun's gone too deep and instantly answered. Rest has to carry this fight, but just doesn't have the damage. And in the meantime, Gemini stuck underneath the tower. Double kill for Bean J. And honestly, Team Wales, they keep winning off of picks that CFO find.
It's just too late. You don't have control of the map for CFO. Every time they're gone for these plays, it's, well, look at top, it's already pushed in. Look at bottom, it's pushed in. Shousey swings mid between the two members of Team Wales. And now, Artemis stepping forward. The tower is not long.
The game I wanted to play was how many Barons did it take for Team Wales to end the game. I think it might just be one in this one, Dagda, because they are on a rampage. They are destroying CFO in this second game. Almost 10,000 gold up at this point as they move up towards the top side as well. They won't be able to end the game here, but the amount of control that they have gained here, and it's crucial. Because Elder's up in 90 seconds.
And this is the difference that we see from BDS yesterday versus CFO today. CFO have to make plays like this if they hope to try and win the game. And the fact that Glory ends up staying alive for so long, goes invisible, then you have to figure out who the clone is, makes it so that the Shun overextends, Team Wales are able to collapse. And then it's like, where the hell are you supposed to go? Sparta 1v3 on the top side is like, yeah, I got this, if they even try to do anything to me. So Team Wales now back on the map. As you say, Elder in just under a minute's time. Waves pushed in mid, pushed in bot. This is not impossible for CFO to try and contest.
And now we enter the age-old conversation of Team Wales. Do not flip Elder. do not flip it. If they are anywhere near, do not start the objective. Only do it when you have sole presence in the area. It's just not worth it. And in fact, for the time being, they're using the rest of this Red Bull Baron power play. 4,000 gold up off the back of it so far. And looking for the bottom lane. Glory's pretending to be a minion. They might just get away with something cheeky here. He's sort of stuck to the side. He's not actually autoing right now as he moves up with the wave. Chelsea in trouble, but finds a hook actually onto Sparta. They don't have much follow-up though, and Chelsea's just the one to go down instead. Who needs Elder Dragon? They'll just throw their wallets at Team Wales. It's a Pop Blossom onto one. It's 3 kills overall. It's a great little flash knock-up from Beam J as well. Jimmy just doesn't have the damage. And Team Wales, they take us to 3, and they show us why time and time again, they will not be disrespected. They will not be underestimated. And they will show what the VCS is made of.
First time for Team Wales coming to the international stage, and what a performance from them in this game. We said, hey, look, you need to come in with a game plan against the composition that's been dragged from CFO. They're like, look, well, Rest could be a problem in the side lane. Let's deal with him. Get this Gwen out of the equation. Fantastic. Right, what's the next point of call? How do we try and shut down the opportunities from Chelsea? Well, let's make sure that we're able to group as a team, get the vision down, play for these early dragons, so we're forcing early objective fights, and just consistently make this game difficult for CFO.
Yeah, it felt like once Team Wales gained control, they were very cautious not to overstep, not to overplay their hand, which is something we've seen a few times in play-ins of people kind of overstepping their mark. But Team Wales know exactly where the ocean ends, and they're staying in the water today. We're going to jump into a break, and then we have our decider between PCS2 and VCS2. The series continues after this.
Will the tides turn?
but in terms of CS, in terms of just presence there, I say that, though, we've got the ults coming out on both sides, pulled over to BJ, beautifully done by Sparta.
CFO, we're not out of it yet, Gemini.
Oh, he missed the crud! He's onto the Baron, and the Baron! Artemis, the god of the hunt, using the animals to his will. In trouble, but finds a hook actually onto Sparta. They don't have much follow-up though, and Chelsea's just the one to go down instead. Who needs Elder Dragon? They'll just throw their wallets at Team Wales. Welcome back, one and all, to the analyst desk here at Worlds 2023. So I'm still dealing with the Miss the Krugs call, whenever the heartbreak between Munchables and Dagda, where they're like, no!
Munch was having a great time on the cast.
He was, yeah,
Yes,
he was
he
having an
is.
absolutely awesome time. But Team Wales, they've been in this position before. They get stomped in game one. They come back, have a much better game two. A lot of it came from the top lane.
Yes, I would say like it happened in the top side of the map, but for me it started with BJ, who at the very start, it was a scuttle fight. He gets an advantage over the Lee Sin, goes up top side, and a lot of it was just trying to protect Rest a little bit. He's being attacked here. Yeah, and I thought that Lee Sin did his job, but then they continued on with a dive.
Yeah, Lee Sin's like, I'm covering, and then they just completely ignored Gemini. It's very easy, right? You know, BJ just picked up turret aggro. He's the one with the flash to be able to get out of dodge. Very nice play.
It was a huge wave, too, that he ended up getting dove on. And at that point, you can see the Blitzcrank topside. He was like, okay, maybe I can help, but then he got kidnapped. So it's a bit of a trip that you have to go in. And he gets double kill. So you're like, oh, wait a minute. You take a step back and you're like, Blitzcrank actually gets 2 of those. Would have been nice if it was given to either the Lee Sin. But in the end, he turned the play.
Yeah, honestly, like, that play was so funny because there's 4 players from CFL running up there, but they just tried to ignore it by dragging Rest down into the river. Like, it's not even a gank, you know? Sparta's just dragging the top laner into the jungle almost.
Yes, and so one thing that I wanted to point out was this was the base where Blitzcrank went up topside to be able to help out that first time. Like, that was the second replay that we showed you, right? So this is when he got 2 kills. The sad part about this was Kai'Sa didn't get the full wave crash in. And so it turned into a freeze a bit, even though overall it was like a 7 CS deficit, it turns into a 15 CS deficit. It doesn't immediately turn into a freeze. He ends up stacking the wave and pushing it in, but that turns into a Drake for J4. So at first you're like, wait, Blitzcrank gets 2 kills, turns the play overall, but it's not a sustained play because anyway, you ended up seeing K'Sante take control of the top side of the map anyways, and then now Kai'Sa is even further behind.
Yeah, so effectively they just have like 3 pushing lanes off of that, secure the dragon on top. It just turned into a very successful early game off of all the top lane pressure. Even though Sparta wasn't running around influencing the rest of the map, I think that did sort of trickle down to the other lanes.
Yes, it started with the jungle, it then bled into top lane.
Because everyone else had to run to Sparta.
They had to. So all of that early game pressure, we didn't see it in game 1, but then it blew up in game 2. And I was a little bit concerned. I was wondering if Team Wales can sustain the advantage. Obviously, they did, so great job. I would give a lot of the credit towards Artemis and BJ with the lead that they had to be able to push it forward.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Wales as well, like, it wasn't just the bot lane. And like you said, it bled into so many lanes because at like 14 minutes, they had CS leads, massive CS leads in pretty much every single one. And it felt like CFO, so early in the game, were just already playing catch-up and kind of almost looking for those crazy fights that get you back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, with all the action around top lane, the fact that Artemis is just casually up 29 CS is disturbing. Like, that's a monster's advantage.
Yeah, and so overall, just great kind of maintenance of the lanes for bot lane in particular. I loved what Sparta was able to do. He's had like an up and down tournament so far, but this game was exceptional from him because off the first dive that ended up happening with J4, he just kept like under turret, chipping it at Gwen again and again. So I love Sparta. I didn't get to watch too much of him following the VCS. It was a lot of cramming and just seeing how he played, and I'm happy to be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a great kind of early advantage that got turned into much bigger advantages later on because there was just so many opportunities where CFO just couldn't go for them, or even if they did, it was kind of to their detriment as such. But I mean, looking at the Baron fight kind of coming up to this one, it looks semi-good, and then it goes a bit wayward.
It's weird because it wasn't even really a Baron fight. It was just back to the ARAM of game number 1. Like, this hook comes over the wall, and after everything, like, BJ somehow survives, Rest just barely escapes. It's like, okay, cool. We end up getting BJ on the re-engage. This is a 1 fight from CFO. But then Xiaoxi gets this idea, thinks he can hook Glory. You know, even Shun's committing to that play, but your Gwen's still out of the fight. Gemini is so low, so the fact that Xiaoxi ends up falling here and everyone else is on so little HP they have to go for a reset, it turns into a free Baron. CFO just kind of threw away the game with that singular hook. It was still fightable. They were very behind, but there's a world where they can claw back, and they definitely lost it at least 5 minutes earlier than they needed to off just a one hook.
Yeah, I thought that was their one win condition. If you have Ahri and Blitzcrank, you need to look for picks, especially since you're not going to be winning on side lanes with how far behind the Gwen was. So respect, but the stopwatch came in clutch. It didn't work. Obviously, it hurt them a little more. Really tough one. The only thing I looked at, I expected an Everfrost. We got a crown
on the Blitzcrank. Yeah, on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, so I was like, okay.
That one maybe cooked a little too much on that one there. But I mean, like you said, like the hook that kind of led them to the Baron and stuff like that. But the Baron power play then afterwards, like just in terms of like how much better they use it than like some other teams.
Oh, okay, hold your horses on that one, because this team was dreadful with their Barons yesterday against BDS. Like they would get the Baron and then they sort of played it slow. BDS maybe found a way to get a pick. So they were the worst of all teams in play-ins in terms of utilizing that Baron to secure a lead. Today, a completely different story. They used that first Baron, whereas in the BDS games, they needed 2 or 3 to do damage to the base. This first Baron, they blitz through the base, take 2 inhibs, just end the game straight up off of the one play. It was a very big change, and I think a lot of it came down to BeanJ on the Jarvan because they were so much more decisive with forcing 5v5 team fights once they had that objective.
1000%. It's night and day from game 1 and game 2, quite honestly. It didn't feel like they could really pressure side lanes. We pretty much hammered that in. Of course, they were the ones that was behind, so I think they kind of struggled playing from behind. Thankfully, they had a monumental lead in just the lanes that they were playing as is. We didn't really say too much about Glory in particular, but he was also pretty monstrous this game. So I agree, if we can get multiple points in engage, simply because that seems to be the way they want to play it, J4, Nico, things like that, great. That's honestly the best way for Team Wales to win this series.
Yeah, I don't want to see the sort of how they won against BDS almost yesterday, where it was BDS don't do anything, we don't either, and eventually we're going to mount a huge lead to actually secure a win.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Team Wales, they've been in this situation before. They've proven now kind of time and time again that first match doesn't really matter for them. They kind of get there, they're slow to start, but once they get the gears going, they are very good at picking up that pace. And for CFO, it does feel like they're going to have to try and pull something out of the bag. You got to come at this with slightly different if you want to try and get this victory.
Yeah, one thing that I'll make a mention of, as we can see, I think it was blue side now being picked up by CFO. Zyricon has been taking over. A lot of our first 2 days was a focus on how strong Kai'Sa is if she can get out of lane scot-free. At least in this series, she's been struggling a little bit. In the early laning phase, it was a back and forth, and even though the hook in the early laning phase from Blitzcrank really made it difficult for Bia to breathe, it still was difficult for Kai'Sa to walk up to the wave. So maybe that's going to be something that Flying Oysters take away from them with an early Xayah pick, because that was the first pick in the last game.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to send it back over to Dagda and Munchables to round out the games.
Well, it's starting to get a little bit salty here in the Battle of the Ocean. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards game number 3 between the Oysters and the Whales, as it were. And I've got to say, I've been impressed by both teams in the different games, but I feel like the second game, CFO, left a lot to be desired there. The first game, I feel like, was a little bit more evenly matched. CFO, like you said before the draft, or just after the draft in game 2, like that draft, they had to win straight away or they were going to lose straight away.
And unfortunately, it was the latter. I mean, especially as Sparta got that massive lead on the Xanthi on the top side. So here's to see how the draft is going to differ now coming into this. The Blanc and Viego still coming through his bans. The Rumble and the Maokai sticking to the same. I think CFO putting higher priority, as kind of Raz was alluding to, onto the Xayah is going to work out very well, because I think, well, there's the Xanthi ban, but I think Xayah, she does so well at keeping the Kai'Sa in check, and then also having a ton of presence in team fights. So it's a no-brainer that she's such high priority.
On top of that as well, you kind of force a pick or a ban from your opposing team, right? If you pick the Xayah here, from Team Wales, it's like, do we have to pick the Rakan? You kind of feel like you do. It's such a powerful combo, especially later on in the game, but you can just play so much in such a dangerous way when you've got that Xayah alongside you because of the extra range. There's going to be the trade of the AD carries. Do they go for the Rakan, or are they willing to let it through?
Yeah, I'm curious if they end up trying to prioritize some of the jungle picks as well, because the problem is that if you go for the Rakan, if you don't go for the Rakan, you're going to lose out in the jungle as well. Probably the Lee Sin going to be slipped across, although neither looked particularly happy on it. surprised by the Nautilus. I thought maybe you'd end up with like the Rel or something as well. Could also be an opportunity. But it looks like they're just like, hey, we're happy enough to just try and go for the counter in the Nautilus into the Rakan. But you're still looking at, well, Xayah going to be able to just dodge away from that, so you're totally fine. And Renekton also going to be able to slip through, I imagine, alongside the Rakan for Xiaoxi here.
Yeah. At least with the Kai'Sa Nautilus, it's kind of a classic combo in its own right. You do have a lot of power in that duo, but whether or not it matches up to Xayah Rakan, I mean, we'll have to see across the course of this game. CFO, though, kind of pick of the litter here. They've got the Rakan available. As we've mentioned, the Renekton will be locked in. You could also go for a jungler if you really want to, but we have seen a lot of junglers sort of left until the final rotations.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what the game plan is, because there are options to go like, hey, we take jungle, leave Rakan, we actually go towards like Rel, Alistar, Leona, those kind of things, and just play for the engage support trade. Yeah, and it looks like that is actually going to be the call. Now, again, Rel can still flex into the jungle. She still has some agency there, just not as strong as she used to be.
Yeah.
But I still think the opportunities here to go for the double flex is going to be super nice.
See if they're going to flex that around, or if it is just going to be Xiaoxi taking the Rel. Obviously, it's worth mentioning Blitzcrank is still currently available, so that's always a little bit dangerous. Team Wales, though, could go for something. Oh, I was going to say they could go for the Kazante. It's banned, luckily. It's the Jarvan, locked in for B&J, and he looked good on it.
I do like what we're seeing, though, from both squads. It's like, hey, look, we've tried these pick comps that just haven't worked on getting up off the ground. So let's just go back to basics. Let's go for these team fighting squads. You've got Rel, a big engage tool, something that could work quite well with like an Orianna or something along those lines if Jimmy wants to go towards that, or even the Nico that we've seen being a real threat, as I say it, in the play-in stage. But on the upside, Team Wales, it's like, you've already got the engage in the Nautilus. You've got the good engage in the J4 as well. Repositioning opportunities for this Kai'Sa. So your team fight is already setting itself up really nicely for this dive composition. So it's more of a case of how do CFO want to respond to this? Do they want to go for, hey, we're going to try and absorb a lot of that pressure, maybe go towards an Azir that can try and shove them back or try and keep yourself in check? Or do you want to try and fight fire and fire and go with an Orianna and say, hey, we're just going to pull the trigger first and then obliterate you before you can really answer in response?
Has to be said, we've seen a surprisingly low amount of Azir so far this tournament. I was expecting to see a lot more than what we've been witnessing. It does depend on your team's style as well, who your mid laner is, what they like to play, because Azir is, you know, one of those champions that's a little bit more complex.
He also did get a 2-second nerf to his Q, which I know for Yamada on that was kind of talking, saying, hey, look, this is just not something that I think we're going to see. I think that was a major nerf. But I know, like, Perks released his, like, these are the big champions that you got to watch out for Worlds, and he was still very high on the Azir, so I think it does depend on your stance as well. Some mid laners just like, hell, look, this champion's just done, so we'll have to see. But Talia taken, Ari gone, and now the Orianna going to be selected there for Glory. So finally getting his hands onto something where it feels like he can be a big threat in this one as well. And just as we're talking about it, looks like it finally will be the response from Jimmy.
It's a very good matchup into the Orianna. Very sort of, it's a good like handshake matchup. It's almost like it's the new Azir Corki, right? Where you kind of quite have to go either way.
And I think that's the thing, is like the Azir is able to play at long range, able to just keep himself away from a lot of that trading pattern that Orianna wants to go for, which is the shield into the auto attacks and play off that clockwork windup, even throwing out a few command attacks, because it's only, 30 to 40 mana in the early stages. Like, that command attack does not actually take a lot of mana. It's when you start using the dissonance, your mana just starts to drain. So it's really difficult to try and play against that if you're within range of Orianna. Azir not really having that problem by taking those. So certainly CFO saying, hey, look, we still want to try and match your dive, but at least having a little bit of safety for both their carries in the knockback and also the opportunity to just fly away from any sort of problems.
Sparta hovering the Darius. I mean, he was on the receiving end of the Darius versus Renekton matchup, and Adam took over that first game. He's not going to lock it in. Goes for the Aatrox in the end. Kind of funny to see the Vi locked in here for Gemini as well, when they banned the Ahri and the Talia, which are like the two classic combos with the Vi.
Yeah, I mean, especially having that opportunity to just follow up and like the power that can give you in the mid jungle. But I think at this stage, both teams have kind of gone, you know what, screw strong mid jungles. We are team fights. Everything that in this series has been defined around those team fights, has defined around those objectives. So all they really want to do is go and fight at those opportunities. So I think when you're looking at CFO, again, you got up like a ton of safety for your carries. You can pull that go button anytime with the Vi, and you kind of have an opportunity to get a lot of burst damage out from the Vi when you try and play around the kind of bottom side of the map or even towards your next in the top side. For Team Wales, it's a case of you have some lane power coming through with like the Nautilus setup or even the Flag and Dragon Aatrox, which has a lot of damage themselves, but you do kind of need to wait a little bit for these team fights to where Orianna hits 6, she has an item and a half, and you can actually try and play for some of these objectives, because Orianna kind of in the similar boat to Azir, where they just need that little bit of time to scale before they actually become relevant in these fights.
I feel like in the early game, if you've got like a carry jungler, Orianna can be fantastic because you've got the shield, you've got the speed up, you've got a bit of CC with your ult. But in terms of actually bringing the damage yourself, you're really lackluster until, like you say, a couple of those items come on in. We'll see how this one's going to go, though. Game number 3 here between CFO and Team Wales. And honestly, Team Wales on the cusp of making it into the qualification match, on the cusp of making it to a series that could get them into the Swiss stage of Worlds 2023, a team that nobody even expected to get past BDS, but here they are in Game 3 now against CFO, against a team that again is a high seed in the tournament, is expected to do well here in play-ins, but Team Wales keep on defying expectations. You could say that they're grinding with a view of the glory.
Well, they already have a glory, so you know what? All they need to do is just keep the grind going, try and push CFO out of the equation. But again, don't forget, whoever loses this series will go up against the loser of BDS and the winner of BDS and DFM. But at the moment, they have no idea they've been caught out behind them.
They don't, Chelsea. Gonna tank a bit of damage. The hook from Bia is not great. Walks into damage, but luckily, not a whole lot to be brought to the table at level 1 from CFO here once Chelsea's CC is on cooldown. That's kind of your lot from this comp. So Bia does walk away with his life. No summoner's burned.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Chelsea was the only one with CC and he'd already used that on towards Artemis means that they're able to step away. So at the moment, Gemini able to move back in towards his own jungle, will be able to pick that one up, and nothing really burnt on either side. So the only thing is with Chelsea taking that Q in the early stages, it does make it a little bit more difficult for him to try and play up in this lane. An awful lot of the time, it's kind of like, oh, I get hooked by Nautilus, let me try and take the W in to try and counteract some of that engage, or even tank the hook and then WA to get the shield for the follow-up damage. But not having that at the early stages may leave an opportunity for Bid to maybe make a play on level 1.
We'll see if they can look for some kind of level 1 shenanigans. I don't know if it's something that we'll go for or not. It's been, I mean, game number 2, extremely quiet. Game number 1, though, CFO really took things into their own hands. You can see, though, with this draft, you're very much leaning towards the late game with an Azir, with a Zaya alongside it. But with Rest and Gemini, that combo can definitely find some power in that early game. So wouldn't be too surprised to see something up towards the top side of the map, especially with opposite passing from BJ. If Sparta steps too far forward, Gemini could certainly look for a chance.
And I mean, especially when you're looking towards Rest and Sparta, this is such a back and forth matchup. Very much a case of if you can get the early snowball rolling, well, you're going to hit your Gore Drinker quicker, you're going to just have more opportunity to heal back up and then swing the matchup very quickly in your favor. So I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, cool, let's try and get top lane in their favor and then start to move down towards that bottom side. I think Glory and Jimmy, and honestly, just kind of going to be left to their own devices. There's no real setup until you get to level 6 to try and make any sort of early plays happen.
That said, Glory could be in a little bit of trouble here. Gemini on the top side of the lane, Chelsea on the bottom side of the lane. Flash immediately, but it's followed by 19 flashes on the other side. Gemini with first blood.
So close, Glory, being able to step that one back, but Chelsea just barely able to get into range with the Q to get that kill. Nicely done by CFO, and as I said, I thought they would just kind of leave this mid lane to their own devices, but they really want to try and get Jimmy into a good spot here.
Such a great start, and a really nice timed roam from Chelsea as well, saying like, look, my AD carry's resetting, he's going to get a cull off of the crashing that third wave, I've got time on my hands, might as well make a play. Good coordination as BJ tries to get out to Chelsea, but he'll hop over.
And at this stage, it's like, well, there's not really much for BJ to try and achieve on this bottom side. Gemini is on the top end, finishing off his level 4. Nice interrupt. Not going to mean too much, because you can see at the moment BJ doesn't really have anything on the map. It's just his top side that's just going to be spawning in just about 30 seconds, so he'll be able to get back towards that big wave crashing on this bot side, but Shun and Chelsea should be able to pick up.
You know, cancelling the reset doesn't mean a lot in the grand scheme of the game, but it does in terms of the mental warfare. Just trying to tilt them just a little bit. Rest, get some damage down onto Sparta. Gemini moves in. He knows that the tri-brush is warded. Wants to try and get cheeky with it, but has been spotted, and will just continue to finish off that reset. In the meantime, BJ is in that top side as well.
Yeah, BA trying to turn around that play earlier. Now, Jimian, I'm not sure how much mana he has. I don't know if he should just have enough for WE over the wall.
Yeah, actually popped a cookie there as well to make sure that he can walk away. Really wanted to stick her out. He's just hammering autos out from Bia there, just taking damage.
Yeah, I think he was like, can I just get away with this? Because if you don't have to use the E is such a massive amount of your mana pool in the early stages for the Azir. So trying to see if you can get away with it and be a bit cheeky, but has to use it in the end regardless. So resets, TPs back into lane. The big thing that I want to point out though is that on the initial play that we had in mid lane, it was Xiaoxi and Glory who burnt the flash. Gemini still has his up and available. So if I'm looking at like a level 6 that's about to be hit off this next wave that's coming into mid lane, I'm thinking Gemini, like just going towards mid, you have the flash onto Glory, have the follow-up coming through from Jimian, and you've got a nice little setup there. We can try and continue to punish Glory in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they managed to get the kill is a bonus, but the fact that it was Xiaoxi's flash to guarantee this kill, instead of it having to be Gemini flashing, does mean, like you say, they can repunish this, they can revisit. Like a great little sort of sequenced play there from CFO. Like you say, I'd love to see it again.
And this is where now they won't be able to do it off of this wave just because you can see the wave has crashed. So you're just going to be waiting a little bit as these waves kind of push themselves back out into favor of CFO. But where Gemini's position on the map at the moment, CB&J is like very nervous about what this Vi is going to be up to. Wants to be in position to counteract it. He believes Gemini's gone bot. Might be correct.
It's good hook. Here trying to block for his support as the feathers come back in, but Xiaoxi's gone already. It's a kill going over to be a great little combo. 2 successful ganks now, 1 on each side.
And I'm surprised that ended up working because you can see the vision that's in position there for CFO. They've already got the one ward here, they got just there, they got a second one that's just in the back of that as well. So you've actually got a good amount of vision to spot out where BJ is, but end up giving over the kill anyway.
Great stuff coming out. Team Wales finding a chance to punish, and putting Shun behind early would certainly be valuable. He's still going to survive. Luckily for them, it was Xiaoxi that went down, so doesn't fall behind on CS, does manage to, in fact, stay exactly even in CS, but has that call, so ever so slight minor advantage in the bottom lane for Shun in terms of the CSing, but obviously the assist for Artemis there. So decent start from both teams. Let's talk big picture then. Let's talk next few minutes of the game, because I do feel like, you know, with the mid laners we've got, with the AD carries we've got, we're anticipating a fairly slow one, but when it comes to the junglers and solo laners, there's more space for action.
We just get a quick replay here. Xiaoxi getting caught out, had to burn the W on the flag and drag, had no flash from that earlier play in mid. And you can see Gemini was hovering around bot side, but just wasn't quick enough to get to that bottom lane. But as you say, I think solo lane's now starting to be the target of attack. As Rift Herald up in 25 seconds, he is hovering in towards bot side river. Didn't spot Xiaoxi, as Xiaoxi's hiding in this brush, but again, I think it's kind of a case of I want to try and cover on this mid lane push for Jimian, make sure he doesn't burn a flash or anything before this Rift Herald spawns.
I will say, decent vision coverage for CFO. A couple of wards in the river around Herald, 1 over towards the chickens as well, but not much deep vision, and 0 vision whatsoever from Team Wales. So Gemini going to be happy to start this one off as Artemis has swapped up towards this top side. Shun still in the bottom lane here. Looks like he's not going to go for plates though. He's going to make a beeline now across the map.
You've already got a ton of priority here. Artemis is going to be here quick. BJ has level 6, trying to see if he can set this one up.
Jimian's still in the mid lane as Xiaoxi flashes out and then jumps back into the Cataclysm, but he's low on HP himself. That's BJ down. Xiaoxi traded. There's Bia in the middle of everyone, but everybody stacking up. Shun's finally arrived, but it's too little too late. Gemini's gone down already, and Sparta happy to tank up for his team. The Aatrox charging forwards, but Shun in the meantime is getting damage down, and Jimian protects his top laner. We reset for a second, but it's 2 for 1.
The fact that you end up with Gemini going down late means that BJ going to be out here faster. They should be able to turn this over, but again, Shun, little bit too late to the party. Artemis had already been in a position to try and follow that one up, so he's perfectly fine to set up the fight with the numbers advantage for Team Wales.
Hook comes in, it's onto the mid lane, but the W hit a minion. So there's no follow-up there from Artemis. He didn't have his ultimate, but the damage alone might have been enough. Jimian walks out with his life, and this will be a singular plate to Shun if you could just get 1 or 2 in.
Yeah, it looks like Team Wells, though, not actually... I thought they were just going to start Rift Herald to take it as the 4-man squad. Knowing Gemini would be late, BJ comes in, they smite it, all is well and good. You get to cover the mid play, and then you'll be in a position to follow up, but not actually going for it. And now, with Artemis going low in the mid lane and having to reset thanks to Shun and Jimmy, it's actually going to be CFO who pick up that Rift Herald on the top side. Response should come through from BJ, where he'll roam over to try and push in bot, get some vision control for this dragon, but we'll see here, like, look at where Artemis is in the map. He's already coming into this fight, so even though Xiaoxi flashes, misses the Q because it's a bit of a trade of positions, but still they get the kill. It's just they've more in the tank here for Team Wells as Sparta starts to come in as well. They turn themselves onto rest, Gemini ends up falling, and this is kind of what I was talking about, where Jimmy and Shun, they have a ton of opportunities to keep themselves safe from Team Wells on the back line and trying to continue these fights forward, like keep themselves at bay. But unfortunately, there's just not enough damage at the moment from the Azir or from the Xayah to try and carry that one back.
And it feels like there's a little disjointed from CFO, right? The fact that Shun's not there yet, Jimmy's not there yet, and you're already starting to fight, it's not ideal from their side. Just put them a dramatic gold lead of 200 for Team Wales at this point. But they are going to be able to start off this Drake, as you mentioned, off the back of the tempo, off the back of the Herald being taken from CFO. Team Wales are able to get vision control of the area. Will be able to secure themselves their first Drake of the game. Will be a Cloud taken here, which means Soul is open to be Mountain this time around.
That'll be fairly nice for either side to pick up. Artemis. Already getting caught out by Xiaoxi, not quite able to get the Q to hit, but CFO stepping forward now. They see that they've already got pressure onto this bottom side thanks to the wave. Should be able to pick up a plate for themselves. And with Rift Herald in tow, they're trying to make something happen. But there's a lot of members of Team Wales here, even with Glory starting to roam down towards that bottom side to keep CFO off the turns.
It's going to be down to Bean J now, trying to track Gemini. Ensure that he doesn't get free entrance into any of these lanes. The plate's still up for another 3 minutes time, so they've got time to use that Herald, and in fact, just going to slam it down towards this mid lane instead. Jimmy, I don't know if he managed to get a hit on it. Doesn't look like it. So I think all of that gold just going over to Gemini.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I think they wanted to try and get as much of that gold in towards Shun, and if you can even get that bot lane tower down, it opens up Xiaoxi to continue making these plays because you can push in boss. BA has to be careful about, like, is Artemis going to be safe from Xiaoxi and Shun? But not going to be the case. Either way, Shun will pick up another play for himself. So a lot of gold going across into CFO off that play. And with the Divine Sunder on the way for Gemini, he should still be very happy with the fact he's picking up this early gold.
Rest trying to find a 1v1 here onto Sparta. He's a level up at this point in the game. Sparta realizing, trying to back away here, but if he can land his Qs, perhaps could turn it around. Q3 available, and Rest knows it. Steps backward, dodges that one out.
Yeah, you can see the difference in items there. You got the Iron Spike whip already completed. Oh, hang on.
Oh, big combo down at the bottom side. The root comes in, and it's, I mean, there's really not a lot you can do against Devi, is there? The ultimate comes in, the feathers follow it up. Beautifully done. And a kill into Shun's pocket.
And also, bot lane tower, more than likely, or at least some of these plates on bot lane tower, going to go over, because it's just the Nautilus that's underneath this tower to try and keep it safe. You can see Xiaoxi covering a potential play on mid lane, but as soon as they realize that it's Bay underneath this tower, I'm not sure if they want to try and commit for a bit more, but yeah, it looks like they'll be happy with just another plate going across the Shun.
But like, Shun just got a plate earlier on. I think that's 3 plates, and I'm pretty sure he's got all 3 of them solo at this point. His cull is now finished. He got the kill off of that play. Shun is quietly stacking up a lot of gold, and when you've got this Xayah, it's going to be valuable. Xiaoxi, nice little sidestep there. He'll be totally okay. And then bold enough to walk in through the river back into the lane.
Yeah, it's just like, well, BJ is here. I can spot him the whole way through, but I don't know how heavily they want to try and commit. But with the jungler now gone, and Orianna on the way, this might have been a mistake from CFO.
The recall being channeled by Shun. He's like, I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, you're on your own, pal, but he can clear the way.
I think they weren't sure if Jimmy had just gone for the reset, so potential like full mythic item coming in into the TP play on bot lane could have been a disaster if Team Wales had gone for it. So with Jimmy not in vision, they're like, look, we're just going to call this one quits. They also didn't know that Gemini had full reset, so they decided to back away instead. But I like that we're getting this from Team Wales. Like, one of the big things that we talked about was how slow Team Wales were, how they weren't really trying to play aggressive or really trying to set up for plays. But at least coming into Worlds, they've actually been trying to make plays happen. It's just unfortunate that CFO a bit of step ahead of them on this one, where Gemini in the bush to easily pick off Artemis as he steps up.
Yeah, very nice execution on it, using the ult first to then follow up with the Q knock-up to then follow up with the feathers, not allowing any time or space for counterplay from Artemis. So excellent execution there from CFO, and that's the value of the Vi. That's what you bring to the table. I mean, we were talking about sneakily building up a gold lead for Shun. He's over 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane, the lane economy. But we're going to have to see if he can try and push that one forward. I think Shun definitely in position. I believe he's finished his Kraken Slayer now completed, so should be in a position where he actually is a major threat even to people like BJ as well. And the safety in these fights between the Emperor's Divide and also having his ultimate is going to make it very difficult for Team Wales to get access to him. You're really hoping that BJ basically gets the flag and drag into Cataclysm, lock him up in place just long enough that Glory's then able to follow up with the Shockwave, because otherwise I don't know how you're going to have access to it.
I'm just desperate to see like the Wombo combo. I feel like Orianna's back in the meta. We have so much opportunity for like really flashy combos where the Jarvan flies in from the side, the Shockwave on him as he flies in. Then you got Artemis flying into the back like Sparta with the Q. Like, there's so much chance to see these incredible big explosions.
My biggest worry is that like that combo starts off, you're like slow motion, they run in, and next thing Shun goes up in the air, and Jarvan kind of just looks as the Xayah leaves off into the heavens, and then this wall slams into his face from the Azir and says, no, not today, and the entire planet's ruined. Because that's what I actually am worried about if he tries to make these big plays.
So they even do the combo, and the dust settles, and you realize it was all just onto Xiaoxi. And then suddenly the rest of CFO turned up.
The poor Rel. The horse deserved better.
The thing is, he had Aftershock on, so he's actually still on half HP. Here we go. Herald kicked off, though. Team Wales looking for it this time. A CFO, they've respected it now. They've moved in. Jimmy not quite there just yet. He's just moving up to the tier 1 in the mid lane. 3K on the Herald. It's almost out of patience, and there we go. It does reset. So Team Wales not quite able to finish it off in time. Does mean we have an opportunity for a 5v5.
Yeah, a bit of a split call here, though. Like, you got Rest and Gemini who are trying to play for the Rift Herald, but it means that Xiaoxi and Jimmy can't really play into position, so Team Wales start to push forward and are kind of keeping a lot of these guys at bay.
Hooking onto Xiaoxi here. They're trying to get the Rel, and he doesn't get anything off before he goes down. Lot of feathers down, but the Shockwave! That's the combo we're talking about. Jimmy with the wall, though, can kind of carry this fight. Gemini trying to move in, and Sparta's taken down, and Jimmy outplays everyone. It's beautiful on the Azir. The soldiers doing the work as Gemini looks for a little bit more.
Oh,
he gets it, the final punch. The power gauntlets come through.
That's a 1-inch punch I've ever seen one. Just barely able to clip him as he walks away. And off the back of that as well, like, Rift Herald went down, nobody's picked it up. And also now Dragon going across the CFO, and they'll get the mid lane tower. So it's the fight, the kills onto the carries, and the objectives to boot as well.
Fantastic stuff. Jimmy also getting solo gold on that mid lane tower. He is huge. We were talking about Shun picking up gold. Jimmy is now 3-0-2 off the back of that fight. He is monstrous on the Azir.
The Leandri's Anguish already completed. He's going to be very quickly working up towards that Nashor's Tooth as well. It's going to mean he's an absolute menace in those fights. But as he said, like, both mid laners having their moments in that fight. Big shockwave from Glory. And for Shun, he went down, but Jimmy was able to carry that fight on the get-go. So really, really good stuff from either mid laner in that fight.
BJ managed to grab that one for himself, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take another look, because this was a bit of a hectic fight.
Yeah, I think this was the right call from Wales. Turn on to Xiaoxi, try and get him out of the equation. And as Shun starts to move forward here, the shockwave into the big slam down from Sparta. But then Jimmy immediately responds, kills off Glory, the flash forward to get away from the knockup. But Jimmy now!
Oh, gets a knockback onto BJ and dodges the shockwave. Jimmy! He's on another level today. BJ has to go underneath the tower. He's so low at this point. Jimmy, does he have the damage to finish off the job? And the Q cooldown comes in to bite him.
The Gore Drinker giving that health across as well. He just couldn't quite get it. As you say, the nerf coming into play. Jimmy didn't quite have that cooldown to get the Q, to get the damage that he needed. But big win for Team Wales. 4 kills now onto Glory thanks to that play.
Massive play and so close for Jimmy. Like, you've got to say he played it immaculately. The ultimate, dodging away from the shockwave, very nicely done. but unfortunately not quite enough to keep himself alive. We're now 7-7 on the scoreboard, and we got a bit of a bagger on our hands, Dagda.
And you can see here, right, Jimmy, this is what we're talking about, is BJ goes in, great wall, and as the shockwave goes off, he dodges away. He wants to clear out the minions, and has to move forward out of range to keep the minions out of range of the tower, but it means that when BJ goes for the ultimate, he actually is just barely outside of the range, and can't get BJ underneath the tower to finish him off. So Nash's Tooth, though, now completed for Jimmy. Also, look at Glory's build. He's just finished off that Archangel staff, or not the Archangel staff, the tier...
Seraph's Embrace.
Seraph's Embrace, thank you. Where he's now in a position where he's actually going to be terrifying on those 3 items, like going for that full damage build that takes a little bit longer to come online, but because he's got those 4 kills, he's actually able to go for it.
And you can see in our win probability, powered by AWS, that like, even though Glory is starting to get strong in his own right, like the Xayah and the Azir having these items being strong in their own right lends a lot of power towards CFO. Having that extra Drake, having a 3k gold lead overall, it is feeling positive for CFO. Team Wales by no means out of the game just yet, but still a very comfortable position for the side of the PCS.
Yeah, I think it is going to come down to the fact as well, like 2 dragons already picked up by CFO, a potential second mountain dragon going into the hands of CFO is going to make them so much tankier, where that burst damage from the Aatrox, the Jarvan, and the Orianna isn't going to mean as much. So I think for CFO, trying to focus on towards this next dragon is going to be a big win. It's in 2 minutes time. Starting to get a little bit of... Oh, I thought that was they actually started the Baron. I was like, what the hell?
I'm just amazed that in total gold, Shun, Jimmy, and Glory are almost exactly even. 3 carries at the top of the game. It's not often you see that. Shun could be in trouble. Doesn't get the pullback on his feathers, but manages to walk away from Sparta. He's okay. Like you say, Baron on the map. Team Wales know about it, trying to clear some vision.
But I like what Team Wales are going for. Hey, can we get a ult burn? Can't we get a flash? Can we get something burnt onto Shun to make it that bit easier to focus him in a team fight? Because already Jimmy with the wall, having a flash, even the opportunity to just swoop himself out of there makes it very difficult to lock him down. Couldn't quite get it, but I like that Team Wales are being proactive, because this is very different from what we saw from them yesterday. Like, they kind of just sat back and let the game happen around them. This time they're like, hey, how do we try and get into the fight? How can we try and find little advantages that we can push forward?
That's the nice thing, is it does feel like we're witnessing Team Wales improving across the course of these 2 series. And the fact that they get 6 games of stage experience, especially when, you know, we've been talking about earlier, Artemis being a rookie, every single game is so valuable for this team. Sparta doing his combo in the wrong direction. I think he was just trying to get ready for Q3 there, but won't be able to find the crab for himself. But Team Wales, it does feel like they're improving. It does feel like they're getting better on the team. And ultimately, this is still a very even game. They're still on the cusp of making it to that qualification series, to potentially getting into the Swiss stage of Worlds.
Yeah, which would be absolutely incredible. Honestly, for both these sides, again, CFO looking to join their PCS brethren as the #1 seed from either group, a statement to be made by the PCS region. But for Team Wales, first time at the international stage, VCS #2 representative, potentially picking up the 2nd ever best of series win for the #2 in the VCS. Would be absolutely incredible.
Do you know what's just dawned on me? If Team Wales wins this one, then CFO wins their lower bracket game. We get CFO versus PSG for one of our qualification games. We get a rematch of the PCS finals.
That went to 5 games as well, but may not get that chance as Team Wales. Stepping forward, taking a burn. Gemini looking to see if he can get onto Glory, pick him off before this fight kicks off.
Drake up on the map right now, and CFO know it. They'd love to get themselves onto Soul Point, but Jousey finds a way in, finds great damage. Beer forced out of the fight already. Artemis has to ult defensively, but chased across the map here. Problem is, they don't have the damage to follow it up. It's 1-for-1 so far. Rest wants a little bit more of it. But that was Gemini that went down. That means they can't safely take the Drake.
And it's for a support and return. You'll take that as Team Wales. Now, Flash is burnt galore on towards Team Wales. So you don't really have that opportunity to try and contest this once more. Because again, Jimmy can still go in. You've got Flashes on towards Rest. They could try and turn it, but they're going to turn for the Baron instead.
TP onto the Baron. The rest of the team making a beeline right now. The resets are coming on through. I've not seen a single blue ping on the Baron pit just yet. This is sneaky Team Wales. I mean, I've never seen a stealthy whale before in my life, but I'm witnessing it here. They're underneath the waves. They've been spotted, but it's too late. Baron stolen away.
Absolutely amazing call from Team Wales. BJ, doesn't matter. doesn't matter. That doesn't count. You're still going to be able to hop out. But the fact that you managed to sneak that one away, CFO completely caught with their pants down. Even Sparta shows a mid lane so they don't think it's happening. But Xiaoxi, fantastic engage here. The setup is there, but Shun, too short range to auto attack up the wall. Jimin is the only one that can get in position. And Artemis being able to reposition helped you a good bit here because it means that you do end up bringing the buy with you, but you are able to get the turn immediately from BJ as well to again keep Artemis safe, buy the space where Shun and Jimmy just can't quite follow up because the fight had teetered so far away from them.
The battle between Glory and Jimmy continues here. Both of them doing massive damage, and Glory has slowly but surely been keeping that goal coming in. 5 kills now. 2 items finished, almost 3.
Is this a bot lane brawl? Like, the amount of people that are starting to move down here. BJ hopping over the wall, will spot out Gemini, and immediately has to try and back away. I think both teams reading exactly what they wanted to try to achieve there.
Trying to take the tier 1, and actually worth mentioning, Team Wales, they've got a Baron. They haven't taken a single tier 1 on the map just yet, so they've got plenty of standing gold to take, but CFO reading where they wanted to go and denying.
But that's how they win games. If Ender has taught me anything from the analyst desk, when Team Wales doesn't take top lane tower, that's when they win the game. So as long as they stay away from top lane and focus on bot side, that's how they're going to win.
If just one top lane tier 1 being alive was enough for them to win the first game, surely all 3 tier 1s triples the amount of power that gives them. Wait,
it's a hypothesis we have to test. Glory getting TP'd on. BJ here in position. Glory, they know you're there, bud.
Yeah, he's going to get ulted. Jimmy's on the way as well. I don't think he needs to use the Azir ult. They'll be able to just finish this one off. Glory trying to buy as much time as he can, but they all sidestep. A big old sombrero there. Jimmy does take a chunk for their troubles, but still a pick for the side of CFO.
The entirety of CFO able to dance around the hat, make sure they're not getting caught in that. And now Artemis trying to respond in mid as they will get the push going. Sparta as well. I mean, the fact that you managed to get potentially 2 towers off this for a pick, you're kind of happy with that.
It's been found. So, like you say, 2 tier 1s taken across the map here. Shun pushing out the top side, but he doesn't feel safe enough to really step up to that tier 2. It's too dangerous. You don't know where everyone else is. Sparta using his ultimate to try and get away, and Gemini does not have his ult available to chase it.
Still, like, I think you're happy as that as Team Wales. Like, look, obviously it sucks that that Glory went down, but the fact you're getting 2 towers out of that equation, like all outer turrets are now down, and you can start to set up the vision control that you want, play for the likes of the Dragon. Now, it is like, this is their Baron buff. Like, this is kind of starting to dwindle down a little bit, and you can see from the results that, like, CFO, just off that last play, their win expectancy powered by AWS has gone down a little bit, despite the fact that they were the ones making the aggressive play.
It does feel like they do still have that advantage. It's not mince our words, but like you say, it's incremental, and that's what Team Wales need at this point.
Yeah, I think the big one that I need to see now is for CFO to go, right, this is our Dragon. Minute time, we need to start getting control of the map. Already you can see Gemini and Shun stepping up together. They're aware that they need to try and get control over this mid lane, but eventually they have to try and draft that vision in towards the bottom side of the map. Get deep vision so that they can spot out where Glory is, where BJ is. Give the opportunity for them to set up a front 2 back. That means that Jimmy is safe, Shun is safe, and there's no real issues. Because at the moment, their vision is so shallow. Like, they barely have it in River. And it means that it's very easy for BJ to hover on pinks like this. And if Shun steps up, they blow his flash, they blow his ultimate, and then now you're in a position where Bay can then follow up with his ultimate. Target Shun, set up for that dive potential that Team Wales have.
Just going to clear the way. I was watching BJ to see if he'd try and make anything happen, but Drake up in 30 seconds. And Team Wales, they know how important this is. You can see they've got good vision control, river control, and fighting for priority in the mid lane. It's tougher with the Azir Sundisk there to block them a little bit further. Rest fighting for Prio 2. CFO, they would love to get in here and contest the Drake, but it's difficult to move in. That said, Xiaoxi disagrees. Everybody dives into the back line as Shun trying to get the damage down, but they've gone too deep. The rest of the team couldn't follow. Sparta zoning everyone, and now Rest is alone on the front line. That's one, though, making it 3v4. Rest turns golden as the feathers come down. Rest escapes with his life, and Sparta has to flee as well. Somehow, CFO with only 3 keeping alive.
BJ is a god damn hero. He goes in with the Cataclysm the second Shousey goes from the engage. So Shousey, Gemini, everyone dives forward, and he locks Jimmy in place. He locks Rest in place and denies CFO the opportunity to follow up on Shousey's engage. That play from BJ may have just held on to the game for them. Watch it here. Shousey gets rid of the Banshees, goes to the engage, and BJ immediately ults onto the top side, stops Jimmy and following up, who doesn't get over the wall. Rest can follow up, and Team Wales get to regroup, set themselves up again, and follow through after dealing with the two divers on the back line.
Phenomenal. Shun doing a really good job of stopping the then follow-up from Team Wales. If he doesn't ult there, if he doesn't have those feathers available to threaten, that could have gone disastrously wrong. I will just quickly point out 3 items on both mid laners. Glory going slightly more defensive and has that needlessly large rod on top, whereas Jimmy, he's got pure damage and has a stopwatch. Baron coming up onto the map in 10 seconds time.
I mean, this is such a crucial objective. Glory is on bot side, has TP to get up, but again, like, only Glory has no flash, and Sparta has no flash coming in onto Team Wales. We'll have to check in a second what the summoner spells are like, but the damage, you can see it's Jimmy and not against Glory anymore. Sparta doing a ton of work with this Shojin build. The Gore Drinker keeping him alive, stopwatch for himself to keep himself alive. And on CFO, like, Shun has flash, Jimmy has flash. This time around, if we get that massive engage, the follow-up on CFO can actually come through.
If they can get the engage, and that's a big if. Both teams playing fantastic. I mean, like, the level of play feels absolutely matched in this third game. It feels like Team Wales have evolved over this series. CFO learning from their previous mistakes in game number 2, and now 10 and 10 on the scoreboard as we broach 30 minutes. 3 minutes until that Drake comes up, but the Baron is on the cards. Team Wales feels like once again in control of the river. Or at least
Okay,
were.
just be careful, yeah. Still, this is where Jimmy can start to come alive. As long as he knows exactly where Team Wales are, he can position his soldiers, position behind his front line, and make himself all right. And that's why Team Wales are trying to find these little pockets of vision that they can play around for BJ to invade, B to look for something, but Rest is actually the one that's stuck in behind them. They have no vision of where this Renekton is. Artemis starting to push up, which is now where Rest is going to go.
Yeah, flashing forwards, but instant reactions there from Shun. Protects himself with the ultimate. Gemini, the target, turns golden. Rest is in a perfect spot to get into the fray, but actually, they just engage onto him instead. He has to dash away himself. Jimmy hasn't been able to participate just yet. Might have to ult to protect his top laner, but doesn't. Holds on to the ability as Sparta now charges forward. Shousey into the fray. BJ taken down. No survives with the shield. In goes Jimmy, and then down he falls. Team Wales, they found themselves the fight, and they finally get ahead. But BJ, no! The blast cone betrays him. He gets out with his life. What's happening?
Gore Drinker! Gore Drinker! It's too strong! Gore Drinker keeps BJ alive. But still, Gemini wants to go, wants to try and find him. Still have Glory over on the side. He doesn't know. He wants to try and bait forward the kill onto Gemini, but they will back away. BJ, you can't really go for this flash up on Gemini very, very soon. Can he get it?
Oh, he gets it! Oh no, the Gore Drinker again! What on earth is going on? It's a battle between the junglers, and Gemini comes out on top. But in the meantime, Team Wales, they're just going to try and end the game. Shun still alive here. Shousey buying time for his AD carry. A route onto Bia. The tower shot might just finish it, and it does. Artemis the next target, but he survives. Gold for Shun. The shockwave in, and he finishes it. Glory! Wanting exactly that to his name, but they can't end the game just yet.
Jimmy is up and available, so they have to back away. Team Wales, they put everything into trying to make that play happen, and now they're the ones that have to back away. CFO will be coming back onto the map, no AD carry to speak of though, and this is where they end up spotting out Rest at the best time. They go over the wall, Jimmy and Shun very separated from the team again, whereas when you look at Team Wales, they're all positioned in the same spot. Sparta goes over the wall to Rest. Artemis is immediately there. Shun and Jimmy are trying to play catch up to this fight, which means that Artemis is positioned behind his front line at all times, and CFO are so split because they're trying to come in from too many different angles, and Team Wales are able to just play this slow and steady burn. And even there at the end, Jimmy tries to make the play, but Shun has already had to go over the wall with his flash. He can't be in a position to follow.
Team Wales taking the Baron on live right now. We can see a replay of Shousey and Shun, absolute heroics to save the game there. And a great little shockwave, perfectly timed, but it is Baron over to Wales. I feel like Jimmy needed to use the ult a little earlier in that fight. He was trying to find the hero play, but honestly, you just got to escape the play at that stage.
Still though, this is Seoul potentially here for CFO if they can get this. Fight for mid priority is crucial. Vision is nowhere to be found for Team Wales, but they find the pick.
Team Wales found their way onto the top laner here. Rest is tanky, surviving a long time here. And he actually dashes out over the wall. Xiaoxi in the meantime finds the engage. That's the ult that Jimmy was looking for, and it's absolute carnage in the river. Xiaoxi though is too far forwards. He's surviving for now as Sparta goes forwards, and a stopwatch again. The feathers flying for Shun as he pulls them back in. Sparta surviving, but the rest of his team obliterated. And just when it looks golden for the Wales, it's CFO that fly back in.
Getting smacked in the face by the Oyster. Xiaoxi. Never mind, Xiaoxi making the play. Gemini wants to try and do it. He's trying to keep Sparta at bay. Screw the dragon. They want to end the game. Sparta, is he able to kill Gemini and TP back? Has the Baron recall. Gemini stops him again.
Nicely done. This is not Gemini's first jungle 1v1 in the last few minutes. Manages to stop Sparta resetting, and he'll stop there. He knows he'll die if he goes for any more, but that will be... Hang on. Sparta feeling cheeky with it, but he got spotted on a ward. He will have to reset. Dragon is up right now, and CFO are making a beeline for it.
There's no TP for Glory, though. TP is available for Sparta, immediately moving down onto this bot side. You are so low as CFO. No ultimate available for Shun. Jimmy going to TP back into the play as well.
He's here too soon. He's here too soon. They're going to just ult him, surely. In goes Gemini to try and start the fight off. Shun has the damage to take down this Aatrox. Reinforcements arriving in the form of BJ, and they turn it around onto Shun. The bird is not the word anymore. BJ trying to go forwards, but he's overstepped as well. It's disaster on both sides.
It has to be a Jimmy and Kari. Jimmy has to be the one to be the consistent damage in this one. Sparta reset, coming back out. No jungler available for Team Wales. They can't go for the steal. They have to go for the fight. Glory hiding on the bush. Looking to rest. He needs to TP back into this play. Otherwise, this dragon is just going to be gone.
TP in, setting up for the dragon. Bit of damage onto Sparta, pull him onto rest here. They've got the damage to take him down. Artemis just free firing onto the top lane and flies into the backside and takes out Jimmian. Artemis, queen of the hunt, goddess of the hunt, and king of the rift. Dragon is ignored. Team Wales run to the base.
They can already see it in their eyes. Super minion versus super minion. Sparta needs to try and clear this out. The last tick of the Baron buff is going to try and take them across the finish line. The PCS versus the VCS will be decided now.
It's Shun and Xiaoxi once again to try and defend the Nexus. They did it once as Xiaoxi goes in looking for Glory here, but Shun already lost half his HP. Xiaoxi's gone down this time, no stopwatch to save him. The feathers, they're not going to be enough. BS steps forward, he's happy to sacrifice himself. Glory steps on up, but the rest of the team, they're taking down the Nexus. Shun wants it, he's desperate for it, but he's denied. Team Wales, ever the underdog and ever outdoing expectations.
Team Wales will never be denied. The history of yesterday will repeat itself. Lose game 1, come alive in game 2, and a hard-fought game 3 will see the VCS second seed take the first seed of Group B.
You can see the joy in their hearts with that big team hug right there. They must be over the moon right now. And honestly, for VCS fans everywhere, they've got to be cheering at home, because after GAM had their first series, it looked a little dicey for the VCS, but Team Wales outdoing expectations. I mean, doing so well domestically, but they're making it to the Worlds, making such a statement here, and making it to the qualification match.
Yeah, I mean, so many people doubted them coming into this, but at Team Wales, it has been such a hard-fought opportunity for them to get here. 22 games played in their playoffs alone to get themselves here. Their last 3 series in the VCS were 5 games every single step of the way to then stumble at the last hurdle against GAM. But now when they get to the international stage for the first time for this organization, they are showing up massively.
Xiaoxi not happy with that one. Can't blame him. And I have to say, there's one part of me that's just a little bit happy that CFO got into the lower bracket, because it keeps the dream of the PCS Finals rematch alive. That's still very possible. But our Oppo player of the series is going to be BJ. So many incredible opportunities set up by this player.
100%. There was these opportunities where it could have gone CFO's way, but even the mechanics that he had in the Lee Sin, like this play was disgusting. Like the safeguard to B, to then follow up on the Q, to get the flash kick onto Shun, to what looked like a CFO done and dusted game. BJ's able to turn around with some incredible mechanics. The decision making on the Jarvan in this game as well, where some of these engages have gone awry from to then have that turnaround. Like BJ was making it happen when it mattered most, and that cannot be understated for Team Wales here today.
It really can't. Some great smites as well. I mean, this one where BJ literally just playing to stop them recalling, playing to keep them in. We were so confused while this was playing live. Then you see them moving on the minimap. You see them moving into the base. And BJ sacrifices his life for this play.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up working out. It does go down, but it cracks open the base. It sets up then for the next play when Team Wales are able to take that final fight at the Dragon Soul and turn this game around. Phenomenal stuff from Team Wales. And I mean, such a massive win for the region as well. When they've been denied so often their opportunities to play at these international events, now stepping up so big, it's incredible to see.
And I just love that it's off of these massive team fights. It's a great sign for the meta when it comes to the rest of the world. So we're going to have a lot of big games. But that's it here from the caster desk for today. I've been Munch, this has been Dagda. It's time to send it over to our wonderful analysts to break it all down in our Worlds Cooldown.
Thank you so much, Munchables. Wonderful analyst test. That's lovely.
Yeah,
you know, it's almost as nice as winning a best of 3 when you lose the first game. Team Wales building a bit of a habit on this particular one. Not quite sure how I was going to connect that one there, to be honest with you. Nailed it. Absolutely seamless. But, I mean, it does feel like it's kind of becoming a formula for them now. They lose game 1, they download, and then it just becomes as easy as that from then onwards.
You can never doubt this team. No. And I've been doubting them a lot.
Yeah.
So,
yes, you have.
I was like, okay, I mean, we'll see how this game works, because it feels like CFO, even within the third game, we're finding fights again and again. And I was like, okay, like even just looking at Jimyan's team fighting was just so insane, being able to kite out of Aatrox's engages, and I was like, okay, it looks like CFO's going to take it. Just wasn't a possibility.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was so hard for Shin to actually hit targets in this game, especially because like whenever there was like a Rel flank going in or a Vi dive, like those two champions are going in so deep, and then there's no one really to protect Shun, so he has to sit back, can't really follow up on only engage. I think if anything, that was when the fights went the most poorly for CFO, was when they were the ones trying to engage, whereas there were a few fights, right, with the wonderful Azir movement or the ultimate or disengage from the Xayah, where CFO looked really strong, and that's because they were letting Team Wales come to them.
Yeah, it was a constant back and forth. We didn't like the Vi necessarily, especially with... Yo,
if that was a Kindred, all I'm saying is CFO unlosable.
Yeah. and so for me, I thought BJ's biggest success throughout this game in particular was anytime Vi was going straight in and being followed up by Xiaoxi, the engage was stifled, mostly because it was a Cataclysm and then EQ out. He was isolating the Renekton and the rest of the team, so they couldn't follow up. And you mentioned how the AD carry wasn't able to actually follow up in any of these fights because Vi was getting deleted before he could reach him. So even though it was back and forth, this was happening fairly consistently. So Gemini had a great early game, but overall, it felt like Jarvan was just far more impactful.
100%. I think especially like scaling into the later stages of the game, just like even like there were some cataclysms that just kept Shun or Jimyan away from the team, so they still couldn't get autos down when that counter dive was going in. Oh my lord!
That's gruesome.
Okay.
Let him have it.
Yo, Team Wales, a little bit of a show here. I love it.
Proving that whales better than oysters.
Yeah, those are killer whales.
Those are killer whales right there, 100%. They got the orca blood in them. But I mean, like, I love that you make that kind of point as well about kind of, you know, Gemini and Xiaoxi going in and not having the rest of their team be able to follow up. Because we had a couple of times we were going, what are they doing? And then we'd look at the replay and go, wait, hang on. There was literally nothing their team could have done because the Cataclysm and all the effort, kind of like CCing that was coming down, they just couldn't follow them.
It was really, really tough for them. And yet, it seemed like there was an angle at the very end, right, where the inhibitor goes down, CFO get back onto the map with a good couple of kills, but then they go for the pick onto the Aatrox in bot lane as opposed to the Dragon Soul. Yeah. And then it gets all turned around on them because their Xayah doesn't have any cooldowns. The ultimate, the flash, nothing was up. That was ultimately the straw that broke the camel's back, or the oysters back. Do oysters have backs?
No.
The straw
I'm not gonna
that
lie. I don't think
stole
they're
the pearl.
vertebrates. I think they're invertebrates. I don't think they have any spines.
I mean, they were really tunneled on the fights, which made the series a lot of fun. I'll take it, right? As a fan, it made this so much. And a lot of it comes down to familiarity, because even Xiaoxi at the beginning of the series did talk about how they were scrim partners. So I was like, okay, if you have a lot of familiarity with the enemy team, a lot of the times it gets a lot more bloodier, a lot more comfortable with knowing the tendencies of your opponents. So that bled into what was, okay, screw side lanes, screw the dragon. I see a hero, I'm going to kill him.
I mean, that's what we came here to see. That's what we came here to have. But obviously, we can have a quick look at the bracket just before, because we do have confirmation of our 2 winning teams heading themselves over to that best of 5. And there you go. PSG and Team Wales, they're in the upper bracket. They're sitting pretty. They're waiting until Sunday.
Yeah, very nicely done on their side. Of course, this makes the whole, what is it, the transitive property a whole lot more confusing. It's like Team Wales now also beats PSG. So how does PSG stack up against BDS? The ultimate questions that everyone... PSG, that's not it. CFO.
There you go. I was going to say, yeah, we're getting a lot of different names there. But I also want to say that rip to everyone's pick'ems for everyone picking BDS and PSG.
Yeah. 07 pick'ems,
I am
honestly.
one of them, because it is most likely PSG versus BDS in that qualification match.
Yeah, and calling back to what Munchable said, I'd be pretty excited to see a finals rematch from the PCS. That would be exciting to see. So there's a lot that can come into play. Really unexpected best of 3s. A lot of times when you come to this tournament, you're like, okay, best of 3, so feels like what our expectations are going to the tournament would be a lot more consistent. Best of 1s are usually toss-up. But that hasn't been the case. I feel like, A, adapting to the meta has been a difficult point for a lot of these teams.
Yes.
And B, if the teams are just this bloody to begin with, they are neck and neck.
Dude, if Team Wales had to play BO1s, they would not get a single win. Like, what?
There's a real
Thank God for
possibility.
BO3.
Yeah, I was going to say, there is definitely a possibility. But earlier today, PSG locked first seed out of Group A, and we had the opportunity to talk to Junja in the Verizon post-game interview.
PSG Talon is the first team to qualify for the play-ins knockouts, and I have Junja with me to talk about their journey so far. Thank you so much for joining me. You guys won everything so far at play-ins. How do you reflect on the run, and what do you think you guys could improve?
你们是第一支确定晋级最后一天淘汰赛的队伍，那你们目前是一场都没有输掉。你觉得你们目前的这个整个状况怎么样？那你觉得还有什么地方可以改善的？
我觉得10分的话，现在大概是6分吧，因为我们整体的运营上可能还有很多东西需要改进。
I think currently we are 6 out of 10. In my opinion, there's still a lot of things, especially in macro, that we can improve.
All right, we'll see that in the next game then. But I want to follow up on something that your mid laner said last time. Ahead of the first game, we've talked about how you play, your play style, and how you guys match together. And he said he's a bit too aggressive, so I told him to calm down and take things slow. What do you have to say about this?
上一次访问 Maple 的时候，他有说到，就是你第一场打完的时候好像很紧张。然后他有叫你冷静一下，那个时候到底确切发生了什么事情？
实际上来说，应该是打之前的时候，就是他看我有些手抖，然后叫我不要那么紧张。但是其实我是身体是还好，但是可能心理上是有一点小担心。
I think actually it was before we went on stage. Maple saw my hand was shaking. And he just told me to calm down and tell me everything will be all right. But actually, in my mind, I think I was okay, but just my hand can't stop shaking.
I hope you feel better now, especially given the amazing results that you had here in play-ins. Focusing on the next step, you could face off against pretty much any team from the other group, BDS, Team Wales, DFM, CFO. Who do you think it's going to be and why?
你们现在已经确定进入到淘汰赛了嘛？那你们最后一天对到的对手会是另外一组的第2名。你自己觉得你们会遇到的是哪一队？
我觉得大概率还是 BDS 吧，因为他们可能只是失常一下，其实实力还是很强。
I think probably will be BDS, although they failed yesterday, but I think they're still strong.
What is special about BDS, would you say?
你觉得 BDS 他们这个队伍特别的地方是什么？
就是前期的游戏内容就是节奏很乱吧，就是
I think they like to play very aggressive and try to put on some unexpected move, and that will bring the game into chaos.
Should be an aggressive matchup indeed. We'll see if this one can happen. Junja, 谢谢. Thank you so much for the interview. Nash, thank you so much for the translation.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
The confidence there coming in saying, like, look, we respect BDS. We expect them to be the guys in the finals. They're an aggressive team, so hopefully they can bounce back.
Yeah, and I also just love the continuation of that story about, like, Maple telling him to calm down. He's saying how his hands were shaking before, like, his first game. And it's easy to kind of forget the fact that this is his first Worlds.
Yeah.
Like, sure, MSI was something that you would expect, shake it off, but, like, a lot of our players every player, their dream is to be on a world stage and to perform at this level. He's been with EDG as a trainee for a very long time, but he gets to be on this stage, even though he's a 2-time finals MVP for domestically. This is his opportunity to perform. So it's really nice to see that. The veteranship for Maple kind of calming him down, and it looks like he's been getting better and better throughout the tournament. So
yeah, he really does. And honestly, I think for PSG, they've kind of a bit of a slow start, bit of a shaky one in their series a few days ago, but it does feel like a bit by bit, little by little, they are kind of growing into confidence and feeling a lot better about the whole tournament as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think that team is definitely going to be making it through in my eyes. And I feel good. I feel good there. I'm sorry, because you talked about BDS, and I'm just I'm a BDS doomer. I can't.
I was gonna say, I was like, for BDS to win, then PSG would not have to win. Therefore,
well, also like he's saying like they like chaos and all these things, and I just saw in the series versus Team Wales, it looked like apart from game 1, they just liked chilling. You know, like they played so passive. So I have faith in the fact that BDS can show the same way they like to play the game back in like Spring Split, where they were especially good back in the LEC. But I don't know. I'm very low confidence overall with whether or not they can actually push through.
It'll definitely be hard to predict. I definitely failed at predicting the Worlds qualifying series.
I was gonna say you did not predict them.
That one was tough. So it really does go to Sheo, because Sheo to me was extremely creative in that first series that he had when they were in LoL Park, and now that he's in Worlds, that first series that they had at Worlds officially wasn't great. So I expect him to go back to what we saw in Worlds qualifying series, where the creativity that he had in his early clears were there, and also like I think they're a really well coached team generally with how they've been placing Vision. So I am more faithful, but that's because it got beaten into me.
I was going to say, you had to have a little bit more faith, because your faith in Golden Guardians was very much beaten out of you. Like,
I'm just nervous because EWIT play-ins is a bit of a sore spot, man. I don't want to set my expectations too high.
It is what it is. You lose to Vietnam early. It happened at G2 historically.
Someone's got to go kaboom. Someone has to go kaboom. That's just how it is. But tomorrow we do have R7 versus GAM and BDS versus DFN. They got to make it to that matchup against PSG before we can really kind of have the boomers and the doomers, if you will. But that does it for us here today. If you missed any of the action or are just waking up, which is totally understandable, the rebroadcast begins at an all-new time based on your feedback, starting at 12 p.m. PDT, 9 p.m. CEST, and all of our channels at lolesports.com. We'll be back for more Worlds play-ins tomorrow, and until then, take care.
You like my emotes, Grok?
I need to change. I need to get G2.
G2?
Yeah.
Why?
They like us.
He's been kicked out of the fight. Maple is behind enemy lines right now. He's not level 4 after all. That's a pop blossom and a half.
We can win. We can win.
Flash on AD?
Nice. We win. Bottom.
2 seconds by Sturgeon.
Nice. The stopwatch comes in Robo. In G8, Maple turns golden and the Cataclysm slams him into the ground. And it's all PSG all day long today. And I mean, it happened in game number 1. It's happening again. Junja has to retreat, and Tinotes finds an ultimate onto Maple, but he's gone too deep. He's taken down, and Adja, in the meantime, finishes off Seos.
It's the other way around.
It's Croc on the drop. Taken down, and the stun onto Root as well, though. Flashed under the tower, but Maple's with him. Rooted under the tower, and he's gone.
Flash is super valuable if we are playing for this dragon. As BJ, no!
He's pulled in, he's CC'd up. There's no way out of that one. BF on the front line. BJ jumps in for the kick on the stun. It's gorgeous from the jungler with a double kill. That might just open up the barrel. Shouts has gone too deep this time. Rest with a triple. No! The shockwave! What a combo! CFO, you've got to flee. The player fear gets the engagement. Who needs damage, I guess? They're still somehow winning. Rest having no time for sleep.
CFO are not out of it yet. Gemini.
Oh, he missed the Krug. He's onto the Baron, and the Baron! Artemis, the god of the hunt, using the animals to his will. Before he goes down, lot of feathers down, but the shockwave! That's the combo we're talking about. Jimmy with the wall, though, can kind of carry this
fight. Gemini trying to move in, and Sparta's taken down.
To get away from the knockup, but Jimmy now
gets a knockback onto BJ and dodges the shockwave. Jimmy setting up for the Dragon. Bit of damage onto Sparta, pulling onto rest here. They've got the damage to take him down. Artemis just free firing onto the top lane and flies into the backside and takes out Jimmy. Artemis, Queen of the Hun Goddess. Team Wales, ever the underdog and ever outdoing expectations.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
If you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them their victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shrooms like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. Problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Stir straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Spurs, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music. Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and shastics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit. Now your face feeling the fist. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Don't get your hopes up.